Canada, our home and native land. True patriot love in all of us command. Cartombre se porte l'épée, il se porte la croix. Ton histoire est une poupée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, April is World Autism Month, and I know we are all committed to creating a kinder, more inclusive world for individuals with autism. Events such as Autism on the Hill and the annual unveiling of the Faces of Autism banner have been unfortunately postponed, and many other events held virtually. Autism organizations have had to adopt, but nonetheless remain steadfast on calling for the creation of a national autism strategy, which I fully support. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that Budget 2021 provides funding for the creation of a national autism strategy. Consultations will include autistic Canadians, families, and stakeholders such as Autism Speaks or the Shining Through Center for Children in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. This broad and inclusive engagement process will help streamline diagnosis and treatment for Canadians with autism spectrum disorder. I encourage Vaughan Woodbridge constituents to find out more through the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences. Together we will build a country that is truly inclusive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure every Canadian's been looking forward to brighter days and warmer weather. In Cypress Hills Grasslands, we started to see another welcome sign of spring. The farmers are heading out to begin seeding their crops. While driving in different parts of our rural riding, I'm always happy to see their machinery out in the fields. It brings back fond memories of growing up and working on our family farm, and it's an encouraging display of their extraordinary effort. Personally, I find it hard to give a better example of dependability than our farmers. In a second year of everyone feeling surrounded by uncertainty and instability, we can look to them for encouragement. These farmers know exactly how to get through good times and bad, facing unpredictable seasons and conditions. One way or another, they always find a way to get the job done and make sure the rest of us have food on our tables. To the farmers in the Southwest and across Canada, I wish you all the best, and here's to a bumper crop this year from Plant 21. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every April 28th, on the National Day of Mourning, we remember those who were injured or lost their lives on the job. Every worker has the right to return home safely at the end of each workday. The last year has highlighted the need for safe workplaces more than ever. Working together to fight for improved workplace health and safety, we have seen injury rates decline in recent years, but workplace deaths still remain high. In pre-pandemic days, we would gather in Oakville on the day of mourning at the Memorial on Navy Street at an event organized by the Oakville and District Labor Council, or at the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 793 Memorial. While we cannot gather in person, we will continue to work together to honor and reflect on the thousands of lives forever changed and to renew our commitment to workplace health and safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has limited members in their usual activities on the ground. However, thanks to exceptional organizations, I've been able to stay in touch with seniors in my riding. We all know that they are the ones who have suffered the most during the pandemic. They have been isolated since last March. They are the most affected by the wave of deaths, and they are the ones who have been most left behind by federal assistance. We must appropriately honor the hard work of seniors organizations in La Prairie. Despite the pandemic, they have kept a close relationship with their members to ensure that they continue to experience well-being despite this isolation. I'd like to thank the Maison des Aînés, the Café Liberté 50, the Club Idéal, and various seniors organizations in Delson, La Prairie, Saint-Constant, Saint-Philippe, Candiac, and Saint-Mathieu. I'm looking forward to being able to participate in future activities, and I hope that these organizations keep on doing their great work. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, on April 19th, this government presented a historic budget. First of all, it was historic because for the first time in the history of Canada, a female Minister of Finance did something incredible to break the glass ceiling by presenting this budget. And the budget is historic because it is full of measures to help us beat the pandemic, emerge strong from the recession, and build a better future. For all Canadians, community organizations, and businesses, we can all be happy about what's in this budget. As the member for Bourassa, I am particularly happy about investments to fight family violence, build housing, support mental health, help community organizations modernize. And I'm also happy about the significant support for Black Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as our government knows, thanks to this budget, we will be able to emerge stronger from this pandemic. Thank you.
Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week was National Volunteer Week, and I want to take a moment today to sincerely thank all of the incredible volunteers throughout West Nova who have contributed their time, energy, and talent over the past year to give back to those in need. Rain or shine, our local volunteers have always been very generous with their time, whether it was lending a helping hand to seniors, food banks, people living with a disability, or even single parents. Volunteers had always had their back, no matter what. As a public servant, it's important to me to recognize and honor the many volunteers in our communities as they are essential and make a difference in our lives. And a special congratulations to the provincial recipients in our riding. Daryl Crosby in Yarmouth, Daryl Crosby in Argyll, Mike Randall in Yarmouth, Tim McKinnon in the town of Yarmouth, Josiane DeVoe in Clare, Megan Robinson in Digby, Al Dupuy in the town of Digby, Ginny Prowl in Annapolis County, Sarah White in town of Berwick, and Heather Morse in Kings County. While this is only a short list of volunteers honored by our towns and municipalities, there's hundreds of folks that deserve our great admiration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I'd like to pay tribute to my friend Marcel Negro, who passed away a few weeks ago. Marcel used to work for Children's Aid. He refused to go into administration, preferring to work with children on the street. Kids gravitated to him, trusted him. He was always sympathetic, always had time to listen, and always tried to help these kids out, whether it was to help to try to get them back together with their parents or to help them find a place to live. He gave kids his cell number, and if they called him even at 1 a.m. and they needed his help, he was out the door. A prominent member of Thunder Bay's great Italian community, Marcel really loved to entertain, to cook, to serve a good meal, and perhaps afterwards to enjoy a glass of wine with his guests. Marcel, however, will best be remembered for the kind of person he was. He was always an ocean of calm, always good-natured, and always concerned about others rather than himself. Marcel will sadly be missed by his wife, Lena, his brothers, and many other people here in Thunder Bay. Although I've met wealthier Canadians and more prominent Canadians, I have to say I want to talk about him here in Parliament because I've seldom met a better or more decent Canadian. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are no strangers to stepping up to help others in times of crisis, and this week is no different. I was so proud yesterday when I saw 9 healthcare professionals step up and step on a military aircraft to fly to Ontario to get to work to support their stressed and overworked colleagues in the Toronto University Health Network. That group included Bonnie Chalk of Deer Lake in my riding of the Long Range Mountains. Our province and our residents have done a great job of keeping the COVID-19 pandemic under control, and now that allows our healthcare heroes to help others in their time of need. This pandemic is pushing doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, and everyone involved in healthcare to their limits across the country, however, especially in Ontario. It's clear that part of our Canadian family needed help, and that's what these incredible individuals are doing. They're helping their colleagues in need. to Bonnie and all the healthcare professionals who headed from my province to Ontario yesterday, on behalf of all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and I'm sure I can speak for all in this House, thank you and stay safe.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of Langley Aldergrove are tired of the pandemic, now more than a year old, too old, and they're ready to get life back to normal, back to work, back to school, back to family gatherings, back to church, hopefully a summer vacation, and in September back to university on campus. As we look to turning the corner on COVID-19, Canada stands at a crossroads, and we must choose a path to recovery. Will it be the security and stability offered by the Conservative Party, or a reimagined Canada, an idea floated by the Liberals? This Liberal government would use the opportunity of a crisis to try the social experiment on reshaping Canada in their own image. Conservatives, on the other hand, have a proven track record of steering Canada through the last recession, and today we stand ready, willing and able to roll up our sleeves, do the hard work, getting Canada back, getting our economy secure, and getting life back to normal, what we all want.
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, this year, the Carrefour de la Miséricorde, an organization in my riding which helps single mothers and their children, is celebrating its 40th anniversary. The organization was founded in 1980 by the Sisters of Mercy. Every year, it helps more than 60 mothers and their children. It offers a warm, open, and accessible space. It offers individual support and group activities, and these services support mothers in their parenting role and helps them to develop or consolidate the mother-child bond. On 2 occasions, I was lucky enough to be the honorary chair of their annual lobster dinner that is used for funding the activities. This year, the lobster dinner will take place on May 28th, 29th, in the form of takeout boxes, which are available still for $70. Since I was elected in 2015, I have been a great admirer of the hard work of this organization, and I'd like to thank the volunteers and staff of the organization. Thank you and good luck.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years in the making, the long-awaited Liberal budget is a serious letdown. Seniors have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and for those seniors who were already struggling to make ends meet, this pandemic has added financial constraint. Conservatives called for increased financial supports for low-income seniors in the budget. Unfortunately, the proposed OAS increase does nothing to support low-income seniors under the age of 75. I share in the disappointment of those seniors who were excluded. It's time that this government made them a priority. What is even more concerning is the Liberal budget's failure to deliver a real plan to open up our economy. Without it, their massive deficit spending threatens the long-term viability of important social programs like that of OAS and GIS. Mr. Speaker, only Conservatives have a plan to secure jobs and secure a future for all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today is the National Day of Mourning for all those who have died or suffered illness or injury in the workplace. In a year where so many have been deeply affected by workplace tragedy because of the pandemic, commemorating this day is more important than ever. For our healthcare workers who have battled COVID-19 and their patients and amongst themselves, to long-term care workers who have suffered along those for whom they care, we mourn with you. Your service cannot be appreciated enough. For all those families who are suffering due to any workplace tragedy, we carry your grief in our hearts. In Sarnia-Lambton and across the country, Steps for Life is raising funds and awareness for families suffering from workplace tragedy. I want to commend them for all the work they're doing to provide support for those who've been affected by injury in the workplace. Today is a day to remember those we have lost, keeping them in our thoughts as we strive to make the future safer for workers across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Women in Canada are on the front lines of the COVID-19 battle. In the care economy and as essential workers, women have had to bear the brunt of both the disease and the economic impacts of public health measures. Women are more likely to get sick and more likely to lose their income because of the pandemic. Universal childcare will contribute to women's recovery, but it is not enough. We also need strong workplace protections, including paid sick leave, elder care, the right to refuse unsafe work, and finally, a national pharmacare plan. On this National Day of Mourning, we remember those whom we have lost and we fight for those who are still here on the front lines, in schools and hospitals, in care homes, in stores and in restaurants. Anything less is a betrayal of working women in Canada. One life lost at work is one too many.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today is the 28th of April, the National Day of Mourning for workers who lost their lives or were injured in workplace accidents. Every week, a Quebec worker dies in the workplace. Nearly 95,000 people have fallen victim this year. Every victim constitutes a tragedy, but in the current pandemic, I am thinking particularly about health workers. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to honor the memory of health workers who lost their lives while trying to save the lives of others. I would like to pay tribute to the work of these men and women, mainly women, who fell ill while trying to protect our loved ones from COVID-19. When we get through this terrible time together, Quebec will remember that for more than a year, you went into danger every day to protect all of us. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, it is without question that this pandemic has been difficult for constituents in my riding of Kenora and indeed all Canadians. This past year has made clear the mental health crisis that we face. And that is why, as we work to secure our future, Canada's Conservatives will ensure that supporting mental health will be a key pillar of our recovery from COVID-19. We will restructure how we support and fund mental health by enacting a national action plan. This includes boosting funding to the provinces and territories for mental health care, providing incentives to employers to provide mental health coverage, and creating a nationwide 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Mr. Speaker, it is time we treat mental health with the seriousness it deserves and provide Canadians with the support that they deserve. That is what Canadians need, and that is exactly what our party will deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, during this holy month of Ramadan, I rise today to pay tribute to a trailblazer from Scarborough, the late Danish Memon. Danish was a community builder, a dedicated community leader, entrepreneur, and mentor to countless young people in Scarborough and beyond. Sadly, Danish struggled with mental health and ultimately took his own life. Recently, Ahmed Ismail and Janella Massa, two Scarborough trailblazers, hosted a virtual online event seen all around the world to acknowledge Danish's work and his impact in our community. They highlighted the necessity of challenging stigmas of mental health and ensuring proper mental health supports are available to all, and especially those from marginalized communities. I want to thank his wife, Yasmin Merchant, and his children, Usama, Mariam, Safia, and Amaya, for their extraordinary courage in sharing their story so publicly. Thank you, Brother Danish, for your inspiring work. We miss you and we honor you, your legacy, and your family today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, hier...
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that no one in his office was aware of a Me Too allegation against General Vance. No one. But that was not the truth, Mr. Speaker, because many emails show that it was quite the contrary. Was the Prime Minister wrong? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, bullying, sexual harassment, and sexual assault affect far too many women and men in our armed forces, and that's unacceptable. As a government, we've taken measures to have better support for anyone who comes forward. In Budget 2021, we announced more than $236 million to eliminate gender-based violence in the armed forces and to eliminate all forms of harassment and to create a safe and supportive workplace. We will have more announcements coming soon. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In 2014, the Prime Minister said this: "I am aware of how difficult it is for people to come forward. I believe strongly that those of us in positions of authority have a duty to act upon allegations of this nature." He said that before firing 2 of his MPs for sexual misconduct allegations, Mr. Speaker. He acted then, but hasn't acted for 3 years after direct allegations were brought forward by a woman serving her country in uniform. Why did the Prime Minister fail in his duty to her?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, this government has always taken seriously the responsibility to support and provide resources and follow up with anyone who comes forward with allegations of sexual misconduct or assault in the armed forces or otherwise. In Budget 2021, we announced over $236 million to eliminate sexual misconduct and gender-based violence in the CAF, including money to enhance internal support services to survivors and implement new external oversight mechanisms. This builds on work we're already doing, including a strategy for long-term culture change to eliminate sexual misconduct and an implementation of the Declaration of Victims' Rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is talking about work he's going to do. What about the work he failed to do for 3 years, Mr. Speaker? He said he didn't know the specific nature of the allegations, yet his office on multiple occasions in March 2018 described the complaint as one of sexual harassment. His Chief of Staff knew, the Clerk of the Privy Council, everyone around the Prime Minister knew, but he suggested he didn't know it was a Me Too style complaint. Is the Prime Minister going to stand in this House and tell the women of this country that he doesn't think sexual harassment is a Me Too complaint?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition is decrying the process that we followed in this case back in 2018, but it was exactly the same process followed in 2015 by the then Conservative government. The leader of the official opposition, who was then Associate Minister of Defence, heard a rumour of misconduct, told his staff, who told PMO and the Privy Council office. The job of politicians and their staff is to ensure any allegation is given to the appropriate authorities. It is a little rich that the leader of the official opposition continues to decry a process that he took himself when he was in government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true, and it's sad to see the Prime Minister trying to shirk his responsibility that he said in 2014 was his duty before he fired 2 of his own MPs with just an allegation. In fact, a month before the Ombudsman allegation, he had to fire his top Quebec lieutenant in his office, his personal advisor, for sexual misconduct allegations. His office was even looking at further allegations with respect to sexual misconduct. Did the fact that his office was preoccupied with allegations of his own team lead him to give General Vance a pass?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the examples highlighted by the Leader of the Opposition goes to demonstrate the very point we have been making as a government over the past 5 years, that we always take allegations of misconduct, of harassment, or intimidation, or assault extremely seriously, that we follow proper processes, that we ensure there is support and resources there for anyone who comes forward. We know that within the Canadian Armed Forces there is much work still to do to support the women and men who step forward, and we will continue to do just that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There's much work for the Prime Minister to do, Mr. Speaker, because he failed. For 3 years, he did not act, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Defence knew about sexual harassment allegations. His top senior advisor, his Chief of Staff knew. The Privy Council office knew. There was a timeline created, emails sent about sexual harassment, and yesterday the Prime Minister has the gall to suggest that he didn't know the specific nature of the allegations. He either isn't being straight with Canadians, Mr. Speaker, or his Chief of Staff chose to cover it up and keep him in the dark. Will he fire his Chief of Staff?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, yet again, the Conservatives won't let the facts get in the way of a good political argument. If the member opposite had been listening to committee, he would have heard from the multiple witnesses for 3 months, including nonpartisan public servants, that the details of the allegation were unknown. The record is clear. The Deputy Secretary of Cabinet testified, "I did not have information even about the nature of the complaint or specifics that would have enabled further action." The former ombudsman testified at committee that he could not provide any details. He said, "I took the investigation as far as I could with the complainant's authority." This highlights why we need a better system for people to feel safe coming forward.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, when it comes to the Port of Montreal, it is urgent that we get Quebec's economy back on track. And there are issues that have to do with scheduling. Now, does the special law deal with what the employer did on April 9th? The parliamentary secretary told us that the content of the law meant that any unilateral modifications made by either party in April 2021 were excluded. So I understand that this has to do with workplace scheduling. And can the Prime Minister confirm that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Port of Montreal plays a central role in the Canadian economy, but particularly Quebec's economy. The current work stoppage is causing serious delays that could last for a long time yet. This is not a decision that we took lightly. We believe in the negotiation process. That's why we've been working with the parties for 2 years. We made this decision only after having had exhausted all other options. We hope that we will be able to move forward together for Quebec and Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I won't act as though he didn't understand the question. And I won't act like he doesn't want to answer the question. My question is, now, this special law is coming after 2 years, but they really did nothing up until then. They waited until the first day of the strike. Now, does this special legislation have to do with the workplace scheduling that was imposed unilaterally by the employer on April 9th? The assistant to the Minister of Labour says that that was the case. So can the Prime Minister say yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to look at the facts. Since October 2018, the Federal Mediation Service facilitated over 100 days of bargaining. Furthermore, my colleagues communicated with both parties a number of times to encourage them to work with mediators in order to find an agreement. So, will the Bloc Québécois help us unblock the port and Quebec's economy by allowing us to resume work there? Will they help us set up a neutral arbitration process to resolve the dispute and arrive at a new collective agreement? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Day of mourning, a day we reflect on those who lost their lives while going to work, and the fact that no worker should ever lose their life going to work. And one of the things the experts agree, one way we can protect workers so they don't get sick when they go to work is better paid sick leave. This is something we've been long calling for the Prime Minister to fix. We know that better paid sick leave will save lives, so will the Prime Minister finally do the job of improving paid sick leave so we can save lives, so workers don't go into work sick, and we can protect them and their families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Every day, but particularly on this National Day of Mourning, we recognize the essential workers that are on the front lines of this crisis. They should never have to make the choice between going into work sick or putting food on the table. That's why we brought in the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit with up to 4 weeks of income support for people who are unable to work because they are sick or need to self-isolate. But we know that employer leave is the most direct support for workers. Effective September 2019, workers in federally regulated workplaces and industries have access to paid leave to treat an injury or illness. In parenthesis, the NDP voted against that, but we will now work with the provinces so they can bring it in their jurisdictions.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister knows very well that we have a federal program that experts agree is simply not working. It needs to be improved. And this is about saving lives. Workers are going into work sick. It's not a question if they are or they're not. They are. And when they go into work sick, they risk infecting their colleagues. Their families then end up getting sick. We can prevent all of that. In fact, Australia and New Zealand have some form of national paid sick leave that works. So will the Prime Minister get the job done, improve paid sick leave to protect workers and save lives?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the NDP completely befuddled about the division of powers in Canada and the things that are responsibility for the provinces and the things that are responsibility for the federal government. The federal government moved forward on a sick leave that people can directly apply to, but we agree that the best way to work a sick leave is for people to get it through their employers. That's why we brought in federal sick leave back in 2019, which the NDP voted against, and that's why we are working with the provinces and encouraging them to bring in employer sick leave in the provincially regulated industries, which is most of our workforce.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
When it comes to sexual harassment claims against Canada's top soldier and the fact that he believed he was untouchable and had Canada's top politicians under his control, as Vance did, the buck always stops with the Prime Minister. Now, the Prime Minister is positioning Katie Telford to take the blame. Lord knows she's not the first woman he's thrown under the bus. But isn't it true that when the Prime Minister says he believes women, what he actually means is he's going to be covering up for the boys?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to see the member opposite highlight the responsibilities of the Prime Minister in these issues, because there were questions and allegations about General Vance before he was even appointed to the position of Chief of Defence Staff under the previous Prime Minister, in which the Leader of the official opposition was Associate Minister of Defence. We know that there were follow-ups, there were investigations, and they chose to move forward nonetheless. We moved forward with processes back in 2018 that weren't able to come through because the complainant did not want more information disclosed.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he is one of the boys. He knows these women who are overly sensitive and emotional and just experience things differently. The fact is, in March 2018, the Prime Minister knew the incident of him inappropriately groping a young woman in 2008 was going to be revealed, and he was going to have to explain for that. So, isn't it true the real reason the Prime Minister covered up for General Vance is because he knew he had skeletons he was going to have to deal with?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the respect and the support that this government has demonstrated every step of the way for people who come forward with stories of allegations, with experiences of mistreatment is consistent and will continue to be what we stand for. That the official opposition needs to stoop to the level of disgusting personal attacks is yet another example of the loss they feel of being even slightly relevant at a time when there is a pandemic where the solutions are based on science, at a time where government has demonstrated through a budget that we are there for Canadians. All they can do is sling mud.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, now the Prime Minister is the victim. Give me a break. The fact is the Prime Minister and his government covered up serious allegations of sexual misconduct against the Chief of the Defence Staff, and now he's covering up his cover-up by saying he didn't know. It's just not believable. What's believable is this. The Prime Minister only pretends to be a feminist, when in fact he's at the top of the old boys club. Just a wink and a nudge. Don't worry, boys, your secret is safe with him. Isn't that the truth?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, that is not the truth. The committee has heard from multiple witnesses for 3 months, including nonpartisan public servants, that the details of the allegation were unknown. The record is clear. The Deputy Secretary of Cabinet testified, quote, "I did not have information even about the nature of the complaint or specifics that would have enabled further action." The former ombudsman testified at committee that he could not provide any details. He said, quote, "I took the investigation as far as I could with the complainant's authority." We need a better system to better support complainants coming forward.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, a woman in the Canadian Armed Forces made allegations of sexual misconduct against a military's top officer. The Prime Minister says that his office took these allegations seriously, except that many people in the Prime Minister's inner circle knew about them but did nothing. The Minister of Defence, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. And the Prime Minister is trying to make us believe that he didn't know. Was he or was he not aware of the allegations? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The honourable member is wrong. The committee heard from multiple witnesses over the course of 3 months, including non-partisan officials, and they said that the details, or rather the nature of the allegation, was unknown. One of them said, and I quote, "I didn't even have information about the nature of the complaint or any details that would have allowed us to take additional steps." The former mediator testified and said that he couldn't provide any details and said, "I took the investigation as far as I could with the complainant's authorization." Now that's why we need a better system. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul. Mr. Speaker, when a woman comes forward with a sexual harassment complaint, she shouldn't suffer any negative consequences. She should be listened to and should feel safe. But the Prime Minister failed. Can he imagine how a woman who is harassed by her superior feels when she's completely ignored once she dares to come forward? It's a nightmare, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister aware of the message that he is sending to women who have been sexually harassed? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we've been saying from the very beginning, we will be there to support, to listen to, and to provide resources to anyone who comes forward with sexual misconduct allegations. We've taken concrete steps as a government over the years, but it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we have more to do, and we will have more to announce soon concerning stronger measures that will support anyone serving in the Canadian Armed Forces who deserve to be better supported than they currently are. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his government say that they're serious about having zero tolerance for sexual harassment, but they gave General Vance a pay raise after the allegations. This seems to be the way of the old boys club. As a woman, I find it very disappointing. The Prime Minister is failing women who believe in his so-called feminist government. How can he call himself a feminist when he's failing the women in our military? How? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for years we've been making investments to improve the culture of the military and to improve things for those who are victims of sexual harassment within the military. We know that we need to do more, and that's exactly what we will continue to do. We have always been there as a government, as a feminist government, to support women, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. On April 9th, the employer imposed a decision which now this special legislation would reverse. So the outcome of the story was foretold. The Prime Minister could end the strike today. The Port of Montreal would reopen tomorrow, and it would save tens of thousands of dollars. That's what everyone wants. And he says anything except an actual answer to the question. Why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for years, we have been saying that we believe that the best solutions are those that can be found around the bargaining table. That's why we have long supported the work happening between employer and employees, and we will continue to support that work. But in the face of a crisis that could have extremely negative consequences for our economy and for workers and citizens of Quebec, we had to take action. We don't want to impose working conditions. Rather, the goal was to impose neutral arbitration that would lead to a solution. That's why we took action. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I understand, Mr. Speaker. the proof that the government thinks that we need to resolve this by a negotiation is that they're coming forward with a special law. It just makes no sense. The union asked the employer whether they agreed that they should cancel the decision of April 9th, and they said, well, we'll tell you after we see the special legislation. So this is all just a setup whose intention was to come forward with a special bill in the first place. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, we can see that the Bloc Québécois is always there to defend the interests of Quebec with a lot of empty rhetoric. But the Bloc can't actually settle for empty rhetoric here, because here they have the option of taking action. So will they support a bill that would allow us to safely reopen and resume activities at the port, that would set up a neutral arbitration process to resolve the dispute, and that would then lead to a new collective agreement? Will they allow the port to reopen and get Quebec's economy going again?
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can't keep his story straight. First, he said he learned of the allegations of sexual misconduct against General Vance in the media. Then he said he just didn't know the specific details. Now he's saying he didn't know it was a Me Too complaint, even though the senior staff in his office, including the Prime Minister's chief of staff, were using the term sexual harassment. So pick your poison, Mr. Speaker. Did Katie Telford lie to the Prime Minister about the severity of the complaint? Or has the Prime Minister been misleading Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand how desperate the Conservatives are to fall back on attacks. Instead of talking about a budget that is there to support Canadians through this issue, and instead of talking about the COVID crisis and the science that is going to get us through, instead they're choosing to neglect what the committee itself has put forward from multiple witnesses, that the details of the allegation were unknown. The Deputy Secretary of Cabinet testified, quote, I did not have information even about the nature of the complaint or specifics that would have enabled further action. The former ombudsman testified to committee that he couldn't provide any details and took the investigation as far as he could with the complainant's authority.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is forgetting that we've had multiple witnesses, including the Ombudsman, including the clerk to the Cabinet, all saying that it was sexual misconduct in nature and have it in emails. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff and his own senior advisor, Elder Marquez, exchanged emails in March of 2018 discussing sexual harassment allegations against General Vance. Mr. Marquez told the Defense Committee that even Katie Telford's assistant knew about the allegations, but somehow the Prime Minister wants us to believe he was left in the dark. Is the Prime Minister telling us that the assistant to his Chief of Staff was aware of serious allegations against Canada's top soldier, but somehow the Prime Minister of Canada wasn't?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we put forward a number of processes over the past years to strengthen and encourage the supports for anyone coming forward with allegations of mistreatment, of harassment, assault, intimidation, or anything. We know we need to strengthen that system because still people are not feeling supported as they come forward. That is why we will continue to work properly. We will continue to respect the wishes of complainants to come forward to remain anonymous, but we will also ensure that there are proper processes in place to follow up whenever possible to ensure there are consequences.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, that's true unless you're a woman in uniform in the Canadian Armed Forces. The Prime Minister ignores those complaints. Look, the Prime Minister claims to be a feminist, claims to believe all women, claims to have zero tolerance for sexual misconduct, but he took zero action and left General Vance in charge of our military and in charge of Operation Honor for years after these allegations surfaced. If the Prime Minister's claims are actually true and he had known General Vance was accused of sexual misconduct in 2018, would he have fired him?
It is interesting to see the Conservatives continue to complain about a process that they themselves used in 2015. The leader of the official opposition, who was then the Associate Minister of Defence, had heard a rumour of misconduct, was the Minister of Veterans Affairs, told his staff, who told PMO and the Privy Council office, the job of politicians and their staff is to ensure that any allegation is given to appropriate authorities. The leader of the official opposition continues to decry a process that he himself undertook.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister had followed our process, he would have done like Stephen Harper did and sat down with General Vance and drilled him personally. Now, we have again that the Prime Minister fails to recognize that General Vance was in place during these investigations. We are calling for more accountability. The women and men who serve in uniform are calling for more accountability. We know that the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff lied to the Prime Minister and covered up these serious allegations about our top soldier. They oversaw an increase of $50,000 in salary to General Vance. They extended his contract. So again, if the Prime Minister's claims are true, and he had known General Vance was accused of sexual misconduct in 2018, would he have fired?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservatives simply have no grasp of process or responsibility in this, because it is not the business of politicians to investigate or to create a process, to follow up on a process. It is the job and responsibility of politicians to ensure that independent, appropriate authorities follow up responsibly. And that's exactly what we ensured in this case when the Minister of National Defence forwarded that complaint and the ombudsman to the appropriate authorities, and they embarked on a process.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
At the end of the day, it is very clear that the Prime Minister knew about the allegations against General Vance. But what we want to know is, what is the Prime Minister going to do now? Right now, the message being sent to women in the Canadian Forces is, if you raise a complaint, and even if it makes it to the highest level, nothing gets done. That will send a chilling message to women across this country, and currently sends a message that women are not safe in the Canadian Forces. So what is the Prime Minister going to do? Will he let the minister that allowed this to happen remain? Will he bring in place some accountability? What will this Prime Minister do to protect women in the Canadian Forces?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, anyone who serves in our military and indeed works in any office or any workplace across this country deserves to have the supports and resources if they come forward with allegations or concerns, and indeed should be in a workplace free from harassment or intimidation or assault. That's why in Budget 2021, we announced over $236 million to eliminate sexual misconduct and gender-based violence in the CAF, including enhancing internal support services to survivors and implementing new external oversight mechanisms. And I can inform this House and all Canadians that we will be coming forward very soon with concrete plans on how we deliver exactly that.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
This year has been a very difficult year with the global pandemic of COVID-19, and it's been a very complex tax season for a lot of families. And we know that families who depend on benefits to keep food on the table and to pay their rent need to file their taxes, but they just need more time. The deadline is fast approaching. It's this Friday. So my direct question for the Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister extend the filing deadline for taxes so families can continue to get the support that they so desperately need?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, CRA has been there to support Canadians, including delivering the CERB, recovery benefits, and the wage subsidy. And for this tax season, we're providing targeted interest relief to Canadians who received COVID-related income supports. They will not be required to pay interest on any outstanding income tax debt for the 2020 tax year until April 30th, 2022. We will continue to be there for Canadians who need support and get Canadians through this crisis.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, it's a harsh reality that cancer is the leading cause of disease-related death in Canadian children. Pediatric cancers are different from adult cancers. For one thing, they grow faster. One of my constituents, Kim Vanderscheld, has watched her daughter Olivia struggle with cancer for most of her life. Kim asked our government to do more for childhood cancer research. Can the Prime Minister tell us what the budget will do to support pediatric cancer research and help these brave children and their families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for London West for all her work for her constituents, including her constituents, Olivia's parents, who I got to sit down with, who have been advocating a long time for this noble cause that affects far too many parents across the country. Budget 2021 proposes to provide $30 million over 2 years to the Canadian Institutes of Health Research to fund pediatric cancer research that can lead to better outcomes and healthier lives for these young patients. This funding will support promising research projects with the greatest potential for fighting pediatric cancers. Thank you to everyone who's advocated for this.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, we've seen the Prime Minister try and dodge answering questions today, and that's pretty consistent because we've heard from him that he doesn't like the facts. And when he hears the facts on CNN or sees them in the Globe and Mail or Post Media or in Global News' reporting, he calls it fake news. So if Canadians are expected to believe the Prime Minister that he didn't actually know, here's a very simple question. If the Prime Minister had been made aware of the allegations of sexual misconduct by General Vance, would he have fired him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly important that there be a system and a set of resources for anyone who comes forward with allegations of misconduct or sexual harassment, and it is incredibly important that processes be followed in that situation. When the Ombudsman came forward with allegations, we pushed forward. The Defence Minister ensured that those allegations were directed to the appropriate authorities who had the capacity to follow up on a process. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that women be believed, and it's important that there be a process, and that's what we will always ensure.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Ombudsman was crystal clear with the Defence Minister that the allegations were about sexual misconduct perpetrated by the Chief of the Defence Staff on one of his subordinates. And that information was given to the Prime Minister's office, and he failed to act. We hear a lot about ministerial accountability from this government, and now we're hearing about systems that they might implement someday. 3 years after this complaint was made, and after they gave a raise and extended the contract, and then gave a high five to the perpetrator on his way out the door. So, who is this Prime Minister going to hold accountable? Who is he going to fire?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly important that there be proper process in all these situations. Yes, we need to create the support and the resources there for anyone who comes forward, who has the courage to come forward and push back against a terrible, toxic culture that has gone on for far too long in many institutions, including the Canadian Armed Forces. But we also need to ensure that that process can follow through. In this case, the Ombudsman was unable to provide further information to the people responsible for the process.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
There was a process, and it was exercised by the victim. She brought her complaints forward, and this Prime Minister failed her. He failed to act. His office was made aware exactly of these allegations, that they were sexual in nature. And then he promoted the perpetrator. He extended his contract. He gave him a raise. No action was taken. So if this Prime Minister is to be believed, and that he did not know, and that means that the Minister of National Defence or his Chief of Staff perpetrated a cover-up, who is he going to fire?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this is the same process that was used by the then Conservative government in 2015. The Leader of the Official Opposition heard a rumour of misconduct, told his staff, who told PMO and the Privy Council office. It is the job of politicians and their staff to ensure any allegation is given to the appropriate authorities. They put forward that process in the same way that we did. The difference is they ended up appointing the individual Chief of Defence Staff.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, let's talk about leadership. Prime Minister Harper heard a rumour, had the head of CSIS investigated, and then had the courage to sit down, look the general in the eye, and ask him questions about it. What did this Prime Minister do? He hid behind behind his chief of staff and the Minister of National Defense. He did nothing. And the difference between Prime Minister Harper and this Prime Minister, among many, Prime Minister Harper was presented with evidence, was presented with a rumor, and this Prime Minister was presented with evidence and did nothing. Who is he going to fire for this failure to these women in the Canadian Forces?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Prime Minister Harper was presented with a rumor and still appointed him and the process involved in politicians checking with their buddies, checking with individuals to see whether or not they should move forward or not is not a process at all, Mr. Speaker, and it actually proves the entire point that the system that we have right now is inadequate to support women and men who come forward with serious allegations regarding misconduct in the military. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with much stronger measures to change the culture in the military and support every survivor.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is suddenly and unexpectedly impassioned about Quebec's interests. But where was that passion for Quebec when Quebec was asking for health transfers in the budget? Where was it when seniors got nothing if they're under 75? We've given him the solution. We've made the calls he didn't make. We've proposed solutions so that the Port of Montreal can operate tomorrow morning. All that is required is to apply those solutions. Why isn't he doing so? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has always taken action to support Canadians and Quebecers. We've transferred billions of dollars to help out with the healthcare system in Quebec and the provinces during this pandemic. And yes, after the pandemic's over, we will sit down and we will talk about doing even more together. We were there for our seniors with transfers, with help during the pandemic. We increased the OAS by 10% for older seniors. We are there to help people, and we will be there to get the Port of Montreal up and running again so that the economy of Quebec can too. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Let's remember the railway crisis a year ago, and the question was, is there a problem with leadership in Canada? And we found the solution. We implemented the solution. So Quebec doesn't want back-to-work legislation. They want people to go back to work more quickly, and our solution will do that quicker. But by delaying, the Prime Minister is working against the economy of Quebec, the will of Quebec, and the workers of Quebec. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I wouldn't like to contradict the Bloc leader when he says he speaks on behalf of Quebec, but I did hear quite clearly from Premier Legault that he did want us to move forward to get work back up and running in the Port of Montreal and to unblock the Quebec economy. That's precisely what we've done. We are making sure that there is mediation and arbitration that's neutral, impartial, so that things can move forward, everyone is respected, and we can ensure the security and the prosperity of the Quebec economy.
Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, what you permit is what you promote. The Prime Minister is the most powerful man in the country. Rather than standing for women in the face of serious allegations of misconduct against General Vance, the Prime Minister has reinforced an entrenched and toxic military culture. His inaction has emboldened the military old boys and denied women the opportunity to be believed. If the PM had known about the allegations against General Vance, would he have removed him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly important that we create a system that we don't have at this point. Even with all the improvements that have been made, we need to ensure that anyone who has been affected by misconduct, by sexual assault, by harassment, is able to come forward in all comfort and engage in a proper process that will lead to consequences. We simply do not have that right now, Mr. Speaker, and we have worked very hard to ensure that there are processes in place, but we know there is more to do, and we will be announcing more extremely shortly.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated that his office, like him, takes sexual harassment extraordinarily seriously. But Katie Telford did not take the misconduct allegations against General Vance seriously. If she had, she would have informed the Prime Minister. Only he can replace a Chief of the Defence Staff, not unelected members of his office. His staff made him complicit in the misconduct, denying him the opportunity to act. If the PM's staff hadn't kept him in the dark about the allegations against General Vance, would he have removed him?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of our time in office back in 2015, we have always taken seriously the responsibility to change cultures, both in the armed forces and in government and across this country when it comes to supporting survivors of sexual harassment and assault in terms of creating better processes for it. That's why Katie Telford herself has sat down with many members of women's senior military leaders to talk about the changes needed and has included me in many of those conversations. We will continue to work hard every single day to transform the old boys culture in the military and better support survivors.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, there are only two possible truths in the case of allegations of sexual misconduct against General Vance. Either the Prime Minister knew, did nothing, and allowed abuse of power at the highest levels to continue unchecked, or his staff didn't inform him and his rhetoric about taking allegations of sexual harassment seriously is simply untrue. The process is that all roads lead to the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister had known about the allegations, would he have removed General Vance?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the member opposite is not being forward with the truth. We heard from allegations, we heard clearly from testimony at committee when the Deputy Secretary of Cabinet testified that she did not have information even about the nature of the complaint. The former Ombudsman could not provide any details. He took the investigation as far as he could with the...
I'm just going to stop the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm having a hard time hearing him. There's some bantering going back and forth. I'll let him start over if you don't mind. I just want to remind the honourable members that we all want to hear the questions and the answers.
Mr. Speaker, at committee, there were hearings from multiple witnesses for 3 months, including nonpartisan public service, who made clearly known that the details of the allegation were unknown. The Deputy Secretary of Cabinet testified that she did not have information even about the nature of the complaint or specifics that would have enabled further action. The former Ombudsman testified at committee that he couldn't provide any details. He took the investigation as far as he could with the complainant's authority. It is important to support complainants in their desire for privacy, but it is also important that we create better systems in which they will feel properly supported.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, many of my Brampton North constituents are concerned about the third wave of the pandemic. Across Ontario, hospitals are filling up, new cases continue to exceed 3,000 per day, and additional help is needed. I know that this federal government has often said what is needed is a Team Canada approach to addressing this pandemic. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House what actions the Government of Canada has recently taken to provide support to the people of Ontario during this pandemic?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking the member for Brampton North for her leadership during this difficult time. I want to reassure all Canadians that we will always be there to provide assistance to provinces and territories. Just this week, we approved a request to deploy immediate support to Ontario through deployment of the Canadian Armed Forces and redeployment of the Canadian Red Cross. Over the course of this pandemic, we have now approved 70 requests for assistance, including 22 from Ontario. We will continue to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes to help Canadians get through this COVID-19 pandemic.
L'honorable député de Charbonneau.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the email shows clearly on March 2nd, 2018 that there were sexual harassment allegations against General Vance, but the Prime Minister says he wasn't aware. Even if his senior officials, his minister and his own chief of staff were aware, the Prime Minister said he didn't know. If he had known, would he have sacked General Vance? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that email from the Chief of Staff's assistant, in her testimony before the committee, she said, "I didn't even have any information about the nature of the complaint or the details that would have made it possible to take further steps." Mr. Speaker, we followed a process in this situation. We always need to assiduously comply with the procedures in cases of complaints like this, and clearly the system has to be improved to better support victims in the future. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I knew about the processes when I was in the forces, and I know that if I was still there, if this happened, the person would have been fired. The Prime Minister talks about procedure and paper and email. Did he know or didn't he know that there was a sexual harassment complaint against General Vance? And if so, would he have fired him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've said this many times. I wasn't aware of the nature of the allegations against General Vance. My office and the Minister of Defense forwarded that complaint, put it into a regular process, the same process that the Conservative government used before 2015, in order to ensure that there was proper follow-up on the complaint. Unfortunately, the system wasn't sound enough to serve the complainant in this case, but we will improve the system. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, someone said nobody knew it was a Me Too complaint. We didn't have information on the nature of the complaint, of the allegation. Who said that? Well, obviously it was the Prime Minister. His office, documents obtained by Global News show that his office asked bureaucrats to open a probe and were informed that the allegation was about sexual harassment. If the Prime Minister maintains his claim that he didn't know, I'd like to know, if he had known, would he have fired General Vance? This is the umpteenth time we've asked this question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, each time I'm answering that we need to have a sound process to base such decisions on. Unfortunately, in this situation, the process, which was the same process that the Conservative government followed previously, they're the ones who chose General Vance as Chief of the Defence Staff. Unfortunately, that process didn't produce results. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where we have to recognize and greatly improve the system, and that's precisely what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has had a huge impact on all Canadians, particularly students and young people. The economic recovery of our country depends on the ability of young Canadians and students to continue their studies and acquire the work experience they need to start their careers. I'm very happy that so many jobs will be created thanks to an investment of over $2 million under the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Can the Prime Minister inform the House what efforts have been made to support young Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Charlemagne for her tireless advocacy on behalf of our young people. Since the start of the pandemic, we've provided over $7.4 billion in support for young Canadians. In Budget 2021, we're injecting an additional $5.7 billion to alleviate student debt and create new training and job opportunities. Today, we announced a record number of jobs, 150,000 of them, are now available through Summer Jobs Canada, which means even more opportunities for young Canadians than ever before.
Burnaby South. L'Université
Laurentian University is essential to Northern Ontario, particularly for Indigenous communities and Francophones. But at this point in time, Laurentian University is in a full-blown crisis, and the Liberals are leaving them to their own devices. Northern communities deserve better. Will the Prime Minister take action to save Laurentian University? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader is showing that he doesn't understand anything about federal provincial jurisdiction. We are following the situation closely. We're in direct contact with the province on this matter. Our thoughts are with all those who've lost their jobs and all employees and students who are going through this difficult situation. We will continue to support post-secondary educational institutions because the future of our young people and our country depends on that. We're willing to work with the provinces and territories to get there because this is a matter that comes under their jurisdiction. That's all the time we have today for question period.
Notice there's a few points of order to be raised to the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek. No? Okay. Might want to put your hand down. Alors, nous avons un autre, we have another point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, the government should introduce legislation and work with provincial and territorial governments and Indigenous peoples to ensure that a guaranteed livable basic income, 1, accounting for regional differences in living costs, 2, for all Canadians over the age of 18, including single persons, students, families, seniors, persons with disabilities, temporary foreign workers, permanent residents, and refugee claimants. 3, paid on a regular basis. 4, not requiring participation in the labor market, education, or training in order to be eligible. 5, in addition to current and future government public services and income supports meant to meet special, exceptional, and other distinct needs and goals rather than basic needs, including accessible, affordable social housing and expanded health services, be established on an ongoing and permanent basis in a concerted effort to eradicate poverty and ensure the respect, dignity, and security of all persons in respect of Canada's domestic and international legal obligations.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Oh, we don't have unanimous consent, I'm afraid. Un autre rappel au règlement, l'honorable.
Another point of order. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between the recognized parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent to the following motion. That, following the allegations of psychological abuse, neglect, sexual harassment, and racial discrimination of 5 former members of the Canada Artistic Swimming Senior National Team by coaches and staff, the House recognized that national sports organizations are environments which, due in particular to the extremely intense competitive atmosphere and the presence of coaches with authority over the athletes, present a risk of psychological abuse and harassment, neglect, sexual harassment, and discrimination. Recognize that it is the responsibility of the government to do everything in its power to protect our high-performance athletes from situations of abuse and harassment, and that the ethical foundations of Sport Canada strategy on ethical sport be respected. And ask the Standing Committee of Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on the establishment of an independent body for handling complaints in sport, which will establish a climate of trust so that victims can report without fear of reprisals.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'on...
All those against the honourable members moving the motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who are against the motion will please say nay. Carried.
I understand we have a question of privilege. The Honourable Deputy, the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege to address misleading comments made in the House by the Prime Minister. At the heart of the issue is the Prime Minister's denial that he was unaware in 2018 that the matter of the allegations of sexual misconduct against General Vance was a matter of a Me Too complaint. I have evidence that will demonstrate that this is a false statement. Further, the facts clearly indicate that the Prime Minister had to have known of the situation and therefore deliberately misled this House. Boston Gagnon at page 82 states that it is a contempt of the House for a member to deliberately attempt to mislead the House or a committee by way of statement, evidence, or petition. During question period yesterday, the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, as I have been saying for some time now, yes, there was a complaint against General Vance. Nobody in my office or in the Minister of National Defence's office knew the nature of the complaint, unquote. Then he goes on to say, quote, Mr. Speaker, what the Leader of the Opposition is putting forward is simply untrue. While there was awareness that there was a complaint against General Vance, there was no awareness that it was, in fact, a Me Too complaint of a sexual nature, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have emails on this matter internal to the Privy Council office from Janine Sherman, Deputy Secretary to Cabinet for Appointments, to various political staff in the Minister of Defence's office and the Prime Minister's office that I would be happy to hand over to you, Mr. Speaker. I will refer to a few of these emails, beginning with one from Janine Sherman, where she proposed transmittal language from the Minister to the Ombudsman dated March 2nd, 2018. This is what she wrote. Dear Mr. Walburn, I am further writing to our discussion concerning allegations of sexual harassment that were brought to your attention. As the allegations relate to a Governor and Council appointee, I would ask that you to please transmit the information to Ms. Janine Sherman, Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet for the Senior Personnel Secretariat, Privy Council Office, and provide her with your full cooperation, unquote. March 5th, 2018, email from Ms. Sherman to Mr. Walburn. The first paragraph is blacked out, but I will quote. I understand that you have information concerning the conduct of a GIC appointee that the Minister asked that you share with me. Here, Mr. Speaker, is another redaction. But, and then I'll continue, but given the sensitivity of this matter, if it is at all possible to speak today or at your earliest convenience, I will make myself available, unquote. There is also an email from Mr. Sherman dated March 2nd, 2018. The recipient, Mr. Speaker, is blacked out, that says, on behalf of the Minister, I am writing further to your discussion concerning allegations of sexual harassment that have been brought to your attention, unquote. Ms. Sherman confirmed that these email exchanges were with political staff in her testimony to the Committee on National Defense dated March 26, 2021. Ms. Sherman is recorded in the committee's evidence as saying, and I quote, those redactions are done on the basis of the statutory requirement in the Privacy Act and the Access to Information Act, so public servants' names are not redacted. For non-public servants, that does constitute personal information, and that is the reason it is redacted. In the interest of being helpful, I could indicate in a generic way that these interactions were between myself and the people in the Prime Minister's office, unquote. The Prime Minister's statements in the House, which predates Ms. Sherman's testimony of March 26, confirm her version of the events stated above. The Prime Minister stated during question period on March 10th, I quote, Mr. Speaker, my office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman to follow up with appropriate authorities, but my office and I learned of the details of the allegation over the past months only. And then on March 24th, he said, Mr. Speaker, allegations of sexual misconduct or inappropriate behavior need to be followed up by the appropriate authorities, and that is exactly what happened in this case. That was the Prime Minister speaking, Mr. Speaker, on March 24th. He said, and I'm going to repeat that, allegations of sexual misconduct. He even said it. And then I'm going to go on to what he continued to say. The Ombudsman was directed towards the right people in terms of following up on an investigation. The Ombudsperson was not able to share further information with the investigators, and therefore the investigation did not move forward. We'll continue to take very seriously any allegations that come forward, as we always have, unquote. Ms. Sherman confirmed she had these discussions specifically with staff in the Prime Minister's office later in her testimony before committee. Here's what she said. As a matter of course, Madam Chair, in my responsibilities, I would not make a decision alone in that respect. I did meet with Mr. Walburn myself. After that discussion, I would have briefed up to the people who had been involved in the discussion to pursue and try to get more information about the generality of the complaint. I would have done a follow-up in terms of certainly the clerk, unquote. Later, in response to a question from the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman on whether the information was shared with the clerk of the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, she said, and I'll quote again, I have shared information to say it was within the Prime Minister's office. The emails from Ms. Sherman outline this, and that's the quote. The emails from Ms. Sherman outline the substance of the information that she was discussing with staff in the Prime Minister's office. Addressing the Prime Minister's assertion that no one in the Defence Minister's office was aware of the nature of the complaint. Gary Walburn's testimony to the Standing Committee on National Defence from March 3rd states the following. He said the investigation process inexplicably moved at a snail's pace until March 2018, which just so happened to be the time when I personally met with Minister Sajan, to address an allegation of inappropriate sexual behavior within the senior ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces, specifically against the Chief of the Defence Staff, and to discuss my concerns about this allegation. To conclude my statement, I will say that yes, I did meet with on March 1st, 2018, and yes, I did directly tell him about an allegation of inappropriate sexual behavior made against the Chief of the Defence Staff, unquote. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's Michael Wernick's testimony at the Standing Committee on National Defence on April 6th, replying to another question from the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman regarding the allegations being that of a sexual misconduct nature. Mr. Wernick said, I don't have the language of the emails in front of me. I think the language was potential sexual harassment. There is a back and forth of emails between Zita, Janine, and Elder. I certainly would say that it was in the realm of sexual misconduct or sexual harassment, but I couldn't speak to the exact language. Also, as to whether the Prime Minister's statements about his office should extend to PCO, Wernick had this to offer, which appropriately places PCO as responsible to the Prime Minister. He said the Privy Council office is the Prime Minister's department. It is a part of the executive branch of the government. It is the Prime Minister's department, and the Prime Minister is the minister, just like any other department. And the clerk is the deputy minister, just like any other department. It's not independent in the sense of the courts, but it is separate from Minister of Defense. I guess that's the argument he was making. It was somebody from outside, unquote. Mr. Wernick later responded to a question from the member for Renfrew, Nississippi, Pembroke as to why Elder had gone to the clerk instead of NSA, and Mr. Wernick explained, that would be because I'm the boss of the Prime Minister's department. That would have been going right to the top and saying, we have this very serious issue the minister wants to look into. What's the best way to proceed? On February 1st, 2002, the Speaker then ruled on a matter regarding the former Minister of National Defence. The Honourable former member for Portage Lisgar, now our current Premier in Manitoba, alleged that the Minister of National Defence deliberately misled the House as to when he knew that prisoners taken by Canadian JTF-2 troops in Afghanistan had been handed over to the Americans. In support of that allegation, he cited the Minister's responses in question period on 2 successive days. The Speaker considered the matter and found that there was a prima facie question of privilege. He said, the authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House. The authorities, Mr. Speaker, to which Speaker Milliken was referring to include, but are not limited to, the following: House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which states on page 115, misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. Mr. Speaker, on February 25, 2014, the House Leader of the Official Opposition raised a question of privilege regarding statements made in the House by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville had deliberately misled the House during debate on C-23, the Fair Elections Act, when he stated that he had witnessed evidence of voter fraud firsthand. He further argued that the matter was not resolved by the statements made by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville later on February 24th and 25th, where he admitted that contrary to his original claim, he had not actually witnessed what he had originally claimed to have witnessed. In the Speaker's view, this was not a simple case of someone misspeaking. He argued rather that it was a case where the member deliberately chose to take something he knew not to be true and present it as eyewitness evidence, something so egregious it constituted contempt. On March 3rd, the Speaker delivered his ruling and found the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege. On November 3rd, 1978, the member for Northumberland-Durham raised a question of privilege and charged that he had been deliberately misled by a former Solicitor General. The member had written a letter in 1973 to the Solicitor General who assured him that as a matter of policy, the RCMP did not intercept the private mail of Canadians. On November 1st, 1978, during testimony before the Macdonald Commission, the former commissioner of the RCMP stated they did indeed intercept mail on a very restricted basis and that the practice was not one that had been concealed from ministers. The Speaker ruled on December 6, 1978, that this was indeed a prima facie of contempt. On the final analysis, Mr. Speaker, does this meet the test for a prima facie question of privilege? The evidence above does clearly establish that the Prime Minister provided information that was misleading. There's no doubt about that. So the first test is met. On the second test, did the Prime Minister know that the information he provided was false? Well, on March 10th, in questions from the official opposition, the Prime Minister specifically had to address the awareness of members of his office, Elder Marquez, and his department, Michael Warnick and Janine Sherman, and the Defence Minister. The Prime Minister's answer included the following. The Ombudsman came forward with allegations. The Minister said he needed to take those to the independent authorities able to follow up on this investigation, and that is something my office was aware of. Now, Mr. Speaker, Gary Walburn's statement of March 3rd to the Standing Committee on National Defence details specifically that the allegations brought forth were sexual in nature. The testimony predates this statement by the Prime Minister by a full week. This was followed on March 11th in response to a question in the House. The Prime Minister named members of the Prime Minister's staff, as I said, Elder Marquez and his department, Michael Warnick and Janine Sherman, and the Defence Minister as having personal knowledge of the nature of the complaints. In that exchange, the Defence Minister speaks directly to his knowledge of the substance of the allegations and the actions he took with regards to it. There is a strong case that the second test is met. On the third test, was the Prime Minister intending to mislead the House? Well, the Prime Minister's answers on this matter have repeatedly changed, not only in the press but in the House. They have gone from not being aware of allegations to not being aware of specific allegations to his office being aware. But the public statement issued to the media by the Prime Minister's office on February 23, 2021, and published in its entirety by Mercedes Stephenson states the following, and I quote, "The Prime Minister confirmed on March 10th in the House of Commons that his office was aware of the concerns raised by the Defence Ombudsman in 2018. That means that the Prime Minister has issued a public statement," and I unquote, so I'll go back. That was the quote. That means, though, that the Prime Minister has issued a public statement prior to his statement in this House that his office was aware, as the Defence Minister has stated, that he raised concerns of a sexual nature regarding the Chief of the Defence Staff. In the face of a public statement by the Prime Minister which contradicts the statement made yesterday here in the House of Commons, there is an argument that the third test has been met. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is just not believable that the Prime Minister was unaware that these allegations were of a Me Too complaint, of a Me Too sexual complaint nature. Now, let's remember, this was in 2018, Mr. Speaker, at the height of the Me Too movement, the very height of it. It was also during this period that allegations surfaced that the Prime Minister had inappropriately groped a young newspaper reporter. In addition, sitting on the Prime Minister's desk for 3 years was a report from former Supreme Court Justice Marie Deschamps that categorized the culture in the military as sexualized. In Majon's second edition of Parliamentary Procedure in Canada, at page 227, it states, in the final analysis and areas of doubt, the Speaker asks simply, does the act complained of appear at first sight to be a breach of privilege, or to put it shortly, has the member an arguable point? If the Speaker feels any doubt on the question, he should leave it to the House. In this House, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is being accused of something very serious, something that should not be treated lightly or dismissed as a matter of experiencing something differently. Let's not forget who we're dealing with here. We are dealing with a Prime Minister who has frequently breached our ethics laws. I'm of course referring to the SNC-Lavalin scandal. The Prime Minister whose family vacation on Millionaire Island and the investigation about his family ties to the We Charity. All things considered, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have more than an arguable point. If you rule on this matter to be a prima facie question of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for her submission, and I will take it under advisement and return to the House. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would allow us some time, we'd like to come back with some comments to this point of privilege.
Good. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for La Prairie. I just wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that we would like to take a day or two to formulate some comments and to respond to this point of privilege.
C'est bon. Nous avons d'autres.
Very good. We have other points of order.
Points of order. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of privilege, I would like to make some initial remarks. And it's obviously true that misleading the House is always a serious matter. And any instance of misleading the House by a minister, or in this case by the Prime Minister, would clearly affect our ability as members to do our job as parliamentarians. In this case, the answer to the question of what the Prime Minister knew about the allegations against the former Chief of Defence Staff is critical to the larger issue of this government's failure to investigate allegations of sexual misconduct against the former Chief of Defence Staff, and then allowing him to stay in charge of Operation Honour, a program to combat sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces, for another 3 years. Knowing whether the Prime Minister was aware of the nature of the allegations against Vance is critical to our power as parliamentarians to hold the government accountable. This case of misleading the House may constitute obstruction, as previous speakers have found to be the case in other instances of misleading the House. Obstructing what? The obstruction would be in allowing members to determine who was responsible for this government's failure to act on allegations of sexual misconduct at the highest level in the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to look carefully at the evidence on this question found in testimony before the Defence Committee, which on its face appears to contradict the Prime Minister's statements in the House, that neither he nor anyone in his office knew that General Vance was accused of sexual misconduct. Again, whether the Prime Minister misled the House in this question is critical. If what the Prime Minister says is in fact true, it's hard to see how necessary reforms to stamp out sexual misconduct in the military can have any credibility if the Minister of Defence, who took no effective action on allegations of sexual misconduct at the highest level, remains in place. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need a clear answer of whether the Prime Minister has in fact attempted to mislead the House on this critical question. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention, and it will help with coming to a decision. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville had his hand up. I just want to make sure that there's no point of order remaining. Okay. We'll go on from here then. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format. And Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I would move, seconded by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. If on division, I'll just finish off and then, okay. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The honourable member for Windsor. On division.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Carried. I agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Call in the members. Or sorry. It's been a long week. It's only halfway through. Orders of the day. Okay. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Labour, that in relation to the consideration of government business number 5, the debate not be further adjourned.
Okay, I just want to say. That in relation to the consideration of government business number 5, the debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. J'invite les honorables.
I would invite any honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or to use the raise hand function so that the chair may have an idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question period.
Est-ce qu'il y a personne qui se lève? Il y a pas de...
I don't see anyone rising.
Very good. Okay. On a quelques-uns. We'll start off. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a sad chapter that we're going through in the House of Commons. For years, we've had a union of longshoremen who have been trying to negotiate in good faith. And now we have this big group of companies who have shares worth hundreds of thousands of dollars who are effectively refusing to continue with negotiation. And now, even though Liberals are pretending to stand with workers, today they are effectively abandoning workers. And they are imposing an agreement that these unionized workers already rejected. So how is it that the Liberals always say that they stand with unionized workers, except when it actually comes to defending their interests? And why are they imposing this special legislation rather than letting the bargaining continue in good faith? Because the unionized workers are negotiating in good faith. So why are they imposing this special legislation?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and
I wish to reply in a number of ways. First, to say that our government has been there every step of the way on this. The date I begin with is October 11th, 2018. That's when the government appointed a conciliation officer on this matter. And then on December 11th, 2018, 2 federal mediators were appointed. So the federal government has been there every step of the way, trying to assist the parties to reach an agreement. And I want to thank the conciliation and officers and the mediators. And so we have been there for the workers. With respect to the impact on workers, listen, we understand this is very difficult. I have said a number of times in this House, this is our least favored option, but we are taking this step because of the dire situation that we are in. This is an impact on...
To go to other members, l'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, the minister says she's sorry to have to come to this, to have to introduce back to work legislation, which puts an end to the talks, and it prevents workers from exercising their right to strike. But what's worse is the federal inaction on this file. For 8 months, the federal government's been missing in action. The Prime Minister hasn't done anything, but there could have easily been a settlement if the Prime Minister had showed some leadership. At least that's not what he did, unfortunately, and look where we've come to. So as a Member of Parliament, I'm disappointed that the government pushed those people towards back-to-work legislation. Aren't they a bit embarrassed about this situation? The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So first, let me say that we've taken action, I've just said, since October 11, 2018, we have been engaged on this file. We have appointed 2 mediators. In February, I took the extra step of appointing 2 senior-level mediators on this file. And we have had conversations with both employer and employee saying, look, we really need you to reach an agreement at the table, and we want to provide all the supports that we can to get you there. And the second thing with respect to the member's allegation that there's no dialogue, the dialogue is going to continue. Mediation is going to continue. This legislation will actually allow the parties 21 days to continue that mediation, 14 days with an option for an extension of 7 days. We want the parties to come to an agreement with the assistance of the mediator, and we encourage
the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just briefly, could the minister advise the House when and how she first communicated to the parties about her intention to bring in back-to-work legislation?
Honourable Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, so I would say that we've been very clear with the parties from day one. And we have said to the parties, we are going to support you, but we want you to come to an agreement at the table. We know that's the best resolution of this, and we are going to provide you with those supports. And that's exactly what we've done. We've repeated those messages through a number of phone calls and dialogue that we have had with both parties because we wanted the parties to reach an agreement at the table, and we still do. That's the message we are still giving. The mediator is still available. We want the parties to come to an agreement at the table. This legislation will help mediation continue.
The honourable member for Malpeque. Wait.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like the minister.
Honourable member has an issue with your sound. Can you unplug and plug again, please? I'm doing the technical support here. No, now we can't hear you at all.
Try it now.
That's better. That's much better. Just perhaps lower the mic a bit. Just lower the mic a bit. It's too close to your mouth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like the minister, I prefer not to have to take this legislative route, but I do not believe we're offered any other solutions. I've been hearing, and I've reported this to the minister, hearing from the agricultural community, from fertilizer companies. Fertilizer crop protection products are tied up in the port of Montreal. If they do not get delivered, we will have a disaster on the ground in terms of crop production in Atlantic Canada. So as the minister heard those same kind of concerns, and is that part of the reason why this must be done?
The honourable minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question. He's absolutely right. In fact, the PEI Federation of Agriculture has written to me saying the dire consequences that this will cause if farmers do not receive the seed, the fertilizer. They want to get their crops planted. And, this will have an impact on the food that is produced for Canadians across this country. In addition, I've heard from ministers from both Ontario and Quebec indicating the hundreds of thousands of jobs that will be impacted by the work stoppage at the port. We don't want these workers to lose their jobs. We want these workers to continue, and we want the parties, of course, to come to an agreement.
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Oui, merci, Madame.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, we're in a situation that's dramatic. As we often find ourselves, I haven't been a member for that long, a year and a half, and we keep getting into these situations because the government doesn't act. They wait for things to get explosive before they do anything. They wait until they have no other choice than to come in with a hammer. And we're in this situation because the federal government did not act sooner. My leader this morning in a press conference suggested a very simple solution. Get on the phone, call the employer, and say that back-to-work legislation is an option, and that would prevent a unilateral change to the working hours under the collective agreement. So if that could be done, we have a guarantee, a written guarantee from the union that they would go to work tomorrow. That's even better than special legislation, and it doesn't trample on the rights of workers, and it would produce results. So why weren't these steps taken, and why isn't it being done now? Because there's a written guarantee from the union. The Honourable Minister.
Merci à mon collègue pour cette question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question.
We have engaged on this file. I've said the date, since October 11th, 2018. Mediators have been there. There have been over 100 mediation sessions, negotiations that have taken place that were mediated through the federal mediator that was present at the table. In February, I appointed additional mediators, 2 senior-level mediators. We have communicated to the parties on an ongoing basis. The reality is that the parties have not been able to come to an agreement, and progress has not been made. The situation now is dire, and consequences are going to be very hurtful to Canadians across this country, both economic, the estimated amount is 40 million to 100 million a week, as well as the health and safety of Canadians with respect to goods and products that we have to get to Canadians, particularly in the environment of a pandemic where supply chains have already been compromised.
The honourable member for Malafort Langford. Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I think one thing has to be very clear. When it comes to workers and unions, their only real power is the right to withhold their labor when it comes to situations like this. And the government is choosing this draconian step and removing that one key power that workers have. And Madam Speaker, is the minister not aware of the cruel symbolism of her being the Minister of Labor and introducing this measure on a day when the whole country is supposed to be coming together, April 28th, and mourning workers during workplace accidents and so on? Is she not aware of the cruel irony of introducing such a measure on this of all days?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for acknowledging that today is the workers' mourning, mourning the workers who have either been injured, lost their lives, or suffered illnesses on the workplace. And I'm happy to say that the federal government has made a number of measures to help protect workers and keep them safe. In fact, during this pandemic, that's been my #1 priority. I think with respect to workers, listen, we understand the impact this is having on workers. In fact, I have a letter before me from the ministers in Ontario and Quebec that are the economic ministers as well as the labor ministers. And the numbers of workers who are going to be impacted as a result of the stoppage of workage, 215,000 employees in Montreal, 273,000 workers in Ontario. What I would say to the member is this situation is dire. The impact is deep. We have to take action. And of course, the preferred course is to have the parties come to an agreement. This legislation is going to allow mediation to continue, as I said, for up to 21 days. And now the message still remains. We want the parties to come to an agreement at the table. And
the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Edmonds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know that this minister has a history of being part of the labour movement, in particular from just the riding that she represents. And I know that she wouldn't do this unless she absolutely felt it was necessary to take this course of action. She just talked about the number of direct jobs that would be impacted by this action if the stoppage was to occur. Could she highlight perhaps the economic impact of this, especially in light of the fact that we're currently going through very challenging times with the pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for that question. There's no question that Hamilton has a proud history with the labour movement, and I am the daughter of a proud steelworker and very much value the labour movement and the values that they have espoused throughout their efforts here, fairness, a number of things. And so moving forward here, I think that that's it. It's that the economic harm here is estimated to be $40 to $100 million per week. In addition to that, we are also talking about the health and safety of Canadians across this country who are relying on goods that are now not able to go through the port. Diversion is happening. And a lot of complicating factors where goods aren't being shipped. And I'm hearing not only from businesses, but from individuals, including farmers, including those that are delivering medicines, where medicines and dialysis equipment, for example, this is a serious issue.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is ironic that today is April 28th, the day that when we mourn workers who lost their lives or who were injured on the job. The right to strike is fundamental, and it is the tool that unionized workers have when negotiations fail. And these workers have been negotiating in good faith. Back to work legislation gives the companies lets them off the hook. And it's really unfortunate that it's come to this situation, and I understand that there's a lot of economic implications to this, but I'm wondering whether the government could have done more in advance of this to avoid this situation.
Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for that question and the concerns that he's raised. And listen, I share the concerns in terms of the supporting of collective bargaining. And we have done that. But I want to assure the member, we have been there since 2018. We have offered the support of mediators. I appointed 2 extra mediators in February to help the parties reach an agreement. We have been in communication with the parties, urging them. I cannot impress upon you enough. This situation is dire. It's the economic impact as well as the health and safety of Canadians, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic. The supply chains are critical, and we have to keep goods moving. And this is really a situation where, for the health and safety of Canadians and the economy, we must take this action.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The general strike began when the employer took a very clearly provocative action, defying a long-established conventions around workplace conditions and hours of work. And so I'm wondering, why it is that the government doesn't, there's not a lot of evidence that the government felt that there was any sense of urgency there, picked up the phone, said, why are you doing this? Why are you making the situation worse? I mean, it's the least that the government could have done. Meanwhile, that's the kind of action that one would expect an employer that knew a government was willing to step in with back to work legislation might undertake in order to get the government to act and to end negotiations with legislation. So, I mean, this has just got stink written all over it in terms of the way that the government has intervened. And there was a question earlier that didn't get answered about who the government informed when.
So when did they inform either party as to their readiness to bring in back to work legislation? I'd like a clear answer from the minister on which sides in the negotiations knew that the government was prepared to introduce this kind of legislation and when they knew it.
Honourable Minister.
So thank you to the member, Madam Speaker, for those questions. So again, I will say that we have been involved since October 11th, 2018. We have been monitoring this situation. We then put extra mediators. I appointed 2 extra mediators to put at the table in February. Notwithstanding that, the parties have negotiated. We have been in communication with the parties. Myself, the Minister of Transport, other ministers, encouraging them to come to a resolution. We want that deal to be made at the table. Notwithstanding that, the reality is that little progress was made. The parties were nowhere close to an agreement. The harm that is being suffered on the economy and potentially on Canadians across this country, including farmers, including patients that are waiting for medical equipment and medicines, is dire. We must take action, and the action that we are taking provides for mediation to continue. We want the parties to continue to mediate, and we want the agreement to be made at the table with the mediator. So this is why we are acting. This is a matter of significant impact on Canadians across this country, and so we are moving forward with this legislation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's been brought to my attention by the Minister of Labour that she saying that we're hoping that we could come to a resolution as starting on Sunday, that the 2 sides were still negotiating. It's come to my attention that there was a proposal sent yesterday that would put the workers back to work immediately, and the only party that disagreed was the company. So my question is, why is she still pursuing this, knowing that free collective bargaining could be done, but she's given the weight of the hammer, okay, to the company itself, knowing that they don't have to negotiate any further because they want to pursue with it?
Honourable Minister.
So I thank the Honourable Member for that question, and of course he is from Hamilton as well, and so very familiar with the strong labour movement that we have here. What I would say in this regard is we respect the collective bargaining process. We have to let the parties bargain and negotiate and present their positions and make decisions at that table as to what positions they will take. And the mediator is there to assist them. It's not my role to enter into those negotiations and make decisions for the parties. That's up to the parties to do, and we are supporting that through the mediator who is present at the table.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawatnikuk-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this back-to-work legislation is an attack on the workers of the Port of Montreal. It is an attack on all Canadian workers. We know that the right to bargain collectively, to bargain fairly, is a fundamental right of working people. We know that it is a fundamental constitutional right. And the Liberals are out there talking about the middle class. They're out there today talking about the National Day of Mourning. And yet on this day, they are bringing in legislation on the side of the employer, because let's not kid ourselves, that's exactly what it is, that is taking the power away from workers at this time. How can this government claim to be on the side of working people, on the side of the middle class, and bring in back-to-work legislation against the port workers in Montreal and against working people in this country?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and I would say a couple of things. First, we do this as a least favored option. So I'll be very clear. We're not hiding that. We want the parties, of course, to reach an agreement at the table. But that clearly, after 2.5 years of negotiations, after over 100 negotiation sessions with mediation support there by the federal government, the parties are not close to reaching an agreement. We have to look at the reality of the situation. And the reality is dire. If you want to talk about workers, there's hundreds of thousands of workers whose jobs are in jeopardy when the work stoppage starts at the port. And so, yes, we want the parties to continue to negotiate. Yes, We want workers to be supported in this. And this is why we continue to say to the parties, reach an agreement. And in this legislation we are putting forward, there are up to 21 days. They can still mediate and come to an agreement in the presence of a mediator and arbitrator that is there.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really unfortunate, particularly on this important day of remembrance, that this current government is pushing a back-to-work legislation violating the rights of workers. And this is really an unfortunate step, and certainly another indication of how this government privileges their corporate friends over even the rights of workers. And I'm wondering why this government, knowing all of this, still chooses to push archaic, draconian back-to-work legislation violating the rights of workers.
The Honourable Minister.
So again, thank the member for the question. I would first and foremost say that as Minister of Labour, my priority throughout this pandemic has been the health and safety of workers, and have taken measures, including $2.5 million for the CCOHS, in order to improve health and safety during the pandemic. So I do want to say that the government has moved forward in a number of ways to protect workers. But in terms of, let me read a portion of a letter that I've received from Ontario ministers as well as ministers in Quebec, where they say close to 250,000 employees in the Greater Montreal and 273,000 workers in Ontario employed in the production of shipping container products can be affected by a new labor dispute at the Port of Montreal. These are hundreds of thousands of workers across this country whose jobs are in jeopardy with a work stoppage at the port. We are concerned about these workers. Of course, these workers are putting food on the table during a pandemic, paying for rent. So we have to be aware of the impact that this is also having on workers across this country. And that has absolutely factored into our decision to move forward with this legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to get the minister's thoughts. I realize how difficult this is for all of us in regards to it is not our first choice. This is not something we want to do. And it is not something that's unique with governments. There have been New Democratic provincial governments, for example, that have brought in back-to-work legislation. There have been provincial Liberal administrations that had to bring in back-to-work legislation. And just to emphasize that when legislation is brought in of this nature, it is not because there's this deep desire to do it, but rather we're put into a position where we have to go beyond what's being talked about and deal with what's in the best interests of the country. And if she could just kind of pick up on that particular point, I'd appreciate it.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for that important question. And there's no question, I have said repeatedly, this is our government's least favored option. This is our last option, but we are compelled to act because of the dire situation that we are in. The health and safety of Canadians across this country is at stake. We have seniors that are relying on medicines and things like dialysis equipment whose health and safety is at stake. We have farmers who are waiting for grain, who are waiting for fertilizer, and they are expressing concern. They're ringing the alarm bells. We have Canadians who are waiting for food that they're going to rely on the farmers to grow. The season is upon us. And as I have said, we have workers across this country who are a part of the supply chain, whose jobs are going to be at stake. Hundreds of thousands of workers whose jobs rely on the work that takes place at the port, the supply chains. And so this is a situation where I wish the parties could come to an agreement. I encourage them. I say the same message today I've been saying all along. I encourage the parties to come to the agreement. The Federal Mediation Service is there, available 24/7. And I want to thank the workers in the mediation service because they have been offering.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot said about how this is the last possible option. This is the least favorable option. Can the minister comment on how this is always the last option for those? They don't want to strike as well. This is something, it's a tool that's used to fight for rights and for recognition. And there was a mention, about her involvement in the labor movement and in the Hamilton area. Can she comment on just how important it is to maintain the right for Canadian workers to strike and what that can lead to, and that it is absolutely the last option for them as well? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for that very good question. There's no question that we believe in the collective bargaining process. We believe that parties should be supported to make the deals at the table. When parties are negotiating, they know what's dear to them and that they can't compromise on, and they know the things that they can be flexible on. I was very clear with the parties from the very beginning on this file, and that is to say two things. First, is you have to be flexible at the table. We all know that. We're never going to come to an agreement unless there's some flexibility. And secondly, you have to have a desire to come to an agreement. That message was communicated, and I want to thank the parties for the days that they have spent at the table. The reality now is that the situation is dire, and we have provided the support for 2.5 years. The federal government has been there. Over 100 negotiated days of negotiations taking place. The federal government has been there. That support has been there.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, with respect, here's some news for the minister. Strikes are intended to cause economic disruption. That's the whole purpose of a strike. A strike that doesn't have economic impacts is a strike that has no value whatsoever. Now, the thing is, there is no right to collectively bargain without a right to back that up by withdrawing services. If that right is neutered, there's absolutely no pressure that workers can bring to bear to match the employer's power to unilaterally determine the conditions of employment. The other thing, of course, is that it's always open to the minister to declare essential services, which would allow the workers to exercise their right to strike while ensuring there's minimal workforce there to make sure essential goods get delivered. My question to the minister is this: if workers don't have the right to withdraw their services, what possible pressure could there be on this employer to resolve this dispute?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I would say to the member that, in fact, those measures have been taken. Over the last 2.5 years, there has been action where there has been a work stoppage, partial and a full strike. And in fact, the economic impact of that was a loss of $600 million. That's the estimated cost with respect to the previous action that has been taken. What elevates this now is we are in the midst of a pandemic. We have had a very difficult year for all Canadians, both from an economic point of view with respect to businesses who are working very hard to recover, but also Canadians who are relying on things like medicines that they need desperately in order to get through this pandemic. And supply chains have been impacted. And so now, for example, the rail to the port has been minimized because there isn't the products that are moving at the port. So I think it's important for the member to realize that the impact of this is grave. The situation is dire. The pandemic has exacerbated the situation. We must take action.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Tassi, moved that the debate on motion number 5 under government business shall not be further adjourned. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-Les Basques. Madam Speaker, I request a recorded division. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moved that the debate on motion number 5 under government business shall be further adjourned. Shall not be further adjourned. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
To vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Okay. Le bureau va mettre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays, contre, 58, 58.
I declare the motion carried. I was trying to figure out what your orders of the day.
Government orders, government business, reprise du débat sur la motion numéro 5 du gouvernement sur les délibérations sur un projet de loi.
Resuming debate on a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption and Continuation of Operations at the Port of Montreal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, as I was finishing, I was talking about the history of the Port of Montreal and the dispute that has led us to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the government made a strong and concerted effort to help both parties come to an agreement over 2.5 years. We did this because we firmly believe that the best agreements are the ones that are reached at the bargaining table. However, in some cases, despite our best efforts, the parties remain at an impasse and turn to their last resort, which is to take job action. Those are exactly the circumstances that we are facing now. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker, why this work stoppage is so detrimental. The Port of Montreal is the second largest container port in Canada. As I mentioned, every year it handles over 1.6 million 20-foot equivalent units and 35 million tons of cargo, representing approximately $40 billion in goods. The
Port of Montreal is central to the economic well-being of Canadians all over the country, and particularly those in Quebec and Ontario. The work stoppage at the Port of Montreal will cause significant damage, lasting damage, to the economy of Canada, further disrupting supply chains, which have already been significantly affected by the COVID-19 crisis. The more time before this work stoppage comes to an end, the more likely commercial activity will not be able to resume, which will cause lasting damage. We need to act quickly because the negative repercussions on the economy will only grow and get worse over the coming days.
The port is an enormous operation involving enormous costs and the potential for enormous loss. And we're not just talking about temporary losses either. Some shippers forced to reroute shipments to other ports may not return. Others may not return in the short term. This means that economic harm could continue long after any work stoppage has ended. As I mentioned, the rerouting of container cargo is a major factor. The redirection of cargo has been occurring for weeks, even before any job action had begun. Some businesses have been rerouting containers to other ports in Canada, such as Halifax, others to ports in the United States, such as Boston, to avoid becoming stranded in Montreal. It's not only rerouting cargo that's a problem, there's also a cost that comes with the delay of imports. Interruption to supply chain flows can be particularly costly to manufacturers and retailers, especially in the case of a more prolonged dispute. We also have to consider export delays. Missing delivery deadlines, potentially losing sales, and wasting products such as perishable goods that can't be properly stored or handled all spell out significant losses. A prolonged work stoppage would also have a serious impact on jobs. The port sustains tens of thousands of jobs. This includes both direct jobs, such as people who work for terminal operators, and indirect jobs, such as people who transport goods to and from the port, and those who work for companies that are serviced by the port. The first workers who are expected to experience job impacts are those in employment that directly support ongoing operations at the port. This includes terminal operators, tugboat operators, freight forwarders, and truckers, amongst others. As the stoppage continues, these impacts are expected to spread to indirect interests, such as local companies that provide services to the port, such as refueling services to vessels and tugboats. A backlog at the port would have additional impacts, such as reduced hours or temporary layoffs on workers and businesses who are unable to reroute necessary production inputs through other ports, particularly those in the manufacturing, construction, and sales sectors. In short, the longer a work stoppage continues, the more damage will be done. The work stoppage at the Port of Montreal is resulting in economic loss to the Canadian economy, and it will grow more with each passing day that the work stoppage continues. And the fact of the matter is, this is a loss no one can afford these days. All of this comes at a precarious moment in Canada's economic recovery from the ongoing pandemic. Supply chains have been disrupted for over a year now, and industries are working hard to recover from and manage these complexities. Following the job action notice from the parties on April 12th, the Canadian manufacturers and exporters issued a news release calling on the government to step in. In their news release, they stated that some manufacturers had already incurred millions in additional costs every week as a result of redirecting their containers to the Port of Halifax. This was before the work stoppage even began. They noted that while industry will have to absorb these costs and delays, it will ultimately hurt consumers. We must take these warnings seriously, Mr. Speaker. While our government agrees that the best agreement is always one that is reached by both parties at the bargaining table, the fact is that's not always possible. Notre gouvernement a fourni un soutien et des...
Our government has provided considerable and ongoing support and encouragement to the Maritime Employers Association and the Dock Workers Union, Local 375 of the Canadian Union of Public Employment. Of public employees, rather. Now, that was during a collective bargaining process to help them reach an agreement that would please everyone. As I mentioned, our federal mediators worked with the parties for more than 2.5 years, with more than 100 bargaining sessions. Unfortunately, in cases like this one, despite our best efforts, the parties find themselves in an impasse, and the negative effects of a work stoppage on the economy could be deep, broad, and lasting. Currently, there is no agreement and no end to this situation on the horizon. Given all this, our government is responsible for protecting the Canadian economy and minimizing the losses for businesses. And that is why we're introducing this back-to-work legislation. This bill would order the immediate end of the work stoppage and would order activities to resume at the Port of Montreal after receiving royal assent. The most recent collective agreement would be extended until the new collective agreement is adopted.
Speaker, we have tried all other avenues. We have put our conciliators and mediators at the table. They have much skill, but it has not worked. We cannot stand by and do nothing. We cannot allow thousands of Canadian jobs to continue to hang in the balance. Believe me, Mr. Speaker, introducing legislation to end the dispute was a difficult decision, and we were very much hoping for a different outcome. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in an impossible situation. It is in times like these that we must balance the needs of workers with the needs of the Canadian economy. And while we continue to hope the parties will reach a deal before this legislation is adopted, we must move forward within the meantime, because it is absolutely necessary that we keep this port open and fully operational. National and regional economies depend on it for both the immediate and distant future. We cannot afford such an economic loss, and we can't afford to sully our reputation as a reliable trading partner. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I ask the members of the House to give careful consideration to the points I've brought up today. I ask them to think about the severe and lasting damage we are facing here, both in the short and in the long term. I ask them, Mr. Speaker, to do what needs to be done to get the Port of Montreal fully working again. Pass this legislation now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the President of the Queen's Privy Council. I'll go to Mr. McGregor after.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that the member has been a very strong advocate in many ways, and I do appreciate his comments. The question that I have for the member is in regards to is how does he interpret the law in terms of guaranteeing procedural fairness for both sides? And if he could just provide his thoughts on that, I would really appreciate it.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary. I've heard that question from a number of people in this debate as to how the law guarantees procedural fairness to both the union and to the employer. So I'm going to give you 4 ways. Number 1, it provides the parties with meaningful input into the selection of the mediator. Each party will will have 48 hours to provide a list of 3 people to the Minister of Labor. And if both parties agree on one person, the minister will need to name that party. Number 2, the law allows each party to put all of the matters that it wishes to on the table. The mediator or arbitrator needs to consider every single issue brought forward by both parties. It provides a 14-day period for the parties to continue to work things out in mediation and allows the parties to extend that by 7 days by mutual agreement. And finally, it allows the mediator to have the discretion to determine what is the best way to resolve each and every matter by either using one method or another method that the mediator, arbitrator judges best to solve that particular issue. Thank you to my colleague for that question.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, in his speech, Mr. Housefather said, "I'm sorry, I would remind the honourable colleague not to use the name of his colleagues in the House." Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. It's something that I do have a tendency to forget. I'm sorry. Now, my question, Madam Speaker. My colleague, the member for Thérèse de Blainville, posed a question to the member for Mont-Royal on guarantees for workers. In this bill, to ensure that the employer doesn't impose work shifts, the answer was that those guarantees would be there. But when our leader, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, posed the same question to the Prime Minister during question period, he refused to answer. Why did the Prime Minister refuse to answer? Why did he refuse to back up what the member from Mont-Royal said? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I can't answer on behalf of others, but I am pleased to tell my colleague what happened. My colleague for Thérèse de Blainville posed me a question. I asked for an answer from the department, and indeed, the current collective agreement would be extended and remain in force, which means that any action outside the collective agreement would no longer be done. For example, the employer told the employees that it would no longer guarantee a minimum wage per week. They would only be paid for the hours worked. That is not allowed under the collective agreement. Therefore, things would return to the previous terms, the terms under the collective agreement. That was the question asked by the member for Thérèse de Blainville, and I was pleased to be able to answer based on what I heard from the public servants in the department.
At Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mount Royal, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech. You know, when it comes to collective bargaining, the one great bargaining chip that unions have in the power imbalance that is usually in effect with their employers is the ability to withhold their labor. This is something that unions have used for centuries now to gain collective rights and powers for workers. Now that the government has stepped in and ordered the workers back to work and effectively has crushed the ability for them to strike, I'm just wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can answer this question to the House. In what ways, like what incentive does the employer now have to actually negotiate in good faith when the workers they've had this key bargaining chip removed from them from the government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my good friend from Cowichan, Malahat Langford, for the question. It's always a pleasure to hear him. In terms of this, let me just say, Madam Speaker, our Minister of Labour is the daughter of a steelworker. This is the last option that the government wanted to take. It's the last option she wanted to take. We essentially had no choice in the matter. For those who say we rushed to judgment, last August, we allowed a strike of 13 days to continue at the Port of Montreal. Now we are in a situation where there are critical issues with respect to COVID that have required us to make sure that the ongoing operations of the port continue. That being said, the employer has every incentive to reach an agreement the same as the employees. Not only is the employee right to strike ended, but so is the employer right to lockout. The employer cannot be sure at all of where the arbitrator will go if they leave issues to go to arbitration. It may be that the arbitrator will take the union side on every position. We don't know that, so it's a gamble for both parties.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciated that last answer from the Parliamentary Secretary, because it really sets the stage accurately with respect to where we are in this. There have been concerns brought forward about the supply, in particular supply chains of medications and necessities. The Bloc and the NDP have suggested that there shouldn't be concerns about those because those necessities and medications will still make their way through. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide his comments as to whether or not he has concerns about that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for that excellent question. Our minister has received correspondence from companies such as those that provide life-saving dialysis products that are worried themselves that their goods are going to be unable to reach Canadian hospitals. We really appreciate the good faith of the union in terms of offering to unload cargo that has medical supplies. The issue is that that cargo is bundled with all kinds of other cargo that are not medical supplies. It would be very difficult practically, and it was so in the last strike last August, to locate exactly where there are medical supplies. That's not to be said of the other practical issues such as transport. Trains to the port now are being rerouted elsewhere. There is no trains necessarily there to just transport goods coming out if it's purely medical supplies.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary whether the government has considered the solution proposed by the leader of the Bloc Québécois today. The question was asked by my colleague for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères, and my colleague gave a very clear answer to the preceding question regarding the extension of the collective agreement. You gave a very clear answer to that, but it will prevent the employer from changing the schedule as it has done. But the union has clearly said that if that were the case, the workers would return to work. People would just go back to work and the issue would be fixed. So don't you want to just pick up the phone and deal with this? I feel like this is a very clear solution. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I would like to clarify that what will be reestablished is the original collective agreement. The parties will have the same powers that they had under the collective agreement, and they will not be able to take unilateral action. For example, as I mentioned with regard to the issue of the weekly minimum guaranteed salary. Now, regarding speaking to the parties, for 2.5 years, the minister and other ministers have been talking with the parties. The mediator is still there. One last question.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, you know, the Liberals continually say that 2.5 years of bargaining, 2.5 years of bargaining. Well, of course, that ignores the context in which this bargaining occurs, which is this is not the first time that the Liberals and Conservatives have ordered workers with significant economic power back to work. They've done it before with Canada Post. So every employer knows that they don't have to sit at a table and bargain in good faith because they know that the government will take away the only weapon that the union really has. And of course, the Port of Montreal guessed correct in this situation. That's why it took 2.5 years, because the employer wasn't bargaining because they knew the government would come in and take their side. The language that's used is shocking.
I have to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary an opportunity to answer. The time is up. 15 seconds.
Well, I can say that I don't think any good employer is going to sit there and not bargain, hoping that 2.5 years later a government is going to come in and adopt legislation. I think that's far out. I think NDP provincial governments and Liberal governments across the country have sometimes used back-to-work legislation. We do it reluctantly and sparingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Well, Madam Speaker, I was splitting my time today. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address an important matter that is significantly impacting our nation and our economy. After 2 years without a contract, a 19-day strike, and a 7-month truce, over 1,000 workers at the Port of Montreal are on strike. Although the Port of Montreal is located in Quebec, it is an essential pillar for Western Canada and the constituents who I represent. As a matter of fact, this port is responsible for over 19,000 direct and indirect jobs. The Canadian agriculture sector in particular relies on exporting their commodities. Every year, our country exports $56 billion in agriculture and agri-food products. Transportation by water is an essential factor in getting those products to market. Over 90% of Canada's farmers are dependent on exports, with 1 in every 2 jobs in crop production depending on exports. As the second largest port in Canada, the Port of Montreal handles nearly $900 million in containerized agriculture activity every year. Without uninterrupted access to this essential port, Canadian agriculture will continue to experience a devastating impact. The stark reality is this government was warned by agriculture sector on the impact that a strike would have, but failed to address their concerns. It was nearly 2 months ago when countless agriculture commodity groups called on the Minister of Labour to facilitate agreement between the union and the employer. Farm groups like Pulse Canada, the Western Canadian Wheat Growers, Soy Canada, Cereals Canada, and the Prairie Oak Growers Association all expressed their concerns with the situation that was unfolding, and they urged the government to do something. Unfortunately, their concerns fell on deaf ears, and as a result, we are here today debating back to work legislation. Agriculture saw this coming, but the government didn't. As a matter of fact, opposition members on this side of the House predicted this and raised it with the government. In March, my colleague from Calgary, Amitapour, pressured the minister in question period to take this matter seriously. My colleague from Quebec also asked government why they were dragging their feet on this matter. He mentioned the further economic hardship this situation would cause if it wasn't resolved, and he was correct, but the government did nothing. At this time, when farmers across the country begin seeding this year's crops, they once again are left in the dark on what the future holds. This is another illustration of the lack of support this government has shown Canadian farmers. Madam Speaker, thousands of tons of fertilizer are received through the Port of Montreal, and farmers rely on fertilizer to produce abundant crops. If this strike continues, it is estimated that up to 1 million acres in eastern Canada alone may go unfertilized. If fertilizer cannot make it to the farms, crops will lose yields, farmers will lose revenue, and grocery store shelves will lose product. The government claims that they stand shoulder to shoulder with Canadian agriculture, but I have yet to see that. Madam Speaker, how do we as a country expect Canadian agriculture to supply the world with highest quality products if we don't support their supply chains? How do we expect Canadian agriculture to continue to be a world leader when they can't access global markets? The grain growers of Canada recently told me, and I quote, "We simply cannot afford any more setbacks. Our customers made it clear they were losing faith in Canada as a reliable shipper. Interruptions like this only worsen that reputation. If our international customers can source products from other markets, they will. We risk losing customers, and this will be detrimental to Canadian grain, pulse, and oilseed farmers who depend on international markets." End quote. This is really unfortunate because we have witnessed this government's failure to support agriculture exports before. It was just last year when this federal government allowed illegal rail blockades to halt the transportation of product across our country. Customers no longer had a reliable shipper for their products, and this damage rippled throughout our economy. This government also failed to act when China banned the importation of Canadian canola. As a result, Canadian farmers were unable to access one of the largest markets. To this day, farmers in my constituency remain skeptical to plant canola because they have lost trust in this government to support their supply chains. It is important to note that this uncertainty impacts more than the economy. It impacts people's lives. Farmers continue to face an increase in mental health challenges through stress and anxiety when they continuously don't know what the future holds. Madam Speaker, the lack of action by this government has damaged our economy and also our global reputation. Businesses and industry require certainty to successfully function. Unfortunately, this government fails to provide our industries with the certainty they need. Global customers have already diverted their purchase orders elsewhere due to supply chain uncertainty. Canada is once again perceived as an unreliable country to do business in. The lack of action that resulted in the matter we are discussing today will continue to harm our reputation on the world stage. It is evident that this Prime Minister is damaging our reputation as a reliable global trading partner, which will, without doubt, decrease future investment into our country. I am truly concerned on what this trend is signaling for the future of our economy. When business is not predictable, when supply chains are threatened, and when government doesn't provide assurance to industry, investment walks out of our country. I know my colleagues in Alberta can attest to this investment leaving our country because of this government. Madam Speaker, this government knew that the truce between the union and the employer was ending. They knew that the potential strike was looming. But instead of working with both parties to facilitate an agreement, they waited for things to get worse. Every day this strike continues, our economy will lose $29 million in economic activity, according to recent reports. The last strike that occurred at the Port of Montreal was in August 2020. It only lasted 19 days, but in those 19 days, the Canadian economy lost $600 million. It took 3 months after that strike for operations to return to normal and the backlogs to be cleared. I cannot stress how important the Port of Montreal is to our country and to our economy. Thousands of businesses across our country will experience further supply chain disruptions if this strike continues. The extreme economic devastation of COVID-19 pandemic has left our economy vulnerable. The last thing our businesses need is more vulnerability. I can assure this House that if this government does not act on this matter, we will witness future job loss as demand for labor decreases. I'm very disappointed that this government had months to facilitate an agreement, but failed to do so. Madam Speaker, I believe in a collective bargaining process. I also believe that the best deals are made at the bargaining table. However, this government has failed the two parties and as a result, our country. No government should have to force people back to work, but this government has left us with no choice but to debate this legislation. Madam Speaker, we must support our economy, we must support our industries, and we must support supply chains, and we must support jobs. Madam Speakers, we have to keep our economy moving. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, my colleague, for his speech. You know, I have to say for the record that the Conservatives are once again revealing their true colors. They've always disliked unions. They've always favored big business. Yet the funny thing is that the current leader of the Conservative Party has made a pitch to unionized workers across this country saying that they should join the Conservative Party. Well, what the only key power that organized labor has is the power to withdraw their services. And free collective bargaining means that you let the parties run their course, not interfere when the power of labor actually has the ability to have some economic bite. So I ask my honorable colleague, what does he say to his leader who says that union workers across this country, that he has their backs when the Conservatives are so quick to take away the rights of unionized workers when they want to exercise them?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, I guess what I have to say to our leader and to all the workers that are involved in there, I am too also one of those people that have worked in the labor force. I worked for a union, worked out of a plant in Brandon, and I experienced 2 strikes. And I can tell you firsthand, those strikes do not only impact the people and these government people that sit around and talk about this stuff, it impacts families. Every day, there is no winners when it becomes down to a strike. And people have to decide what is the best thing to do here. I am standing up for, and what I tell my leader over and over again, I'm standing up for jobs, I'm standing up for our economy, and I'm standing up for our country. We cannot continue on with this government's inaction on things that we see coming. Our farm leaders have told the government for months that this was an issue. This was going to cost us another growing season. And what did this government do? Just turned around and ignored it and let it become to this. So I'm just as devastated as my fellow colleague there in having to talk about this today.
Member for Chatham, Kent, Middlesex.
Chatham, Kent, Leamington, Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
I want to thank my colleague for his speech into a very, very difficult situation. But as he just articulated, this situation comes as no surprise. Farm groups across this country have brought it to the government's attention. Can he comment as to why this government seems to be so exhibits no proactivity when it comes to situations, particularly with agriculture, but with so many different situations? This is not a surprise. Why are we here, in his opinion?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the great question. This is just another scenario, another situation where we're just being ignored in agriculture. This government and this Prime Minister has a certain blind spot when it comes to agriculture, that's for sure. I can't imagine having it set up and telling my producers, the people that I can, like as a farmer sitting there today, wondering where my fertilizer is going to come from next week. When I've got the drills set up with seed, I'm ready to hit the field and I have no fertilizer. That means I have no crop that I can actually sow, and it puts me in behind the 8 ball, puts me in an uncompetitive advantage. It seems like this government really likes doing that to Canadians and does it to industry after industry. As my friends from the West can attest to me, and from Alberta, from the oil and gas industries, right through to agriculture. Rural Canada has basically very much been neglected by this government, and it's certainly a sad day to see this happen again over and over again. And this port is just another fine example of just neglect of how this government is out of touch.
Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I want to point out in Hamilton, the first new flour mill in 75 years in the province of Ontario was built with major federal government assistance. Parrish and Heimbecker built that new mill. So how can my friends from Western Canada state that this government is not interested or ignores the agricultural sector? They're pretty happy with us in this part of the world.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I guess it's in Southern Ontario, but the fact is we've got to get the products out to the markets. When you shut down a port, the Port of Montreal, in a major exporting, we have to get to the markets, and that's where our value added is. So the government can support all the internal trade they want to do, and one company got it out of it. They probably were friends of the Liberals, so that's how they got it. So why not? Why not support them?
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin for his speech and his comments. He did a good job really emphasizing the importance of this issue and what it means to those in the agricultural sector. I'm just wondering if he wants to expand on that a bit more, maybe share if there are any specific concerns or things that he's heard from folks in his riding about the concerns that this will have for the agricultural sector.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. It's as far as expanding onto agriculture, agriculture works very much in a cyclical type of seasonal type of operations. What's going on in the Port of Montreal right now is delaying our sales from last year. So those buyers, those prices were actually set almost a year and a half ago. And those suppliers were looking for those either those peas or those grain or that flour or whatever they were looking for. But all of a sudden, someone came in the middle of the supply chain and said, no, tell you what, we're not going to be supplying you. So it really impacts, what it starts impacting is farmers when they're trying to do projections for next year or what's actually coming in for last year's inventory. It also impacts the bids that what we're going to get for next year's crop. It starts actually backing up in Canada. And then the bids back up, which means our value, we're not getting full value from our product as well. So it's very much a chain type of reaction.
We have to resume debate. I think the Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity is rising on a point of order.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, I wish to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 19th, 2021, and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion. Thank you.
Comme il est actuellement.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-254, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act, standing in the name of Ms. Vignola.
Projet de loi C-204.
Bill C-254, Ms. Vignola, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-254, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud and humble to rise and speak on Bill C-254 at second reading. It's an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporation Act to ensure that the French language charter be applied in federally regulated organizations. I'm proud because the French language is something I care about, and this bill could be one of the ways that we use to allow this beautiful language to be showcased and promoted. And I'm proud because this is one of the commitments that was really proud to my grandmother, Cécile Vignola, who was a proud protector of the French language. I am also humble because this bill follows on similar bills from my illustrious predecessors, including my colleague Mario Beaulieu. I would just remind the Honourable Member not to name members in the House. Yes, I should have said the Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a consensus to support this bill in the National Assembly of Quebec. All of the ministers there and unions in Quebec are calling for it to be applied to federally regulated organizations. So this is a unanimous request from Quebec. During this debate, I will be explaining some of the changes that the bill would make. I will give some current examples concerning the French language in Quebec, and I will try to debunk some myths that perhaps die hard. Now, there's nothing actually new here. Since 2007, there have been 4 bills tabled by the Bloc Québécois, and I hope that this time the bill will be passed. But the intention of all these bills was to ensure that French language was dominant in federally regulated organizations in Quebec. The member for Drummond, the former member for Drummond, in 2007 tabled a similar bill. Then there was Pierre Paquette, the member for Joliette, who tabled a bill in 2009. Then we had Maria Mourani from the riding of Ahuntsic, tabled a bill in 2011. And even the NDP tabled a similar bill, or rather similar bills, including by Thomas Mulcair in 2009, and in 2011 by Robert Aubin. Although his bill did include an exemption for some companies under certain conditions. Now, Bill C-254 would change the Canada Labour Code to ensure that federally regulated organizations in Quebec would be subject to the requirements of the French language charter. Currently, there are around 33% of those companies that do apply the charter voluntarily, and I think that should be said. However, the other 67% do not apply the charter. And there are tens of thousands of workers in Quebec who don't even have access to internal communications in their mother tongue. And companies would not be legally bound to apply the charter. So a simple change of vision or of leader could mean that the number of companies voluntarily applying the charter would go down. This bill would modify the preamble of the Official Languages Act in order to recognize that the French language is the official language of the province of Quebec, and it is also its common language. So, when it comes to the Official Languages Act, this bill would also add a formal commitment that the government would not interfere with the application of the French language charter. This would be a legal and constitutional measure that is already applied in a number of areas, notably when it comes to the federal minimum wage, which is set based on provincial minimum wages. So this promise of the federal government not to intervene or trample on provincial jurisdiction would conform with the idea that the French language charter is no longer optional in Quebec. It would also change the Canada Business Corporations Act to specify that companies practicing in Quebec would have to meet the requirements of the French language charter. Now, there's nothing there that's particularly new or outrageous. A number of international companies simply adapt to the language of the jurisdiction where they are based. Over the last month, we've all heard arguments about protecting the French language, made both by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Official Languages. There were also arguments made by members from all parties. I've also noted the efforts made by a number of my colleagues to learn French, and I want to thank them for those efforts. After all, no matter how old we are, learning a new language is never easy. In November 2020, the Prime Minister said, "We recognize that for Canada to be bilingual, Quebec needs to be francophone, first and foremost, and that is why we support Bill 101 and what it does for Quebec." Supporting Bill 101 in principle and in deed means ensuring that it can be modernized and enforced in all of the institutions and companies that exist in Quebec. And it shouldn't be altered. So I think this really showcases something that I believe in. Having a bilingual Canada generally has meant having Francophones learn English rather than having Anglophones learn French And I think the fact that so many Quebecers do speak English supports that statement. Now, I do want to use a few examples from daily life. 44% of federal public service workers don't speak French because they think that it might be frowned upon or it might bother their Anglophone colleagues, or because it might prevent them from moving forward in their career, both in the private and public sectors. If there's just one Anglophone in a meeting, the entire number of participants will speak English, regardless how many francophones are there. That's called hegemony. In recent months, I've seen some members roll their eyes when a member rose on a point of order because there was a problem with the French interpretation. And yet I've never seen any member roll their eyes when the same thing happened if there was a problem with the English interpretation. Now, I'm not trying to paint myself as a victim here. Far from it. I'm simply underlining situations that some of you might not have noticed. Now, this might seem banal, but it's something that people experience in different sectors every day, or the Francophones experience every day. Also, I want to thank our translators and interpreters for their excellent service. They do excellent work. So I would call upon my colleagues to imagine the following. Imagine that in your riding you have a meeting. In that meeting, there are 10 Anglophones and 1 Francophone. What language would you speak? No, it's probably English. And yet, in Quebec, most of the time, if there is a meeting with 10 Francophones and 1 Anglophone, people speak English. Even if the Francophones, even if there are more Francophones than Anglophones present. Why? Well, I won't go through all of the possible reasons, including politeness, or perhaps they remember a time not so long ago when they were told to keep English if they wanted to keep their job. You might remember the phrase, speak white. Unfortunately, still today we hear that phrase. On social media recently, I read, "You lost the war, deal with it, assimilate." That is something that we see regularly, unfortunately. Now, it's important to valorize the French language, and those efforts need to come from everyone, citizens, companies, and all levels of government. Now, I'd like to debunk a few very tenacious myths. A few years ago, we might hear them in the street, but now we see them on social media. Myth number 1. Now, the Bloc just wants to eliminate Anglophone culture because they hate Anglophones. Well, trust me, Anglophone culture is not in danger, either in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada or North America. In fact, it's omnipresent, and we certainly don't need to work to have access to it. Communications in French in workplaces will never prevent an Anglophone from speaking English. Now, wanting to protect French doesn't mean hating English. I'd like to use an image here, even if it's a bit awkward. Let's imagine that I like cougars. They're a symbol of the forest, but there aren't a lot of them. And in forests, we also have caribous and moose. Now, if I like cougars, does that mean that I hate moose and caribou? No. Well, it's the same thing for my language. I love my language. That doesn't mean that I want the other languages on the planet to disappear. To paraphrase Pierre Bourgault, fighting to protect French means fighting to protect all languages against the hegemony of any other. Second myth. Applying the French Charter would mean that Quebec would face inward and would ignore the rest of the world and its economy would collapse. That's another tenacious myth. To show that it's wrong, I'll ask you the following. Does speaking Spanish or Mandarin or Portuguese make those countries turn inward and make their economies collapse? No. During international summits, companies and politicians all work with interpreters who do excellent work. Third myth. The Bloc Québécois is being selfish and showing a lack of solidarity to Franco-Ontarians or other French speakers elsewhere in Canada by only dealing with Quebec. Well, promoting Francophones or promoting French in Quebec will support Francophones everywhere to stand up for their rights. Fourth and final myth for today, the bill is anti-constitutional, or unconstitutional rather, and we can't have this because Canada is bilingual. Well, in fact, the only official bilingual province is New Brunswick. All of the other provinces are Anglophone, except Quebec, which is Francophone. So the bill is constitutional, and it is simply an extension of respect for constitutional linguistic standards. This bill seeks to have one of the strengths of Quebec, its Francophone identity, protected. And I think that that will protect Franco-Ontarian and Acadian and other French-speaking communities. It will make them stronger. So this bill will encourage that we can walk the talk, both in Canada and Quebec. It would officially recognize the wonderful value of the French language, and it would encourage that it can be used freely and without any insecurity. It would encourage the sharing of culture and language. It would send a clear message that Canada supports the enforcement of the French language charter for federally regulated companies. Canada could remember the words of the Prime Minister and Minister of Official Languages. Finally, it will encourage Quebecers of all ages and all backgrounds to trust in the ability that they can work in the common language of Quebec, which is French. Finally, I'll leave you with this thought. You know, when you love someone, you really want to take care of them. You want to help them through difficult times. You want to congratulate them when things are going well. You want to celebrate their successes. Well, the same goes for the French language. We want to take care of it, and taking care of something means loving something. That's our culture and our language, and we should take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very heartfelt speech about defending French language and culture. Obviously, that's a goal we share. Quebecers, regardless of where they work, being able to work in French and being able to communicate with their employer in French. So the NDP has supported similar legislation 3 times in the past, and we tabled 2 bills of our own to advance this same cause. But I have a question about the legitimate concerns raised by the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities, because they see that this could open the door to similar pressures in other provinces that could actually lead to Francophone rights losing ground elsewhere in the country. So maybe there should be more. It should be more of an issue of equity in workplaces, regardless of the jurisdiction. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I said in my own speech, it's important to protect the French language regardless of where in the country you are. It would be horrible, it would be heinous even, if out of a sense of revenge, another province decided to apply to its Francophone minority, and not just in Canada, but anywhere in North America, if there was a concept of protecting the English language elsewhere, because English is the majority everywhere else. So we hope this bill will enable Francophones all across the country to stand up and assert their rights fairly. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague. First of all, congratulations on your bill. I think this is a particularly important bill, and obviously I'm speaking to the Speaker when I say my colleague. My question is, the government implied at one point that they might contemplate applying the Charter of the French Language, Bill 101, federally, but that's not at all what the Liberals have presented with their famous white paper because their vision is to give Francophones the right to work in French, but the right to work in French doesn't really work if the institution doesn't operate in French. So my question is about the Liberals' plan. What impact would it have? Because to my mind, it wouldn't have much of an impact. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is highly relevant. It's an excellent question. The federal legislation doesn't go far enough. And they need to walk the talk. And the way to do that is to go ahead with Bill C-254 so that federal institutions, as the government says, apply the Charter of the French language in Quebec. Questions and comments? A quick question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I'll manage to be to be brief on such a fundamental issue. For 20-some years, I've fought for French. I was organizing demonstrations in Montreal, organizing shows to protect French. And for Anglophones, maybe this isn't so easy to understand, the situation of French in Quebec. But we're 3% of the population of North America, and that's one thing that Anglophones can't even consider, can't even contemplate. There's American culture, U.S. films, music. It's a conquering hegemony. It's a juggernaut of culture. And so we need to shield ourselves from that, and that's no mean feat. So each little step forward is super important. And the Office of the French Language says that people who have French as the language that they use at home, it went from 82 to 74%. Or will drop to that by 2036 if nothing is done. So this bill is fundamental, it's important, and above all, it's urgent. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment, which is an excellent one. Indeed, if nothing is done, Quebec, the French language in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, will continue to lose ground. There will be fewer native speakers. So yes, this is one step. It's not the only step. It can't be the only step. A whole host of steps need to be taken to allow French to shine and take its rightful place. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share with the House some of my observations on this bill put forward by my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, and I have the good fortune of sitting with her on the Government Operations Committee. And we're both missing that because we're making speeches here, but my colleague talked about Quebec culture and the language. But I'd like to commend the great work of a great Franco-Ontarian, Mr. Bob Harley, who just won the Canada Cup. He's originally from Hawkesbury, which is my hometown. So I just wanted to mention that before I started my speech. Bill C-254 was introduced before our official languages reform document was published in February of this year. It's an important observation to guide our strategy as a federal government. We need to protect French everywhere in Canada, including Quebec, both in workplaces, cultural areas, and homes. Our paper was drafted based on extensive consultations with Canadians, provincial and territorial governments, as well as studies conducted by parliamentary committees. Basically, our strategy is to strengthen our official languages communities all across the country, and also to protect the vitality of the French language wherever it is spoken in Canada from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, it's not just intentions or wishful thinking. It's a recognition of the undeniable fact that French is a minority language in the North American context, and it deserves to be protected by all means possible. And in order to walk the talk, we have made 56 proposals. Some 30 of them are legislative proposals, which would be concrete action to strengthen Canada's linguistic framework. as a whole in a comprehensive way. And there are measures to strengthen not just the status of French and its place in Canada, but also to protect that language in workplaces, including within Quebec, where French is the official language. I am sure that you've had the opportunity to go through our document with a fine-tooth comb, but I'd like to quote some of the key measures proposed by the government to strengthen the place of French in workplaces and in service to Canadians. First of all, we proposed to enshrine in the next version of the Act the recognition of provincial and territorial dynamics, including the official status of French in Quebec, the bilingualism of New Brunswick, and the efforts and grounds gained in the area of official languages everywhere. We also have 5 proposed pieces of legislation in collaboration with the provinces and territories to provide for further learning opportunities in French. And we have also proposed administrative measures to strengthen our official language communities' institutions all across the country. And obviously, French-speaking communities are the prime target. But above all, Mr. Speaker, it's our 4th proposal in our reform document that I'd like to highlight today, because it deals directly and specifically with the issue of protecting French all across the country, including inside Quebec. On that point, we didn't just propose that we recognize the predominant use of English in Canada and North America, but because of this context, it's imperative to protect French. We've also proposed strong, concrete steps in areas where the federal government can act to protect and promote French, for example, in broadcasting and culture. But that's not all. We're also proposing to recognize the importance of Francophone immigration and the contribution that immigration can make to Francophone minority language communities all across the country. And that's so important for our communities, Mr. Speaker. Not only do Francophones need to immigrate to Quebec, they need to immigrate to other French-speaking communities outside Quebec, including Hawkesbury, which is in my riding. All of these measures are detailed in our reform document, and they should meet the objectives of my colleague from Beauport, Limoilou. And they go even further than Bill C-254. One of our proposals that is particularly worthy of mention has to do with official languages in privately run businesses under federal jurisdiction, including within Quebec. Our government is fully aware of the role Quebec plays in Canadian francophonie, and we are confident that the private sector in that province has a role to play in promoting and protecting French in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. That's what our government expects. We expect private companies under federal jurisdiction to play a role, and our reform document was clear, crystal clear on that. We specifically commit to clarify the federal government's role to encourage those private companies to respect the status of French and increase its use as a language of service and a language of work all across the country. In order to get there, our proposals are very concrete. We are going to give workers the right to work in French in privately run, federally regulated businesses in Quebec and in other parts of the country where there is a heavy Francophone population, including in my riding. We are going to require employers to communicate with their workers in French, at least as much as in English, in privately run, federally regulated businesses. We will strenuously ban or prohibit discrimination against Francophone employees in federally run, federally regulated businesses in Quebec and outside Quebec in areas with a heavy Francophone population, especially where workers don't have a sufficient command of another language other than French. Those companies and Crown corporations have to set an example in in enforcing the Official Languages Act. Federally run businesses in Quebec and in other parts of the country with a heavy Francophone population are important, in our view, in order to, among other things, provide clients and customers with service in French. Our reform document also refers to a committee of experts who will make recommendations on the implementation of these commitments upon consultation with unions and other relevant stakeholders. The committee has gotten down to work, and its work will finish by April 30th, so in a few days. We are confident that they will make effective recommendations for a modern Official Languages Act and to increase the protection of French in the years to come. It goes without saying that all of those legislative and administrative measures, wide-ranging measures, through these measures, the Government of Canada, Crown corporations, and businesses under federal jurisdiction will do a good job of protecting French. We would encourage the House to take into consideration the fact that our reform document goes much further than Bill C-254 in order to protect French from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, as a Franco-Ontarian, it's a pleasure for me to share my opinions and the government's opinions on Bill C-254. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to be in this House to speak to Bill C-254 that my colleague from the Bloc Québécois presented. At the same time, I'd say I'm surprised that we're speaking about it here in this House because Bill 101 is a provincial law from Quebec. There's still credit that we should give to her idea to ensure that the federal government doesn't interfere in provincial jurisdiction. Our Liberal colleague a few moments ago, from all sorts of angles, tried to change the topic to talk about modernizing the Official Languages Act, which is another very important topic that the Liberal government and its minister should focus on to deliver this bill that we've been awaiting for a number of years. So if we get back to the basics of Bill C-254, which would ensure that there's no federal interference or regarding Quebec's goal of promoting and protecting the French language, because as was said very well, Quebec is the only place in North America, in the Americas really, that only speaks French, or rather has French as its primary language. Because it's a Francophone province, New Brunswick is bilingual, and other Canadian provinces and the states in the United States of America are Anglophone. So it's a laudable goal by Quebec, a legitimate goal to protect French and to also promote it. Contrary to what some would say, French is declining in Quebec. So it's true that there are Francophone communities throughout the country that we need to help and protect. That's in the Canadian Constitution. It's part of the federal government's role. But there's also Quebec that needs to promote French, to protect it, and to ensure that all conditions are in place for everyone, every citizen, every family, every worker, be able to speak French in Quebec. So in that sense, I salute this initiative, and at the same time, I'll say we're speaking about it here in the Canadian Parliament, but this is provincial jurisdiction. And that's in the DNA of the Conservative Party, not to interfere in others' jurisdiction. That's why our leader, after meeting with Premier Legault, said that the Conservative Party will work with them if there are administrative things to put in place to support them, but there wouldn't be any contestation from our side that we support them and that we congratulate Quebec for its work in protecting Francophones, promoting them, and ensuring that in federal institutions in Quebec that workers are able to work in French. My colleague's example was very telling. In a room with 10 Francophones and 1 Anglophone, people adapt to English. Elsewhere, that wouldn't happen. So I'd like to respond to something the NDP will say, to say yes, but we have fears. What about the other provinces? That in Anglophone provinces, they may take advantage of this. So it's like the argument of my dad is stronger than your dad. If you do this, I'll do that. And if somebody jumps off a bridge, somebody else will too. No, I don't believe in that. Why not? First, people are intelligent. When it comes time to defend one's language, I think it's legitimate, and I don't think people would go so low. Second, there's a country called Canada that has 2 official languages and has the Official Languages Act. We've been awaiting its modernization for years. There have been consultations by the Senate, the Official Languages Committee of the House of Commons, the Official Languages Commissioner. All Francophone groups in Canada have made their recommendations. They were all awaiting a bill before the holidays, but our minister decided to kick the ball down the road, to table a white book with consultations, and our Liberal colleague mentioned this. He tried to change the topic by saying that there needs to be a broader view of the Official Languages Act. No, no, no. That's a provincial law. It belongs to Quebec. We'll let Quebec promote and protect French. And that's at the heart of this bill from my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. It's Quebec's work. For people who like numbers, it would affect about 200,000 workers in Quebec, about 50% federal institutions, federal companies in Quebec already have administrative agreements and respect the purpose of Bill 101 or have made arrangements in that sense. So I think it's a strong signal from Quebec about the importance of French. We all need to be proud of this. It's a strength we have in our country to have a province like Quebec that is Francophone, a province that's bilingual like New Brunswick, with Francophone Acadian communities, and we have Francophone communities in Alberta, in Manitoba, in British Columbia, in Ontario. They speak this beautiful language and they try to improve the conditions of all citizens throughout the country. And I would invite the Liberal government to show some courage and to clearly state that they support Quebec in this initiative and to set aside their nice speeches. And I would invite the NDP to say the same thing. I would invite them to say that they agree that Quebec can apply Bill 101 to federal institutions in Quebec. It's simple. I could send them what I just said. They can make a statement, an official statement, and this would settle the matter once and for all, and we wouldn't be here debating it here tonight. I'll say once again, this is provincial jurisdiction, and we need to respect this legitimately elected government. And these are the same people who elected Quebec MPs in the House of Commons. They deserve the same respect when it comes to their choices in Quebec. So we are in favor of applying Bill 101 in federal institutions. And at the Canadian Parliament, we shouldn't create obstacles in Quebec or any other province that would put in place a law in its own jurisdiction. We should be proud. We should encourage them. We should be partners with them. And now I'll get to the Liberal government. I can't name this person, can't name the minister, but I would invite them to table a strong bill on the 2 official languages and recognize that in Quebec, there's a challenge for francophones. It's not just outside of Quebec that it's challenging. And this minister talks on and on about her white book. And she tabled, well, there's a budget with no money to help francophones in Quebec. So if it were true that the Liberal government were truly proud of francophones in Quebec, proud to have nearly 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec and about 10 who are ministers, and we won't speak about the scandals with We Charity where they gave a contract to a company that's not able to manage francophone issues, the immigration files that our companies are managing now in Quebec, managed by a Toronto company that's not able to provide service in Quebec. And the minister just told us that starting on April 28th this week, it'll be resolved. It's taken over a year. The pandemic has gone on for more than a year. And so the federal government needs to present a strong Official Languages Act for people throughout the country and leave Quebec to apply Bill 101 in federal institutions in Quebec. That's all we ask of them, and that they vote for this bill. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you to my colleagues who've spoken tonight, and especially my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for Bill C-254. It's very similar to bills that the NDP had supported in the past in 2007, 2009, 2011. We presented 2 similar bills, and perhaps we don't agree exactly on the mechanism, but we agree on the goal. It's fundamental for any Francophone Quebecers, any Francophone in North America, to have ways of ensuring that there's an equality of rights and that there are resources put in place to protect and defend the French language, which, aside from in Quebec, it's really in a minority position in the face of the American behemoth, even the cultural imperialism of the United States, and with social media and new digital platforms that invade our lives and our homes and the lives of our teens, for example. So we need to be united to move forward and to ensure that French is defended and continues to exist and to thrive and to enrich our lives. We often have debates in Quebec about how we live together. We use terms and definitions, and recently here in this chamber, I talked about interculturalism, which is part of the NDP's policy, because we see that it's a way of allowing people to live together in Quebec, and it's a matter of consensus. And Gérard Bouchard, the well-known historian, talked about, well, he wrote a great book on interculturalism, and he said there are essential things, and it's about our common sphere. So there's gender equality, all citizens, no matter the color of your skin, your religion, your sexual orientation, whether you've been here for 2 years or 200 years. So equality, democracy, that we have a government elected by citizens. That's a fundamental value. Democratic institutions that are representative, with freedom of speech during election campaigns, the possibility of creating a political party. And then the third point is the French language. The common language, the public language, and also the language of work. And here's the heart of the matter for this matter. And now I think we can resolve something that's gone on for far too long. Our love for the French language and our desire to preserve it has been expressed recently in this House, where I presented a motion to recognize the decline of French in Quebec and Canada, which was unanimously adopted by the 338 MPs in this House. We took a position that was already strong at the time and announced what we would do in the future. In 2005, Quebec adopted the Sherbrooke Declaration, which is quite long, so I won't read it to you, but when we adopted, it said that the national character of Quebec is based on a majority Francophone society. French is recognized as the language of work and the common language in the public sphere. And for us, this is essential. We voted on this basis 5 times, 3 times with bills from the Bloc and twice for NDP bills. Why is this so important? Our colleague from the Conservative Party gave us some numbers, the number of Quebecers who work in federal institutions in Quebec. So these are banks, telcos, air companies, maritime companies. There's a number of them. And a number of them already apply the spirit, if not the letter, of the Charter of the French language. But what we want to prevent is a lack of equity in language rights for workers. Here we have the vast majority of Quebecers who are covered by the Charter of the French language, and about 10% of the workforce doesn't have those resources. They're not recognized. So for the NDP, we're a party that stands up for the French language in Quebec and throughout Canada for minority communities. And also we stand up for the rights of workers. We're a political movement that was largely founded by the union movement and workers. So working conditions and workers are very important for us. And for a number of years, we've had an absurd situation. If you work for the Caisse Populaire Desjardins, you have the right to work in French and to communicate in French with your employer, and that usually goes well, of course. But if you work for a major bank, I won't name the major Canadian banks, but you don't have those rights. You're not protected in the same way. So if a director, a department, a new employer, or a new manager comes and decides emails and meetings will be in English, it's difficult to stand up for your rights because you're not protected by the Charter of the French language. And you can't have recourse to the Official Languages Act or the Canada Labour Code. And our approach might be a little bit different here. The NDP wants to defend French by going through the rights of workers, by having resources that are similar, because my colleague from the Conservative Party said we shouldn't focus on that. We shouldn't be afraid of what would happen. We'll see. But if there's a jurisdictional dispute, if provincial language laws take precedence over the Official Languages Act, there could be situations, and I spoke about it earlier when I asked my question, there could be situations brought up by Francophone and Acadian communities that could undermine the language rights of Francophones outside of Quebec. And of course, that's not what we would wish to see. It might be much safer to go through the Canada Labour Code to give Quebec workers protections that would be identical to those of the Charter of the French language without jeopardizing what exists through the Official Languages Act for minority language communities. Such a debate wouldn't be what we would seek, or rather that situation is not what we would seek. And I could see how that would be outrageous, and I would also be outraged if that were to be done. But I want to be careful to obtain the best possible results with the fewest risks possible. And to once again speak about defending the French language, I have to say that the NDP, over the past few years, and I've nearly been here 10 years, we fought to better recognize and defend French. I spoke about the motion adopted unanimously a few months ago. We requested that all agents of Parliament be able to understand and speak French. So this would be the Environment Commissioner, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Auditor General, and that was an NDP initiative. It's been years that we've been calling for Supreme Court judges to be bilingual, that they be able to understand and speak French. That's a fundamental right to defense when we have an officially bilingual country. So judges must be able to hear us in our language. When it comes to protecting workers in federal institutions and Supreme Court judges and the modernization of the Official Languages Act, we would say that the Liberals have woken up just before an election. So a little birdie may have told me that there might be a little bit of a political calculation there. That's the sense I get, because they've been in power for 7 years now. And even though they promised to table a bill to modernize the Official Language Act, they've only come up with a working document to lead to more consultations. And we've just seen a change in position on workers in federal institutions and the French at the Supreme Court. So I think we should be cautious here. We should judge the Liberal government on its actions and the way it votes on different bills and on what they do to save Laurentian University and the University of Sudbury to protect the rights of francophones.
La députée de la Pointe de l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for bringing forward this bill, which proposes to apply the French language charter to federal workplaces for the first time. First of all, I would say that the Official Languages Act is based on certain principles which are contrary to the French language charter in Quebec. What I mean is that the charter intends to make French the language used everywhere, including the workplace. Not only is it the main language used, but when there are people who speak different languages who need to communicate, it should be done in French, as is the case in the rest of Canada for English. Everyone recognizes that the two visions for managing languages are quite opposite to each other. However, throughout the world, everywhere there are systems based on institutional bilingualism and individual rights, as is the case for the Official Languages Act and federal language policy, we always end up with assimilation of the minority. The only place where most countries function with a common language is when it's the official language, even though there may be many official languages. And in those cases, there's not assimilation of minorities. There are other countries where this is the case. The official language is the one that is used everywhere, and it doesn't prevent anyone from speaking other languages. It works very well. That's what we've observed. With the Official Languages Act, we have a higher rate of linguistic assimilation or transfer of francophones towards English. That's increased with every census. In Quebec, we have about 40% of people who speak French as their first language and often use English at home. And that's what we're seeing more and more. Until very recently, the federal government, including the Liberal government, denied that there was a decline of the French language, insisted everything was fine, that Canada was a model in terms of treating its linguistic minorities well, and what we're seeing is a real decline of the French language, including in Quebec. We are pleased that through the throne speech, the government has admitted it. However, they didn't provide any numbers. It's all quite vague. We've presented reform bills. However, all we've seen so far from the government are intentions and some nice speeches. The Bloc Québécois has brought forward legislation. First of all, to recognize French as a condition of obtaining citizenship, and the government voted against it and is now getting ready to vote against applying the Charter of the French language to federal workplaces. We see now that the Official Languages Act in Quebec only served to promote and defend English. Programs based on the Official Languages Act and the development of official language minorities, valuing official languages, contributing to official languages, that represented an investment of up to $100 million. That comes from federal tax dollars, some of which is collected in Quebec. And all that has done is reinforce the English language in Quebec. That has not helped at all. The government of Quebec set out its expectations when it came to the modernization of the Official Languages Act. Namely, mainly, the ask is for Quebec to be the chief master of its own destiny when it comes to managing languages in its own territory. That means integral respect of jurisdictions and responsibilities of Quebec when it comes to the French language. Our bill supports this idea. Through the Official Languages Act, the request is to change the preamble to recognize that French is the official language of Quebec. It is the common language of Quebec. We ask the government to not get in the way of setting out objectives to promote the French language. The federal government's activities in Quebec only seem to be reinforcing the English language. So this bill proposes to change this and to not allow for unilateral decision-making, whether it be done with the consent of the government of Quebec or not. When it comes to the federal government, all we see are vague intentions. The Liberal government has said what we're going to do is we're going to change the Official Languages Act, and that way businesses under federal jurisdiction will maintain the French language better. However, in Quebec, that runs counter to Bill 101, the Charter of the French language. When we look at the heart of federal institutions, at the Official Languages Committee, there were people who testified from the Alliance of Public Servants of Canada, and they said that there's systemic discrimination. It is deeply anchored in the federal government, and that even in Quebec, it's difficult for them to work in French. There was a study done by the Official Languages Commissioner, which demonstrated that 44% of Francophones who reside in areas that are bilingual don't feel comfortable actually working in French. And I personally know people who have come to see me who worked in transportation agencies, who were subject to the Official Languages Act, and they weren't able to really exercise their right to work in French. They often ended up working in English. There were some people who worked for the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and for 30 years one individual complained that he was unable to work in French. Every time he communicated with the leader's office in Toronto, with the main office of investigators, or he had to work in English. He lost his case, saying that the Official Languages Act didn't apply because the Official Languages Act only serves to defend linguistic minorities. And in that case, he was considered to be part of working for the majority, the Canadian English-speaking majority. We have to ensure the future of the language that is at the very basis of self-determination of peoples. It's unbelievable. Some people say, well, it's the Constitution that runs counter to this. But in 1982, that Constitution was imposed onto Quebec. No premier in Quebec has ever signed it. Institutional bilingualism is promoted all the time, but nothing leads us to believe that this is going to change. What we want is that, at a minimum, the federal government should stop undermining French in Quebec. And that is far from being done. I call on all of my fellow citizens in Quebec to carefully observe what's going on, because Bill 254 can't solve everything. It's only a small step forward. If even that is too much for the Liberals, if they manage to block this bill, I think we're going to have to draw some conclusions from that and be given to understand that it is impossible. We're being told that we're a majority, but so long as Quebec is not a country, we are not a majority, we're a minority. Subordinate to the federal government. And the federal government is using its power to spend and its legal power to impose English everywhere, to bilingualize Quebec. This has to stop. I call upon everyone. There might be an opportunity for this to pass. Some opposition parties will support this bill. That means we really have to try. We have to try to rally. Everybody has to be there to vote for it and have it pass. Thank you to the honourable member. The period for consideration of private members' business has now expired. It falls to the bottom of the order of precedence. Orders of the day. Government orders. Resuming debate on motion number 5. Consideration of Bill C-29, an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal. Resuming debate.
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today. And I just want to start by thanking my Conservative colleagues for sharing some time with me today. This is the first time that I've ever shared time with a member from another party, and I wouldn't have had an opportunity to speak had they not extended that opportunity to me. So I greatly appreciate my colleagues across the way in the Conservative Party for doing that. Mr. Speaker, the government is acutely aware of the severe economic impact for the Port of Montreal work stoppage. The Port of Montreal is the second largest container port in Canada. Every year, it handles over 1.6 million 20-foot equivalent units and 35 million tons of cargo, representing approximately $40 billion in goods. The port is critical to the economic well-being of Canadians across the country, particularly those in Quebec and Ontario. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians need a resolution as quickly as possible. That's why the government is introducing legislation to end without further delay the work stoppage at the Port of Montreal. The Syndicate des Débardeurs, also known as QP Local 375, and the Maritime Employers Association, also called MEA, have been negotiating the renewal of the collective agreement since September of 2018. Despite our government's repeated efforts to help the parties reach an agreement over the last 2.5 years, they remain at a significant impasse. Considering this and the significant and potentially lasting economic harm this work shortage is inflicting on regional and national economies, our government has taken the decision to introduce back-to-work legislation. This was an extremely difficult decision, Mr. Speaker, but we must act in the best interest of Canadians who depend on activities at the port to run their businesses, keep their jobs, and feed their families. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a work stoppage at a port that is critical to the well-being of our economy and crucial to the continuity of supply chains. May I remind the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, that supply chains have been disrupted for over a year now, and industries are still working to recover from and manage these complexities. Ensuring the uninterrupted flow of commodities and goods through the Port of Montreal is essential to the economic well-being of Canadians across the country, particularly now as we continue to deal with the impacts of a serious health and economic crisis. Every day the work stoppage continues, the more likely it is that the shipping traffic will simply not return if more economical routes are found, resulting in long-lasting damage. That damage has a direct impact on so many workers and their families. Today, the work stoppage at the Port of Montreal is impeding the flow of $270 million worth of goods per week, harming the transportation industry in Quebec and imposing significant costs on Canadian businesses who use the port through increased transportation costs and lost sales due to import and export delays. It's also affecting the livelihoods of approximately 19,000 Canadians whose jobs depends, either directly or indirectly, on the Port of Montreal. The consequences of this work stoppage will reach far and wide. For example, Mr. Speaker, railways, which normally operate on a 24 hours, 7 days a week basis, have already been impacted by the work stoppage. 8 container trains that were supposed to arrive during the first week of the work stoppage, April 17 and 18, were cancelled to avoid terminal congestion. To put it into perspective, Mr. Speaker, that's the equivalent of 2,400 truck trips. Even before the full work stoppage began, the partial work stoppage at the port had already generated truck congestion at CP's Vaughan Terminal in Toronto, causing the accumulation of more than 1,000 containers. The railway is not accepting any more cargo destined for Montreal, leaving truckers to find warehousing space for their loads. Food production, both imported and intended for export, are the most commonly impacted containerized products, and they are spoiling. Beyond the transportation and logistics industry, temporary layoffs or reduced hours can be expected to begin shortly in other sectors that are dependent on cargo transiting through the port. The Retail Council of Canada has been vocal about the impact that the August 2020 work stoppage had on their members, as well as their concerns with the continued disruption at the port. As the work stoppage continues, production in manufacturing and natural resource sectors, such as forestry, can also be expected to come to a halt, and temporary layoffs and reduced hours will emerge in those sectors as well. The ripple effect won't end there, Mr. Speaker. Once other sectors of the economy dependent on cargo transiting through the Port of Montreal will find it increasingly difficult to access key production inputs, forcing industries such as construction and sales to reduce and/or shut down operations. This can be seen in different ways. In August 2020, Produits Forestiers Résolus noted that their main export route runs through the Port of Montreal, and that their products for exportation were immobilized entirely during the work stoppages. At the same time, Les Serres Tundra was seeing its greenhouse construction timelines delayed due to containerized imported materials being drastically slowed down at the port. And then there are the impacts of the long-term health and viability of the Port of Montreal, which stands to suffer irreparable reputational harm. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. Shippers forced to reroute to other ports because they're unable to do business at the Port of Montreal may find that it makes sense to maintain the alternative arrangements that they were forced into out of necessity. If that's the case, we might see permanent loss of business at the port, even when operations are back to normal. Mr. Speaker, as I have said, back-to-work legislation is the last resort and not something the government takes lightly. But we also have an opportunity to protect the economy. The initial partial work stoppage reduced port capacity by approximately 30%, representing loss of cargo volumes worth an estimated $90 million per week. The situation has recently deteriorated to a full work stoppage, which is now impeding the flow of $270 million per week in cargo through the port. This simply cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. Canadians and Canadian businesses are counting on us. Rest assured, we will continue to support the parties through every means possible, and we strongly encourage them to reach an agreement as soon as possible. But failing that, we simply cannot afford to this work stoppage to continue. As I mentioned, the government has been assisting the parties over the last 2.5 years in an effort to help them reach an agreement at the bargaining table. Despite that assistance, there is still no agreement in sight. The conflict has already had serious negative effects on businesses. And in the light of the recent escalation in job action resulting in the full shutdown of the port, we can only expect those impacts to worsen dramatically if nothing changes. Given this, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to wait any longer. The many Canadians who depend on this port to earn a living cannot wait any longer. And we need to act now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With Mr. O'Brien, who's at the head of the Renier.
Qu'est-ce que c'est commentaire? Alors, la députée de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr.
Et, bon, vous savez, on n'aime pas trop les choses qui nous sont imposées entre.
You know that we don't like it when things are imposed on us. That being said, over the 2 years of negotiations, how many times was the union called? Because they're ready to come in tomorrow morning if the employer says, we will not impose schedules.
A member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I think that the member knows that I don't have the specific details as to how many times the union was called. But I will say, if we go back to the minister's speech and the questions that she gave during the 30-minute round back and forth, she stressed on a number of occasions that her office, her department, and herself personally have been involved to get the process moving. They've been trying. They've been running into roadblocks continually on both sides. And now's the time, reluctantly, that a decision has to be made to implement legislation to this effect, to ensure that we do not disrupt the flow of goods through the port any longer. So, you know, I believe, I have full faith in this minister, Mr. Speaker. She indicated how passionate she is about labor. She is the daughter of a steelworker. She understands and values the right for labor to coordinate and to assemble through the union process. And she feels that we've reached that point where we just need to do something that requires legislation at this point. And I stand with her in that regard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend from Kingston and the Islands for his speech. I just want to remind him that last year the Prime Minister had made a statement at Labor Day where he said, and I quote, "Thanks to the hard work and advocacy of unions, we've taken action to protect collective bargaining rights," unquote. So my question is, doing what we're doing today is forcing them back to work. So how can the government say they support labor rights on one hand while working to suppress them on the other?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I think it's entirely appropriate, Mr. Speaker. I mean, as the Prime Minister said during that, and I wasn't there, but I'll take his word on the quote, we do support labor and unions and their ability to assemble and to unionize in order to properly protect themselves. But at the same time, a government has multiple responsibilities. They also have responsibilities to Canadians who are dependent on getting medical supplies. They have responsibilities to Canadian businesses that are dependent on the flow of goods through this port. So yes, I mean, if you try to look at things in silos, you can try to make the argument that the member is making, but when you start to look at things holistically, considering everything, it certainly changes the dynamic of it. So yes, it is possible to strongly advocate for and support unions, but at the same time recognize that from time to time we do have to make exceptions to bring in legislation such as this, regrettably, in order to protect other Canadians and other businesses through the process.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Métis-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, you know, I'm a little bit tired of hearing that the minister is the daughter of a worker. You know, I'm also the son of a worker. We've been hearing this over and over. You know, I mean, the fact that somebody's grandfather had a farm is not relevant in you know, the issue here is that we have an inactive government. And now there's this new legislation that is going to impose a return to work, but less swiftly than if you were to adopt a solution proposed by the Bloc Québécois today. The leader of the Bloc Québécois did that today. I'd like the parliamentary secretary to tell us, why is that solution not being looked at? Is it because it's too embarrassing that it's the Bloc Québécois that proposed that solution? What's the issue?
Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry if the member is tired of hearing about it, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't change the fact that it's reality. And I think that it's quite germane to the discussion to bring up the fact that the minister is the daughter, not the granddaughter, but the daughter of somebody who was heavily involved in organized labor. It gives, you know, I mean, we are influenced by our parents quite dramatically, and I believe that our minister, through you know, the influence of her father, imposed upon her the importance of unions having the right to organize and the right to properly represent the employees. And therefore, I think that she has done a tremendous job in trying to advocate for a resolution through the bargaining process, through the negotiating process, but regrettably has come to the conclusion that there are other factors that weigh into this that she has to consider at the same time, which she's done and has which informed her to get to this conclusion.
Resuming debate, and we'll go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with some pleasure that I would like to be able to address some of the issues that have actually been raised. I really do appreciate whether it's the Minister of Labor providing great insights as to why it is that we have the legislation before us, even the previous speaker, the member from Kingston and the Islands, where they provided excellent background in terms of why it is that the legislation is before us. I wanted to, before I get into some of that, Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up on a couple of the questions that were posed to my colleague, because I think it is important to really emphasize some issues that I have fundamental values with. And one of those is in regards to collective bargaining and the process involved. The idea of free collective bargaining is something that's not new to me. In fact, I've said in the past, Mr. Speaker, I've been a parliamentarian for about 30 years, first elected back actually in 1988 at the provincial level. And maybe a little bit later in my speech, I'll get more into one of my very first labor issues of debate, hours and hours sitting almost around the clock in committee dealing with final offer selection. Very much aware. I'm a member of parliament that comes from the north end of Winnipeg. Remember the general strike of 1919. And I understand the valuable role that unions play both in the past and today, and will continue to play into the future. I don't believe my opinions are that far off from many members of the caucus, including my caucus, including the Prime Minister of Canada. You know, we do believe in the collective bargaining process. this is something in which was not our first choice. We didn't want to have to do this. Members try to say or give that impression, that false impression, I would suggest to you, that the Liberals were really wanting to do this, as if we didn't believe in the bargaining process, Mr. Speaker. That is not the case. My colleague, the member from Kingston and the Isles, and I believe the member from Mount Royal, had asked the leader of the New Democratic Party a question. And I thought it was a really important question, and it's important for us to understand the significance of the question on this, because I think it's really important in terms of the overall debate that we're having. There are some individuals within the chamber, through their questioning and through their comments, that are trying to paint it in a very political fashion. How dare the Liberals do this? Then there are other members that are making presentations and articulations as to why it's necessary for us to do it. What was the questions that were being asked of the leader of the New Democratic Party? And if you check Hansard, you will see that he actually didn't answer the questions, avoided the question, Mr. Speaker, as did the following speaker on the legislation when I posed the very same question.
Just going to interrupt the Parliament Secretary there momentarily and just ask him for sound quality, if he could just maybe raise the microphone wand up an inch or so, get it a little bit closer to where his voice is, and we'll see if that improves the sound quality. We'll go back to the Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I sure hope this works better, Mr. Speaker. So the question was actually pretty straightforward. Let me encapsulate it. Are there any circumstances whatsoever where the National New Democratic Party would support back-to-work legislation? I think that's a very important question in which the NDP went out of their way in not answering. And I am interested in the answer in that, Mr. Speaker, because I do believe that there are situations that come to the floor or that are raised within society that ultimately compel the government to take action. And it's not because there's this great desire to do it. It's because of the consequences of not taking actions. Why that's an important question for me, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP leader refused to answer, was because NDP governments at the provincial
just take a moment here. The Honourable Member for Windsor West on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was here during that time. The leader of the NDP did answer that question. This member just doesn't like the answer. But if you check Hansard, there is a response from that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I think that's probably more in the category of debate. There will be a 10-minute period for questions and comments when we get to that, and that would be a likely time to pose those types of interventions. We'll now get back to the Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the reason why this is so important, as I say, is that as a legislative body, do we recognize that at times circumstances would dictate that there is a need for back-to-work legislation? My New Democratic friends are going to be voting no. They're going to be saying no to this legislation. I think Canadians have a right to know about the National New Democratic Party and where they are on this particular issue. Members can read exactly what it is that the leader of the Liberal Party, they don't have to believe, the member doesn't have to believe what I'm saying. He can read the answer. And you'll find that it was no answer to the actual question. You see, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats, where the New Democratic Party has been in government, where they've had to make decisions in regards to labor disputes, have on numerous occasions, brought in back to work legislation. So are they trying to say, oh, bad Liberals, that we're anti-union because we brought in this kind of legislation? I don't think that's a fair assessment. I can be, as I am, a very strong advocate for the union movement because I believe that our society today, that we have many of the rights that workers have today, whether they were in union shops or non-union shops, are there because of our union movement. I don't like to be told by New Democrats that I'm anti-union, because that's just not true. And I believe that my record would show that, Mr. Speaker. Back from day one, I am interested, and the member that stood up, Mr. Speaker, will have the opportunity to review what it is that was actually said for the answers by the leader of the New Democratic Party, and I would challenge him. I would challenge any New Democratic member of Parliament to stand in his or her place and say, there are circumstances that would call for the government to bring in back to work legislation. And I tell you, I would have a great deal of respect for that sort of a comment, because I can tell you that NDP governments in more than one province, in Ontario, I believe on the teachers issue, the NDP brought it in on 3 different occasions. Please don't quote me on it, but I believe that to be the case, Mr. Speaker. But they weren't alone. I indicated that my first experiences as a legislator back in 1988. You can look it up. That's a wonderful thing about Hansard, whether it's here in Ottawa, well, virtually in Winnipeg, but in Ottawa, everything's recorded. It's in Hansard. The same thing, you go to the Manitoba legislature, you're going to see there was a significant debate about final offer selection. See, I'm a big advocate. I love final offer selection. I think it was a great tool, and I kind of wish that many unions and the people sitting across the table from unions would agree to adopt some form of final offer selection. I think it's a great tool that could be in the toolbox, and I would encourage, where there are negotiations taking place, that you give serious consideration, as some unions, from what I understand, do actually have it. But back in 1988, I can tell you that it was the Liberal Party that tried to save that particular tool, and we are ultimately sabotaged by my New Democratic friends back then, because they sided, and it was a minority government, they sided with the Conservatives to defeat the motion that we had put forward back then that would have ensured that there was a chance for final offer selection to be able to continue on. I remember the debates quite well, because of the representation that sat not too far from where I am right now, inside the Manitoba legislature, in committees, listening for hours and hours as to why it was so important. You know, Mr. Speaker, last year, on more than one occasion, I attempted, through unanimous consent, to be able to recognize a very significant event. It was the 1919 general strike here in Winnipeg. It was an event that not only made news in Winnipeg, but indeed all of Canada and beyond. I like to think that it is one of the ways in which Winnipeg as a city contributed to the debate of the environment in which workers were being compelled to work in, and why it was so important that there be labor advocates. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why we see labor advocates that have come out of the north end of Winnipeg. You know, I think of the Ukrainian Labor Hall, where many of those meetings were conducted, a hall that's been around for over 100 years now, where you had people trying to organize and ensure that the rights of workers would be respected and expanded. So, you know, I think in terms of what we have before us is legislation that has come before us because there has been a genuine attempt from a number of the different stakeholders to this day not to be able to achieve an agreement. And it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I hope I don't get myself into trouble by saying there is a sense of disappointment that I personally have, because I would have liked to have seen an agreement so that we're not put into the position that we have been put into. Unlike some within the chambers, I do believe at times there is a necessity for legislation of this nature. And I would like to think that it should be very rare, Mr. Speaker. But to try to give the impression that the Bloc and the NDP are trying to give, as if, you know, the government of Canada hasn't done anything and all of a sudden we're finally getting engaged and we're bringing in back to work legislation, is far greater than just a stretch of the imagination. The words I would like to use are unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, so I can't use those words. My friends in the Bloc and NDP are trying to mislead. Some would suggest to you even intentionally, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada, through the Minister of Labour, has been on this file for well over a year. You know, I commented in regards to the Minister of Labour and her comments. You know, she talked about the many different efforts that the government has attempted in order to try and facilitate and encourage both sides to come to an agreement. And I believe that every member inside the Liberal caucus shares my desire that we would have liked to have seen that take place. And it's still not too late, I must say, Mr. Speaker. I hope, call me an eternal optimist, you know, back in the days I used to say that we had the greatest potential for growth. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that there still is an opportunity. And I hope that the negotiators will take advantage of that opportunity and somehow come to an agreement. But to try to imply that the literally, you know, dozens, going well over 100 meetings that were assisted in terms of facilitation and mediators involved that were directly funneled in from the national government, and the efforts that were put in were meaningless or showed a lack of interest from the national government, I think is wrong. I believe that we've had a Minister of Labour since her appointment as Minister of Labour that has been very much aware of the file, of the issues, and the importance of trying to get it resolved. And that is the reason why so many of the appointments were actually made by the Government of Canada through the Minister of Labour, Mr. Speaker. These are important. Montreal is one of Canada's economic hubs. You know, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, Halifax, in particular, Halifax, Montreal, and Vancouver. And I hope someday to see more stuff coming out of Churchill personally, Churchill, Manitoba. But I can tell you that these ports are critical to Canada and our economy and our lifestyle. And I don't think it comes to any surprise that the impact of any sort of a prolonged strike would be significant. In the back of our minds, we should also take into consideration what's been taking place over the last year. You know, listening to our constituents and being focused on the pandemic. And as we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel, because we know we're going to get at least 40 plus million doses of vaccines before the end of June, which is going to be very helpful in terms of our recovery. Things are starting to turn around. Yes, there have been some disappointments in regards to the third wave, Mr. Speaker. But our ports are absolutely critical to enable us to get back on our feet. You know, extending the parties' expired collective agreement until a new collective agreement comes into effect, that's a good thing, I believe, Mr. Speaker, at this time. By prohibiting further work stoppages until the expiry of the extended collective agreement, imposing fines on any employer, union, individuals that contravenes the provisions of the bill. We're a government that doesn't want to take sides in the issue. We want to see it resolved, Mr. Speaker. But we recognize, unfortunately, at a time, in certain circumstances, there's a need. And I'm hoping that members will see that need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his statement. A statement that could seem laudable if we didn't have the knowledge we have of the topic that we have at the time we were speaking. Very humbly, I have university training in industrial relations, and what I learned in my education is that negotiating is done in good faith with a firm desire to find a resolution and with immense respect for the other in order to move forward. The longshore workers, the union, and the employer have been discussing working conditions for longshore workers for more than 800 days. We know that workers would be working tomorrow if the employer were ready to respect the work-life balance issue. We know that the government is very much in favor of that topic. They say they're in favor of middle-class families, so why is it that the government is not supporting families and workers? They're doing away with the 800 days of work that's on the table now. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader in the House. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, and first I must say I do respect the level of expertise that my colleague brings to the table on this particular issue and shares her thoughts. I do believe that we have demonstrated great respect towards the negotiations, and we see that by the participation of federal mediators that have been participants in encouraging the two groups ultimately to come together. I don't think it's in government's best interest to say, here's the side, we support the side, and we're going to implement one side over the other. I don't think governments should be doing that. I think as much as possible, we need to be able to facilitate, encourage, promote that sense of bargaining. But I'm asking my colleague as a member from Quebec, surely to goodness she sees at times there are circumstances where one needs to be able to have this particular tool and to use it in terms of back to work legislation. Because even though I focus my attention on my New Democrats, and I think I kind of scared them off because they're not following up on the questions, is that does the Bloc actually support situations where you might want to bring in back to work legislation? I don't know if René Lévesque ever did. I do believe at times you probably have seen provincial governments in the province of Quebec.
I think we'll need to get on to some other questions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not scared to speak to my honourable colleague. Sometimes I am scared at what he says in this chamber. There's no doubt about that. But I'd like to ask him, with regards to this particular situation here, how can he stand there or sit there and profess about the fact of PPE being at risk when the union has identified that all that will pass and all that has been there and moved along is part of their overall strategy and part of all the old compromise of ensuring the public safety? And second of all, most of that material's coming in by plane. Most recently today, Canada received more vaccines by air shipment. So how can he actually be genuine in terms of his so-called camaraderie with unions, but use a scare tactic about PPE, about this particular union and this particular situation in this particular port?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully I'll get more questions, and the member from Windsor might be able to provide some clarity on the issue that has been posed to his leader. Having said that, let me attempt to provide an answer for the member. I don't want to claim to understand and appreciate all the logistics of a port. What I do know is that when you have these relatively large ships full of containers, what's in the containers quite varies quite significantly. I don't think it's as easy as saying, ship one has 25 these 25 containers. Let's manipulate it around, get it to the dock, and unload those 25. I just don't have that kind of expertise. I suspect it's a little bit more complicated than the member has just indicated. And again, I'm not in the details of the negotiations, so there could even be something far more to it than that, and I'm just not able to point it out at this time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour said earlier on that the scenario that the member from Windsor West is creating is very, overlooks the logistics of it. If PPE were the only materials coming in, then everything else that happens from that point, the routes from there get significantly limited because there's no ability to move stuff because it's not moving with other stuff. So I think that the member from Windsor West is oversimplifying the issue. But my question for the member, Mr. Speaker, is this. He's asked the question, NDP members. I've asked the question of NDP members. The Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Labour, has asked the question of NDP members. I asked the question of the leader of the NDP. I said, what is your threshold? At what point will you eventually say, okay, we need to bring in legislation? Does such a threshold exist? And every time that we ask that question, Mr. Speaker, NDP skate around the answer. They just refuse to answer the question. They stay as far away from it as they possibly can. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can give his insight as to why he thinks the NDP might be doing that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the question. And it's a very important question, as I try to point out in my comments, Mr. Speaker. You see, NDP provincial governments, not one, two, but a number of provincial NDP governments have agreed that there are circumstances that are necessary to bring in back to work legislation. We have seen NDP governments do that. So the principle of using it is very widely accepted in the provincial NDP. On the other hand, the national NDP don't want to answer the question. It's a simple question. Are there circumstances in which the federal NDP would actually invoke or bring in back to work legislation? I think it's a very important question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech carefully, and I'd like to refresh his memory regarding the fact that he mentioned that he followed the process and the evolution of the negotiations. On August 10th, his colleague, the Minister of Labour, said that the best agreements are reached at the negotiating table. So today, it's not negotiation, it's a law. And this is inconsistent with what the government said. And on April 9th, everything changed. The employer decided to impose shifts on the workers. We have an agreement from the union saying that they would get back to work tomorrow, and that's if that imposition was withdrawn. I'd like to know, is there someone in the office of the Labour Minister or the Prime Minister who asked the employer to withdraw that imposition?
Go ahead, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the specifics of the to the two offices, the member would have to pose that question to them directly. What I can say to the member is that ultimately, my friend needs to answer, at least in part, the question that I posed to my New Democratic friends. Now, the only example that I could give would be René Lévesque. Now, I don't know if René Lévesque ever brought back to work legislation or any other separatist government. But I do believe the people of Quebec need to know and have a right to know. We know that the members of Parliament in Quebec and the Liberal caucus is a powerful group of people. They're very influential. And they will stand up for the province of Quebec and the Montreal and the economic hub of one of Canada's greatest communities. I don't think the bloc here in the House of Commons is prepared to do that. I find that somewhat disappointing and sad.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not happy to speak here on this issue here tonight, but I am glad I'd have a spot to do so. I will be splitting my time with the member for Hamilton Mountain. And Mr. Speaker, I do come from a port city. The city of Windsor has one of the most robust ports in the Great Lakes system. We've also been maritime people for many, many years since the founding of this country. And Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about this back to legislation, government motion number 5, in a number of different contexts. But the first I do want to talk about, though, is with our interventions that we've seen most recently by the Parliamentary Secretary, who represents a Prime Minister, and as well, there's been other Liberals too, who have made this reference about PPE being withheld or at risk at the Port of Montreal, despite CUPE giving assurances for that. Now, just recently in this exchange, the parliamentary secretary said, quote, he doesn't have that expertise, he doesn't have the details, he doesn't profess, he doesn't think, he doesn't know. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, how disingenuous is it to say that you're a friend of Labour or the friend of CUPE or a friend of any organized thing and use a threat like that in this debate at a time right now as Ontario suffers through this situation, as well as Quebec and other places across our country, to suggest without knowing or having specifics or details, and that there's a sinister approach by CUPE to withhold PPE in this labour dispute is an affront to all labour across this country. I hope labour unions of all stripes take up this debate and take up some of these different things that have been said, because I can't think of a bigger insult right now. If you don't have that specific information, you can't point to those different things. If you're going to insinuate that as part of your debate, and at the same time spend 10 minutes before that saying what a great friend you are of Labour, oh, but by the way, I think they're holding up the safety of Canadians right now. What a disingenuous way to profess your love and support of Labour. What a disingenuous thing to say about the men and women who serve every single day there, who have had this hanging over their heads for a number of different years. Do you think they want to be out right now? Do you think somebody wants to get up every single day and worry about strike pay, worry about the future of their job, worry about what their loved ones are going to have, their benefits, all at risk? All at risk. The risk isn't just with Canada, it's with these workers. And what are these workers doing? Historically, you are looking at dangerous situations in ports. Internationally, we've seen most recently Beirut, but domestically, we've also seen things from our historic one in Halifax. Most recently, the Port of Vancouver had several major accidents. These are because of the working conditions that are very difficult for men and women to do every single day. And why do workers go on strike? They go on strike for grievances. Historically, Mr. Speaker, those grievances include child labor, they include 12-hour days, they include sexism and racism at the workplace, they include a whole series of different things why workers have to band together, and it's why we actually have Labor Day. We have Labor Day in this country, like many other countries, industrial world, because workers had to band together to provide safer conditions. And today, on the day of national mourning for workers, for Liberals to get up and say, those workers are using PPE as a negotiating tactic against the rest of Canadians is insulting at best. It's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. This dispute's been going on for some time now. There's a potential for a solution, but what we have here is no different than scabs. It's where a piece of paper is going to make people have to get up and go somewhere where they don't think they're being treated right at the workplace. And the only leverage they have is what they give up. They give up their life, their time, and their safety. And they want to go to work every single day and be productive citizens. But it's come to this for a lot of different reasons. Just didn't materialize overnight. And again, Mr. Speaker, nobody wants to actually give up their pay. Nobody wants to give up their job security. Nobody wants to give up and go with the stigma down to a workplace where they're using the only thing they have is them not having to work unless they're made to do so. And that's what's happening right here. No different than scabs. They're being made by a piece of paper to go in or you lose your job. You lose everything. Your pension, your benefits, all the security during an uncertain time right now. And so that undermining of the leverage will create animosity, Mr. Speaker. It will forego all the work that's gone to try to negotiate a settlement. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, coming from a port town where ports are regulated in the Marine Transportation Act, they have a lot of power. They have a lot of leverage. So what do people have as their one thing to do? To band together, demand a fair bargain agreement. And this situation right here is being taken from them, Mr. Speaker. It's being taken from them, and it's not fair to those individuals. It's not fair to their families. It's also not fair to the businesses. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, coming from a Labour town where we have actually had strikes that historically go down to sit-down strikes, to create the RAND formula, whole series of different things. And I most recently was on a picket line for 195, where they had a hedge fund buy another company and shut them down in the auto sector, losing 60+ jobs. I want to thank Emile Nebout and 195. All the men and women there lost their job because the company took part of their pay, their benefits. They had to negotiate a settlement. They didn't want to be out in the winter on the streets. They wanted actually during COVID to be thinking about making money for their family to ensure their safety. But they had to band together and actually stop vehicles from taking the product out of the place despite them being owed wages, money, benefits, and so forth. So it's one of the things that we have to understand and appreciate is that this is the last resort for the unions. So taking away this as a collective right, as the government is doing, is the wrong policy. And as I was referencing, for my city, where I've seen even during difficult strikes, once they get through those and an agreement is set and a principle is laid down, it makes for a better, longer relationship than it does by something being enforced and imposed their will on. Who wants to have the will from somebody else forced you into a settlement? Imagine if you went to buy a car or a house and you were forced into the settlement. You had no choice at the end of the day. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that imposition. If later on there's an agreement to go to their own binding arbitration, that's one thing. But to use the powers of Parliament right here, right now, and to selectively choose this moment against the men and women in Montreal is unbelievably brutal in its aspect. And again, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that not everybody is going to agree with the position, but they have this collective right, as it's been known as a Charter of Rights and Freedom. And it's actually been part of successful negotiations that have ended major grievances against working people and have uplifted many people across this country, whether it be time off work, whether it be proper pay, whether it be safe and working conditions. As again, I mentioned this National Day of Mourning today. So according to 2019 stats, our last stats that are available to us, just under 1,000 Canadians went that year to work and never came home. They never got a chance to say goodbye. They never got a chance to see somebody again. They went to work and never came home, leaving children, loved ones, and estates not settled, just for going to try to put food on the table, Mr. Speaker. And so today, of all days, there should be a recognition by this government. And if they have any ounce of credibility with regards to this issue, is to actually apologize to the people of CUPE and other labor organizations that they're using PPE as a tool in this long-stead dispute over how to be best compensated for the employer and for themselves. Everybody wants a successful solution at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. This, making people go someplace to do things with a piece of paper, is not it. It's not it, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I ask the government to rescind and send back to having honest brokered negotiations and a settlement that'll be lasting for not only the people of the Montreal port and the area, but all of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member probably knows what my question is going to be, so it's going to be very simple. And I would really appreciate a direct answer, because no NDP member has given a direct answer on this. Is there a threshold by which the NDP would support legislation like this? Is there ever an opportunity where that they would? And if so, what is that threshold? And if the answer is no, that the NDP will never, ever, 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 ever support it, that's fine, but I would just like the member to say that. So, will the member, through you, Mr. Speaker, ever support this type of legislation or not?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. A hypothetical. I'm supposed to come up with an answer to a broad-ranged hypothetical. My question can be back at what hypothetical child care plan does the Liberals have in their history of that? What hypothetical pharmacare would they ever support for that? What we have right now in our situation, in the palms of our hands, is a piece of legislation that's going to make men and women in the Port of Montreal go back and have to work. We're going to force them to do that. So I'm supposed to respond to some improbable hypothetical question of all kinds of unlimited situations and scenarios. It's immature in terms of its actual question in itself. It's really not genuine to the issue here and disrespectful to the men and women of CUPE, where we have very particulars and very specific information about them. And that's what's at stake here, Mr. Speaker. That's what's at stake.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I heard a lot today, certainly about the minister being the daughter of a steel worker. I also come from a family and a father who was in strong support of unions, who taught me not to be a scab, not to turn your back on workers fighting for their rights. And this seems to be a pattern with this government. I'll give you an example, 2018, the postal workers putting in emergency legislation to force them back to work. Now we have the port, same behavior. This current government is demonstrating, in fact, that it does not respect workers. And when they're not towing the line, they'll just abuse their rights, throw a rickshaw on our Constitution, and impose an emergency back to work legislation. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could respond to that.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I mean, my father was a marketing incentives manager for Chrysler in management, and that's part of who I am. But is it relevant to this debate here today? No, it's not. And it's generally a shield that's used at different times to justify a position. But the reality here is we have the facts in front of us from the Port of Montreal and CUPE, and we have all the facts about what the government wants to do here, and they don't add up to actually being a good situation to what's taking place. So instead of diversions like that, what we need to do is focus on whether or not this bill is the right thing to do for those individuals and also our country. And they fail on both tests.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am upset. I cannot believe that this government has issued formal notice this past Sunday its intention to force through expedited legislation to force the workers at the Port of Montreal back to work before they even begin to strike. The motion before us is an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal. This back-to-work legislation would force who commenced their general strike just on Monday. If it isn't enough that this government is using back-to-work legislation, it's that they are attempting to ram it through. The motion states that if this bill is adopted here at second reading, it shall be deemed as passed at all stages in the House. Let me give you some background on this. CUPE 375 represents 1,100 employees. Those employees are working for several different employers in the Port of Montreal. Those employers are represented by the Maritime Employers Association. Negotiations have been ongoing now for about 3 years to obtain a new collective agreement. From the employee's perspective, the objective of these negotiations is an improvement of working conditions and what I would call work-life balance, particularly in terms of working hours, the right to disconnect, and job security for new workers. The previous collective agreement of these workers has expired since 2018. Fast forward to April of this year, and after good faith of the workers, the employer undermined the negotiation process by suspending the job security regime provided for in the collective agreement. Despite the fact that negotiations were continuing, and both sides were seemingly happy with the mediation process, the employer decided to give a 72-hour notice of their intention, not to honor job security provisions in the collective agreement. In response, the union launched a partial strike, in particular because the Maritime Employers Association abolished the job security regime acquired in 1970, which constitutes a pillar of their collective agreement. The union made it clear that they would not strike if the employer reverted back to working conditions applicable before April 10, 2021. The union gave the employer the opportunity to bring down the temperature, stop the pressure tactics, and come back to the table continuing to negotiate in good faith. Instead of respecting their right to free collective bargaining, the Liberal government is introducing a bill that forces employees on strike to work. From then on, the employer no longer has any incentive to negotiate in good faith because the government has just sent the signal that negotiations are coming to an end. The NDP has always defended the interest of unions and workers, and the Liberal government's Back to Work Act is a serious denial of their right to strike. On January 30th, 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada released a landmark labor law decision. Saskatchewan Federation of Labor versus Saskatchewan, the Supreme Court ruled concluded the right to strike as a constitutional right. So the minister on Sunday said on Twitter, a work stoppage causing significant economic harm to Canadians. It is very important to note that the general strike has not yet commenced. It was not until 7 a.m. the next day that the workers walked off the job. Now, I suppose the minister could be referring to the action taken by the union to refuse overtime and weekend work. That was taken in response to the employer giving notice to suspend job security provisions. The first thing I would like to say about impacts on either the refusal of work to work overtime and weekends or this general strike is that there will be undoubtedly be disruptions. Now, this is the very nature of how strikes work. For a government who is self-proclaimed itself as being friends of labor, I would expect them to get this. If governments applied back to work legislation every time a workplace goes on strike, there would be no strikes. This kind of attempt at a justification leads to a clear and sweeping disregard for the right that all workers are supposed to be afforded under the Charter. The second thing I would say, that if the Minister of Labour feels she is in some sort of unprecedented situation where the impacts of a disruption would be so severe that she has to remove a charter right from strikes, then I would expect she would have that data to back up. For a government that says it believes in science and repeatedly talks about evidence-based decision upon making approach, I would surely hope the minister had data and objective impact assessments before her, and when she deliberated on whether she would preemptively give notice to back to work legislation before these workers started their general strike. I think given the importance and seriousness of this debate, I think all members should be afforded the data and information the minister had before her bringing forward this motion and bill. I would ask the minister table here in the House all the data and information that she received before taking the significant step of fast-tracked back-to-work legislation. As part of the attempted to provide what I would have heard the minister fear-mongering, referring to medicines and personal protective equipment that won't be able to get through, again, if she has specific information to corroborate this, please share it with the House. The minister, just one day after the general strike commenced, said the work stoppage we are seeing right now is causing harm. She did not go onto the site to cite any data whatsoever to support that claim. How could the government have collected data on the impacts the day after the strike started? This is one of the many illustrations that this government is trying to rationalize with speculations in order to explain away a decision to enter this back-to-work legislation after this decision has long been made. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the Conservatives have been saying, what they're saying in this chamber. The following is a quote from the member of the Louis St. Laurent. It is not a victory for workers, for the employer, or for the business people and companies dealing with the problems resulting from this dispute. And it certainly is not a victory for parliamentarians. It is important for Canadians to know that they are appearing to be planning to become complicit in this whole affair. They have made it very clear that they will be supporting this legislation. I'm happy to see that Bloc will not be supporting this legislation now. And it's in line with what I am saying that the minister is fear-mongering. By Bloc from Therese D. Blaindale, colleague called out the minister with the following. The minister was saying that the drugs will not get delivered. That is not true, and ignores the fact because essential services are still being provided. All medical equipment are being handled. So I have some understanding that if the minister believes otherwise, she should provide any related data or facts to the House. So I just want to go on. I could go on forever about this, but I want to make an amendment, Mr. Speaker, and that I want to put following that the motion be amended by replacing paragraph D with the following. D, if the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to at committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported with the following amendments. That Bill C-29 in clause 11 be amended by A, by replacing line 39 on page 4 to line 10 on page 5 with the following. Such matter, here the parties on the matter arbitrate the matter and render a decision in respect of the matter. And B, by deleting lines 29 to 36 on page 5, deemed concurred in and at report stage as amended and deemed a third time. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The first part was right with D. Can I start over again, on this? Because I got the wrong amendment. I'm hoping I could.
Please do, and we'll start right from the beginning, make sure we get it right. Please proceed.
Okay. So the motion be amended by replacing paragraph D with the following. D, if the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, and deemed reported with the following amendment. That Bill C-29 in clause 11 be amended. A, by replacing line 39 on page 4 to line 10 on page 5 with the following. Such matter, here the parties on the matter arbitrate the matter and render a decision in respect of the matter. And B, by deleting lines 15 to 17 on page 5. And C, by replacing lines 25 to 36 on page 5 with the following. 4, every decision of the mediator arbitrator under paragraph 1B must be worded in appropriate contractual language so as to allow its incorporation into a new collective agreement. That this be deemed concurred at the report stage as amended and be deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Massey, second. Okay, Mr. Duval, seconded by Mr. Massey, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by replacing paragraph D with the following. If the bill is adopted at second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported with the following amendment. That Bill C-29 in clause 11 be amended. A, replacing line 39 on page 4 to line 10 on page 5 with the following. Such matter, here the parties on the matter arbitrate the matter and render a decision in respect to the matter. And B, by deleting lines 15 to 17 on page 5. C, by replacing lines 25 to 36 on page 5 with the following. 4, every decision of the mediator arbitrator under paragraph 1B must be worded in appropriate contractual language so as to allow its incorporation into the new collective agreement, deemed concurred in at report stage as amended, and deemed read a third time and passed. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I asked a question of the previous speaker from Windsor West about whether or not there was any situation in which he would support such legislation, and he responded to that by refusing to answer it because he insisted it was a hypothetical question. Well, no, it's not a hypothetical question. This is a question of whether or not you support the ability of a government to do this at any juncture in time. You either support the process of doing it or you don't. So my question to this member is the same. Is there ever a scenario in which this member or the NDP would deem it necessary? And if there is, what is that scenario? And if not, that's fine too. Just say, no, there is not a scenario. I will always refuse to support legislation like this. I'm looking for a clear answer on this, and I haven't got it in probably 7 or 8 times I've asked it of NDP members. Maybe this member can help me out.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my good friend from Kingston and the Islands for that question. I'm going to give you the same answer as everybody's been giving you. It is a hypothetical question. However, I myself personally, it is a constitutional right done by the Supreme Court of Canada. So I don't think we have the right to eliminate anybody from striking in a labor dispute.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech and the amendment. And the NDP is endeavoring to try to right what has been the most egregious siding with big multinational billionaire corporations rather than the workers that have been so dedicated at the Port of Montreal. I note, as many of the NDP speakers have as well, that today is the day of mourning, and it is particularly egregious that Liberals have brought in this draconian legislation on a day when we should be mourning the nearly 1,000 Canadians that die each year due to unsafe workplaces. Often, the labor movement has made the difference in putting in place health and safety regulations that have helped to address that. And I know that the member comes from the shop floor. He has a keen understanding of what the women and men who are the workers and who built this country are subject to. I have a very simple question to him. Why has the government intervened so clearly on the employer side with big billionaire corporations? And how and when did they signal to the employers that they were going to take their side in this dispute?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague. It's an excellent question. And the signal that they give them is absolutely wrong. And it's disappointing that any government would go forward and take away the right of a union even before a strike has happened. That is just deplorable. And it's unconstitutional. However, from the letters that I've received, this has been going on for a couple months, where the employer has sent letters to the minister, basically asking them to do something. And it looks like the Liberal government has bent and given that upper hand to the employer. And taken away the 1,120 employees' rights to bargain in good faith. But what I'm really disappointed in is the way the company has handled this, and that because there was a resolution that done yesterday, but they still refuse that. So they don't want to bargain in good faith. They have no intentions in bargaining in good faith, and they want to. They know that they have the Liberals in their back pocket. To exercise their big muscle and do away with any of the employees' rights.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to speak on behalf of Davenport residents on Bill C-229, which would require employees and employers at the Port of Montreal to resume operations. There's currently a work stoppage due to a long-standing dispute between the Montreal Longshoremen Union and the Maritime Employers Union. Unfortunately, this bill is urgently needed. Mr. Speaker, the Port of Montreal is the second largest container port in Canada. Every year, it handles around $40 billion worth of goods. The current work stoppage is causing dire economic impacts in Montreal and indeed across the country. It has health implications and is threatening the viability and reputation of the port. For all these reasons and more is why it is important to pass this bill immediately. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Minister of Labour introduced this bill with a very heavy heart. She is the daughter of a steelworker, and I know she felt it was her last option. And I also know it was our government's least favoured option. We believe in the collective bargaining process. We believe in our workers' right to strike. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in the heart of my own riding of Davenport, mostly composed of working class communities with many first-generation Canadians, many of whom are part of a union. Unions protect them, ensure safer and better working conditions, and fair pay for their valuable working contributions. To this day, Davenport continues to be home to working people. I myself am the daughter of working class immigrant parents. I grew up appreciating the value and dignity of labor and the need for fair, safe, healthy workplaces. There are many unions in my riding that are active and pillars of the community in Davenport, and I just want to thank them right now for everything they do to protect the rights and interests of our workers. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the Port of Montreal, our government has demonstrated our commitment to the collective bargaining process. In this case, through over 2.5 years of mediation, QP Local 375 and Maritime Employers Association have been at the table since September 2018, and our federal government has supported the mediation process since October 11, 2018. Our government provided significant support, making our top mediators available to them to help them reach a new collective agreement, and this amounted to 100 days of mediated bargaining. But alas, Mr. Speaker, very little progress has been made. Both parties remain far apart, and there's now a work stoppage with enormous implications. The broad economic and health consequences of the current work stoppage have left us with no choice but to take this step. I want to echo something that the Minister of Labour said when she introduced this bill. When a work stoppage impacts only the workers and the employers in question, there's no justification for the government to intervene. But in this case, the dire, long-lasting impacts to the economy of Quebec, Eastern Canada, and in the entire country are so severe that the government must protect all the other jobs that are at stake. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk numbers. Right now, the current strike is halting the flow of around $270 million per week. Economic modeling puts the cost to our economy at between $40 and $100 million per week. The port has experienced a 10% decrease of container volume, estimated to be worth $30 million per week for the month of March 2021 compared to the previous year. The volume of containers arriving at the port bound for the Canadian market has declined by 9% year over year, while the volume of containers bound for the U.S. market has declined by 19%. The work stoppage is paralyzing the port, forcing companies to reroute their supply chains and incurring significant additional costs in the process. In addition, this is happening during a pandemic where businesses are already under enormous economic strain and stress, and this only adds additional unwelcomed pressure at a time where too many companies are just trying to survive. Let me bring it back to my own riding and the people who I have the absolute honor of serving. My riding of Davenport in downtown West Toronto is home to many Portuguese speakers, including those from the Brazilian Canadian community. They and many stakeholders, specifically from the Brazil-Canada Chamber of Commerce, have for over a year raised this issue with me of the disruption of trade between Canada and Brazil and the impact to many small businesses here in Toronto and the broader GTA. There are so many other stakeholders, Mr. Speakers, that are being impacted in Canada, including farmers. Farmers who've been waiting for seeds and fertilizer, which they really need to arrive on time. It impacts their livelihoods. It impacts our food supply chains and business contracts. There are 19,000 direct and indirect transportation jobs at the Port of Montreal that's being impacted, including rail and trucking jobs. As well, there are 250,000 jobs in Montreal and another 273,000 manufacturing jobs in Ontario that are also very much impacted. Other industries in Canada also depend on the goods that flow through this port. Many, as I've mentioned before, are already struggling to adapt and recover from the COVID recession. The diversion of ships to the ports, including in the United States, could permanently change shipping routes and cut Montreal out of important supply chains for the long term. Canada's reputation as a reliable trading partner is at risk, and the reputation of the Port of Montreal is at risk as well. The work stoppage also has implications for the health of Canadians. And as the Minister has mentioned a number of times, right now there are ships waiting that are holding life-saving medicines and medical equipment, some of which is COVID related. And I understand that the Minister has heard from many who have said that this strike has life and death implications, with many hospitals waiting for medicines and medical equipment. And let me touch on what are the key things that this bill would do, Mr. Speaker. It will extend the expired collective agreement until a new collective agreement comes into effect. It will prohibit any other work stoppages until the extended agreement expires. It requires the Minister to appoint a mediator arbitrator, one who's jointly approved by the parties, or failing that, a neutral person of the Minister's choice. It refers all disputed matters to the mediator arbitrator and requires them to attempt to resolve the dispute within 14 days. It also empowers the mediator to resolve outstanding issues through arbitration if mediation fails. And it provides that a new collective agreement becomes binding on the two parties when the mediator arbitrator reports back to the Minister. If, on the other hand, the parties reach a new collective agreement before the mediator arbitrator reports back, that new agreement is binding instead. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that there have been a number of objections that have been raised in the course of our discussion over yesterday and today. And I know that one of them is that the government hasn't done enough. And I think that the Minister and many of my colleagues from all parties have pointed out, well, particular parties, colleagues from my side of the House have pointed out that we have spent an exorbitant amount of time trying to make sure that we've offered every available tool to allow the two sides to come together. We have offered our best mediators, which has accumulated in over 100 hours of mediation time. We have offered whatever other tools might be available that could be at their disposal. And unfortunately, the two sides are still too far apart. I'd also say to you, Mr. Speaker, that some may also say that this legislation takes away bargaining powers from the parties. And I would say, on the contrary, the parties are still negotiating now, and the Minister has strongly encouraged them to reach an agreement before this legislation is passed, because to us, that's the best way to actually reach an agreement. And we know that this bill also contains several key provisions to keep the collective bargaining process going. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates a clear path to finally resolve the dispute in a way that is fair and that is neutral. We do not want to disrupt the collective bargaining process. Our government believes that both sides getting together to reach an agreement is one that is good for both of them. Without the government getting involved, to us, that is absolutely the very best outcome. And hopefully that is where it will end up. I think if circumstances were different, our government would not be intervening. We would let the bargaining process continue. But in this case, unfortunately, the cost of a work stoppage to other Canadians is too great. So our government is introducing this bill to mitigate those harms to other Canadians, to workers, to businesses, and to give the parties a pathway to new and fair collective agreement. I trust that my colleagues in all parties will agree that these dire circumstances leave us no choice but to actually introduce this bill in this House, to have this debate, to have this discussion, to have this vote, and to ask for all sides to say that this is a reasonable step for us to be taking at this point after we have exhausted all other options So, Mr. Speaker, we are, I think, just coming almost to the end of my time. I think I probably have about a minute left. Is that right, Mr. Speaker? I have 10 more minutes? Well, that's a long time. Well, I think I'll...
one moment, we have the honourable member for Kingston, the Islands, getting up on a point of order.
Does this not end at 8 p.m., Mr. Speaker?
Sure, it's clear. What happens is on the last speech, so the speaker can go until, or the person presenting can go until the end of her speech. So whenever she's ready, she can stop, and we'll go from there.
We still have questions, though.
No, that's it. After 8 o'clock, there's no question, but she can. Exactly.
Okay.
So she can finish her discourse, and then we vote.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that point of order by my honorable colleague, and I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker, sort of clarifying this, just because I'm not sure I had a speech for another 10 or 15 minutes, if you want the truth. So let me just conclude. You know, the Port of Montreal is an economic hub and very much is critical to the economic well-being of Canadians across this country, particularly in Quebec and in Eastern Canada. The current work stoppage at the port is unfortunately causing significant, long-lasting impacts to Quebec, to Canada's economy, and it's adding a lot of stress to the supply chains that are already under significant strain due to COVID-19. For over 2.5 years, our government has provided extensive support to help both sides, the Montreal Longshoremen Union, as well as the Maritime Employers Association. We've provided extensive help to try to get them to reach an agreement, which includes over 100 days of mediated bargaining. But despite the substantial support, despite multiple work disruptions in the past, both parties unfortunately remain far apart with a new work stoppage underway. And that is why we've put forward a bill that will end the economic harm to the Canadian economy, that will ensure the safe resumption of operations at the port, and establish a neutral mediation arbitration process to finally resolve the parties' disputes and conclude a new collective agreement. And I think with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end. I'm going to say thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-29, and I want to thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
It being 8 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of government business number 5, now before the House. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Ms. Tassi, seconded by Mrs. Leboutier, moved that, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, a bill in the name of the Minister of Labour, entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption and Continuation of Operations at the Port of Montreal, be disposed of as follows. A.
For consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order. B. When the House begins debate at the second reading stage of the bill, 2 members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak at the said stage for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments, provided that the members may be permitted to split their time with another member. C. À la fin de la période prévue.
At the conclusion of the time provided for the debate at the second reading stage, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred.
D. If the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, may I dispense? Okay, merci, thank you. Do I read the amendment as well? I go through the... Mr. Duval, seconded by Mr. Massey, moved. May I dispense of the amendment? Take it that's a yes? Okay. Very good. Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP requests a recorded division.
Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Madame Boutillier, Madame Le Boutillier. Move that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, a bill in the name... May I dispense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Duval, seconded by Mr. Massey. May I dispense the amendment? Dispense, thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Gertsen.
Mr. Gertsen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Scroll.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Would you please confirm that I voted no?
You did vote no. It's confirmed.
Good. Thank you.
Seeing no more, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 152, 152.
Je déclare l'amendement adopté.
The motion is carried. The amendment.
Que modifié. La question est la suivante.
The main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Ms. Tessé, seconded by Madame Le Boutier, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, dispense. Thank you.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion as amended be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Request a recorded division.
Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion as amended, please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veulent-ils.
All those opposed to the motion as amended, please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote est terminée.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca? Mr. Fonseca, you're now off.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to see if my vote went through.
Please vote now.
Okay.
No, please vote now. Tell us how you want to vote.
Oh, nay.
Mr. Fonseca, count again.
Ms. Can you have point? A point of order? Yes, please go ahead.
I understand the last member that just voted nay. Doesn't he have to wear a tie to make his vote count?
Normally, during a vote, we haven't been enforced. Actually, no, because when you're voting, you don't need a tie. If you're going to speak in the chamber, you need a tie. Technically, you can say who's speaking, but no, we haven't been enforcing the tie. But that is a good point, though. Thank you for clarifying that. Ms. Schulte.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to verify that my vote was counted as yay.
But didn't you hear how Fonseca's voting?
Yes. It was voted yay. Mr. Fonseca, you raised your hand again on a point of order?
Yes. Speaker, my apologies. I'm asking to change my vote to yay.
Unanimous consent? Okay, we'll need, in order to change a vote, unfortunately, we'll need unanimous consent. Do we have unanimous consent? Yes. Yes, we have unanimous consent. Mr. Fonseca.
Thank you. Yay.
Mr. Fonseca. Four.
Very good. Not seeing any more. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 270, 270. Nays contre 58, 58.
I declare the motion as amended carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-29, an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal at the second reading stage.
Seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, moves that Bill C-29, an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal, be now read a second time and referred to Committee of the Whole. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, 2 members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Members are permitted to split their time with another member. Debate.
Debate. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to recognize that today is the National Day of Mourning. 30 years ago, the Parliament of Canada passed the Workers' Mourning Day Act, making April 28th an official day of mourning in Canada. Since that day, every year we pause to pay our respects and remember all workers who have lost their lives, been injured, or suffered an illness on the job due to a work-related tragedy. We honor them and acknowledge the grief felt by their family and friends who miss them. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Canadians and workplaces have developed a greater awareness of the importance of workplace safety. So today, we also reflect on and mourn the tragic loss of workers because of COVID-19. That's why today we renew our commitment to improving the health and safety measures in workplaces to prevent injuries, illness, and death. The health and safety of all workers across this country is not only our responsibility, it's our priority. Which brings me to the subject of today's legislation. The Government of Canada is strongly committed to free and collective bargaining and the constructive settlement of labor disputes as the basis for sound industrial relations. We firmly believe that negotiated agreements are the best solution. That's why during the collective bargaining negotiations between the Syndicate de Débordeurs, also known as CUPE Local 375, and the Maritime Employers Association, we have been providing extensive and ongoing support, encouraging the parties to reach an agreement that works for everyone. This nearly 2.5-year commitment to the negotiation process is evidence of our belief that the best deals are made at the negotiating table. Over the last 2.5 years, the federal government has provided mediators who have supported over 100 bargaining sessions. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said over the last couple of days about taking sides. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that our government isn't taking sides. I grew up in a community forced in the steel industry and the labor movement. I know and treasure the values of decency, fairness, inclusion, and progress that the labor movement represents. I feel great empathy for all workers affected by the inability of the two parties to come to an agreement after 2.5 years and over 100 sessions with federal mediators. That's why I so very strongly encourage the parties to come to a negotiated agreement as soon as possible. I will begin by outlining some of the key milestones over the last 2.5 years. Collective bargaining between CUPE 375 and the MEA began in September 2018, with the existing collective bargaining agreement expiring on December 31st, 2018. To reiterate some of my earlier remarks made in the House, the agreement covers approximately 1,100 workers employed by member companies of the MEA engaged in loading and unloading of vessels and other related work at the Port of Montreal. On October 11th, 2018, the Government of Canada appointed a conciliation officer from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service to assist the parties. Once the conciliation period expired on December 11th, 2018, we appointed 2 mediators to continue the work with the parties with a view to assisting them to resolve their differences and reach an agreement. On October 23rd, 2018, the MEA filed an application with the Canadian Industrial Relations Board, the CIRB, to determine which activities would be needed to be maintained in the event of a work stoppage at the port in order to prevent an immediate and serious danger to the safety or health of the public. In June 2020, the CIRB ultimately found that the parties did not need to maintain any activities in event of a work stoppage beyond their statutory obligation under the Canada Labour Code to continue service grain vessels. However, the CIRB did acknowledge that the union's commitment to continue servicing 2 vessels that supply Newfoundland and Labrador. Less than a month after the CIRB decision was released, with the support of 99% of the membership, the union commenced a partial strike on July 2nd, 2020. 4 work stoppages followed throughout the summer, each one in increasing duration and impact, ending in an unlimited strike that started on August 10th, 2020. There was also an increasing tension around the port. On August 13th, 2020, 8 people were arrested and charged with intimidation, mischief, and assault following a confrontation between union members and managers who were brought in as replacement workers. 11 days later, on August 21st, 2020, the parties agreed to a 7-month truce period during which they would keep bargaining and resume all port activities. That truce ended on March 21st, 2021. Throughout this truce and since it ended, the parties have continued to receive intense mediation support from the federal mediators. On February 4th, 2021, I appointed 2 additional senior-level federal mediators to assist with the negotiations and also wrote to both parties urging them to work with the mediators to reach an agreement as soon as possible. However, despite these ongoing mediation efforts, at the start of February, the MEA filed a bad faith bargaining complaint with the CIRB asking it to order the parties to binding arbitration. The CIRB issued a ruling on March 17th, finding that any determination of bad faith bargaining would be premature and the parties are still working to negotiate a new collective agreement. Mediation continued and the parties met a number of times. On April 10th, 2021, the employer gave 72 hours notice of its intention to modify the conditions of employment for the members of CUPE 375. According to the notice, employees would no longer be guaranteed a minimum weekly income and would instead be remunerated only for hours worked. Later on April 10th, 2021, the union gave 72 hours notice of its intention to no longer perform overtime work, work on weekends, or participate in training. The union committed to maintaining services for vessels coming to and from Newfoundland and Labrador, and service grain vessels must be maintained in accordance with the Canada Labour Code. On April 13th, the parties implemented the actions described in their respective notices, and recently the situation has escalated. On April 22nd, 2021, the employer advised the union that it would be invoking the provisions of the collective agreement that impose a specific shift schedule requiring workers to work the entire shift. The following day, the union gave notice of its intention to stop all work at the port beginning at 7 a.m. on April 26th. And on Monday morning, that's exactly what happened. A complete general strike, unlimited in duration, began at the Port of Montreal. Madam Speaker, the parties have reached an impasse, and it is clear that despite ongoing and extensive assistance from federal mediators for the last 2.5 years, they remain unable to find common ground. We urgently need to find a path forward. The Port of Montreal is the second largest container port in Canada. Every year it handles over 1.6 million 20-foot equivalent units and 35 million tons of cargo, representing approximately $40 billion in goods. The work stoppage at the port is causing significant harm to Canada's economy, further disrupting supply chains that have already struggled through the COVID-19 crisis. Every day it continues, the more likely it is that some of the business will simply not return, resulting in long-lasting damage. These disruptions to supply chains are not only affecting businesses, they are affecting the livelihoods of workers who are employed by those businesses. Hundreds of thousands of workers whose jobs depend on goods coming through the Port of Montreal every day. With Canada's large volume of overseas trade, the smooth operation of our major ports is critical to our economy. The Port of Montreal is one of our main access points of international markets, and a prolonged shutdown of this gateway for containerized goods and bulk exports is detrimental to Canada's reputation as a reliable trading partner. If trade declines, then jobs disappear. And Madam Speaker, this affects hundreds of thousands of workers across Canada. These are the factors that are leading the government to take action with legislation that will require the parties to resume operations at the port while providing a neutral mediation arbitration process to resolve the differences between the parties. I want to emphasize, nothing in the legislation prevents the parties from coming to an agreement before the legislation receives royal assent or at any time in the mediation arbitration process. Our government does not take back-to-work legislation lightly. We believe it should only be used as a last resort. Unfortunately, given the overall context, we believe it is the only remaining course of action. This work stoppage is impacting more than 19,000 direct and indirect jobs associated with transit through the Port of Montreal, including in the rail and trucking industry. Facing high initial costs, shippers forced to reroute to other ports may not return immediately or even in the long term, meaning that the negative impacts could last long after work stoppage has ended. The partial work stoppage had reduced port capacity by approximately 30%, representing loss of cargo volumes worth an estimated $90 million per week. With no slack in the Canadian supply chain for adjustment, the economic disruption is extensive and can only be expected to worsen. This means the temporary and possibly permanent loss of jobs for thousands and thousands of workers whose families depend on them and their salaries. And the longer the work stoppage continues, the longer it will take to recover. As previously mentioned, the Port of Montreal is a major link in the Canadian and U.S. supply chain of raw materials and consumer goods. The August 2020 strike had a disruptive and protracted effect on the East Coast transportation system. Further, we heard from some shippers, such as IKEA, had already diverted traffic to the U.S. ports on the East Coast earlier this spring. The Port Authority further noted that other clients had done the same ahead of the March 21st end of the truce between the parties. Ultimately, there's a risk that these diversions could be permanent if shippers find more stable and economical routes. Permanent diversions to the U.S. ports could have long-lasting negative effects on the integrated transportation system around the Port of Montreal. This would translate to lower demand for rail trucking service in Canada that support the movement of cargo between Canada and the U.S. This would have serious impact on employment in these industries. Thousands of workers across the supply chain could lose their jobs. We know that these challenges increase as the stoppage continues. Sectors of the economy dependent on cargo moving through the port may find it increasingly difficult to access key production inputs, machinery, equipment, and construction materials, forcing industries such as manufacturing, construction, and sales to reduce and/or shut down operations. Shutting down manufacturing operations means workers' jobs and livelihoods lost, perhaps permanently. We also know that the disruption comes at a critical time in the agricultural sector, with the spring dictating much of the year's harvest, from imports of key inputs, seeds, greenhouse components, and fertilizer for the season, to the need for cash flow from exports that are now stalled. This is a serious concern for farmers and associated industries. Again, this would mean the loss of thousands of seasonal workers' jobs. And of course, the consequences of this means a threat to the health and well-being of Canadians. We are hearing that small and medium enterprises are feeling the impacts of this work stoppage, and their concerns are particularly heightened given the already precarious economic recovery from COVID-19. Losses stem from not meeting delivery deadlines, lost potential sales, and wasted product in the case of perishable goods that aren't properly stored or handled, as their movement is inevitably slowed, if not prevented altogether. Canadian exporters are also facing increasing losses and delays in getting their exports to market, and from the use of less efficient transit options. As the work stoppage continues, the impacts on the manufacturing and natural resource sectors, such as forestry, are also likely to be significant. The ripple effect won't end there. As I mentioned earlier, challenges accessing key production inputs have the potential to cause temporary layoffs and job losses in industries such as construction and sales. The economic numbers I am citing are not abstract. They represent the jobs of thousands upon thousands of Canadian workers who depend on the port. Workers may never get their jobs back. Stakeholders have also expressed concerns about the impacts. Medical suppliers have described this in letters as life and death situation if products do not get to hospitals and patients. Canadians need farmers to put food on the table to feed their families. In Ontario and Quebec, ministers have written me, ministers of Labour and Economic Development, said that this will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs and have urged us to take action. We cannot afford not to act. Ensuring the uninterrupted flow of commodities and goods to and from the international and domestic markets through the Port of Montreal is essential to the economic well-being of Canadians across this country, particularly now when we enter a period of economic recovery from a serious health and economic crisis. The government has provided significant assistance to the parties. Despite our efforts, over 2.5 years of support from the federal mediators and over 100 mediated sessions between the parties, there's no agreement as in sight as the parties remain unable to find common ground. While the government firmly believes that the best deals are reached at the bargaining table, back-to-work legislation is sometimes necessary when the parties are at a significant and long-standing impasse and a work stoppage is causing significant economic harm. We must act before irreparable damage is done to our economy and the thousands upon thousands of jobs being lost, which means that thousands and thousands of families are affected. The government understands the serious negative effects of this work stoppage at the Port of Montreal and the need for resolution as quickly as possible. This is why we are taking action with legislation to ensure safe resumption of operations at the port and to provide the parties with a neutral mediation arbitration process to resolve their disputes. This legislation will order an immediate end to the work stoppage and the resumption and continuation of all operations at the Port of Montreal following royal assent. The most recent collective agreement will be extended until new collective agreement can be established. A mediation arbitration process would begin where the parties would jointly choose a mediator arbitrator. If no agreement can be reached, then I will appoint one. The mediation would last 14 days with the right of the parties by agreement to extend this another 7 days for a total of 21 days, where all outstanding issues could be decided through the mediation process. If that fails, then of course to arbitration. The new collective agreement that would result from this process would contain unmodified provisions from the expired agreement, all arbitration decisions, and all agreements reached between the parties at any point in the current round of collective bargaining. I want to be very clear. There is nothing in this legislation that prevents the parties from reaching an agreement on any issue or agreeing to a new collective agreement before the mediator arbitrator's final decision is rendered. Madam Speaker, I strongly encourage the parties to reach an agreement before we pass this legislation, but we can't afford to wait. We must act now. Madam Speaker, our government does not want to take this. We don't take the decision lightly. I've repeated this many times. We take this decision with a heavy heart. This work stoppage is causing serious harm and directly jeopardizing the jobs of over 19,000 Canadians and indirectly hundreds of thousands of Canadians. This at a time when industries are still struggling to recover from the major economic disruptions over the past year. We believe in the collective bargaining process. In this case, the government has provided assistance in the process for over 2.5 years. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the mediators that we have at that table, who have worked tirelessly, who are available 24/7 to work with the parties to come to an agreement. With no agreement in sight after over 100 federally mediated bargaining sessions, we must act. I urge everyone here to support this legislation so that it passes as quickly as possible to ensure full resumption of activities of the Port of Montreal and prevent further economic harm. Canadians and Canadian workers are counting on us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question on the minister's speech. Who considers the concerns of workers and that this legislation is not being passed with a great deal of joy? The bill that we have before us, that we're going to debate for a few hours now, was inevitable because in the calendar of events, what we've been discussing for a few days now, twice now, the employer has unilaterally and recently changed the rules of the game in a fundamental way, including when it came to work schedules. The workers, therefore, used means to act at the Port of Montreal, but there were signals, clear signals, that everyone could read. It's clear that if the employer removes the contested clauses, I must give the opportunity to other MPs to ask questions.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Honorable ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for the questions and for her comments and for her advocacy. I would say here that, look, all this has been going on for 2.5 years, and throughout this whole process, we have been there every step of the way with the parties. We have provided the supports of the mediation service. I think they have done a fantastic job, and I think both parties are grateful for their presence. And yes, both parties in this dispute have taken action. And they are able to take that action. That's open to them, and they did that in a way to put pressure so that agreement could be reached. But the reality is, at the end of the day, we're no closer to an agreement we are today than we were 2.5 years ago. This is why we must take action now.
Honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Minister, thank you, Minister, for your speech. I can't help but wonder that 2.5 years, 100 hours of mediated time wouldn't cause a thought process that perhaps action should be required a bit sooner in our critical infrastructure sectors. Is this really the only way that disputes can be resolved in our sectors that are so important to the country? Do we have to let it go this long? I've spent 20 years in other sectors there where Mother Nature dictates an annual cycle, and we have found other ways. And I just wonder if the minister could comment that this is really the only way that we can get to a point that both respects the workers' rights and the rights of the employer.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that important question. And just to be clear, it was actually over 100 mediated sessions. Each of those sessions were hours long. So this is countless hours. In addition to us providing the mediation support, we have also reached out to both sides, impressed upon them the importance of reaching an agreement. So had conversations, had communication, expressed that very clearly. With respect to where we are now and moving forward, on top of the mediation support, on top of that communication, this really is the only option left. It is an option of last resort, but we must take it in light of the circumstances that we are facing with respect to the harm.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister has stated many times there's nothing stopping from the two parties reaching a collective agreement before this legislation is passed. Yet she has supported the company's request to interfere, and in which the company wants. So my question is that the union has lost all their constitutional rights. Does the minister understand that she has taken away union rights to reach a good faith collective agreement between the two parties?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question. Look, we have been there for both sides throughout this whole process. We have been impartial. We are not taking sides. Our role is to provide the supports. We have provided those supports to both sides. The mediation service has been there, helping both sides negotiate. The bottom line is that there has been no progress at the table. This has been going on for 2.5 years with the extra level of support of 2 additional senior level mediators at the table. And so as a result of the lack of progress, we have to take action, particularly with the strike taking place and the impact on the economy and the health and safety.
L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I think that the minister is misleading the House, like many of her Liberal colleagues today, who have used the argument that medication is not being unloaded. That's not true. 90% of medication that arrives in Canada comes to Pearson by plane, and the union confirmed to the employer that if they are told where medication is in containers in the Port of Montreal, they'll unload it, strike or not. I would like the minister's comment on that. The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I completely disagree that there's any misleading going on here. And look, I appreciate the spirit and the willingness of the union to say that they will unload those containers. Practically, there's problems with that. Number one container doesn't have one resource. They are containers that are filled with many different things. So to say that a container is going to dock, part of it is going to be unloaded, then the rest is going to be taken abroad and continue to be shipped, that's just not practical. Secondly, the supply chains have been impacted. The CN and CPP are not sending the rail cars. The truckers aren't going there to transport. So when the stuff is unloaded, there's nowhere to take it because the supply chains are gone in order to transport those goods. And finally, I have written correspondence from stakeholders saying this is life and death situations. They talk about medicine for heart conditions, and they talk specifically about dialysis, saying that if these machines and supports aren't given to patients in hospitals across the country, we're in a life and death situation. That is what I've been told by my stakeholders.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And I thank the Honourable Minister for her speech. She knows the great respect I hold in my heart for her, but I can't agree with this at all. How long did our protective service workers, our shuttle bus drivers, House of Commons workers go without a contract? The negotiations were protracted. Our protected service workers, the people who protected us when the House of Commons was under assault, went 4 years without a contract. Their protest was in violating their uniform requirements. We all remember seeing them wear those badges. Sometimes it's protracted, sometimes it's difficult, but the employer provoked this situation by changing fundamental parts of the collective agreement. I asked the Honourable Minister, is there not some way to force the employer to do the right thing instead of punishing the workers?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question, and yes, I have great respect and admiration for the member. Look, I would say this: we aren't taking sides in this. We're not saying that we're supporting one side or the other. We are encouraging both sides to come to an agreement. I would say this is what makes this situation different. It's the economic harm as well as the health and safety of Canadians. We know that a full work stoppage is going to have an impact that we cannot be responsible for, which is what mandates us to take an action. And this is on top of having a year of fighting a pandemic where supply chains are already compromised. We cannot stop the flow of goods. We must act for the sake of Canadians.
Une dernière question, l'honorable député de Rosemont.
A last question, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the Minister says that we're not taking a side in this file, in this labour conflict, special legislation to force the return to work that undermines the right to strike removes every incentive for the employer to negotiate in good faith. That's what we saw on Sunday when the bill was announced, before even the general strike had started by the workers. Why do the Liberals always take the employer's side? The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would say again, we are not taking sides in this instance. We have had mediators at that table who have done an incredible job in terms of supporting both parties in an unbiased way to offer supports and to try and bring the parties together to come to a resolution. 2.5 years of negotiation. And now I would say in this legislation, there is potentially 21 days for mediation. The parties can still sit down and mediate this with the appointment of an arbitrator mediator that they can come together and
resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the member for Calgary-Minapore. I'd like to acknowledge today as the National Day of Mourning, a day we honor the memory of workers who have been killed, injured, or suffered illness as a result of workplace incidents. As I rise today to speak on Bill C-29, I am once again hit with an unwelcome feeling of deja vu. Empty words, empty promises, and now empty rail cars and empty trucks are leaving the Port of Montreal. An unsettling realization that we have been here many times before with this government. The government delays, gets pressed up against a timeline, and then things are a rush and a crisis. Once again, our supply chains are at a standstill, and importers, exporters, and workers are once again faced with uncertainty. When activist-led rail blockades brought transportation networks to a standstill early in 2020, the government sat idly by. We heard it took an average of 4 days to just catch up for every day that our transportation networks were down, and the cost to our economy was in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We heard concerns from businesses and workers about getting essential goods across the country, concerns that are especially relevant now during the pandemic. Farmers can't wait for seed or for fertilizer. If the government chose to not take the situation at the Port of Montreal seriously when it first started over 2 years ago, it should have adjusted course last year when a strike lasting 19 days took place. This strike resulted in $600 million in losses for our exporters and wholesalers and left workers with a lot of uncertainty. This should have been a wake-up call to the government to take meaningful actions to provide professional assistance to help the parties come to an acceptable agreement. In March of 2021, a German international shipping and container transportation company said in an email to customers that it expects, quote, terminal performance in the port to be severely impacted. This was based on just the potential risk of a shutdown. In an article in March of 2021 in Automotive News Canada, Brian Kingston, head of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association, is quoted as saying, quote, the situation in Montreal is deeply concerning. He further went on to say, we just came out of a massive economic downturn, and having a critical piece of our transportation network shut down will not help the Canadian economy recover. On April 5th, Pulse Canada sent a letter to the Minister of Labour urging immediate action. In the letter, they note that they had been advocating since February for the government to take, quote, every approach necessary to mediate a negotiated agreement, and that it was imperative to avoid a labor disruption that would not only damage our industry, but also our international reputation and the wider Canadian economy. The letter further outlined how even then their industry was experiencing significant damages, with customers asking them to avoid the port at all costs. The letter notes that these costs can be as high as $1,600 per container to utilize another port, not to mention costs associated with the logistics of such an endeavor. Avoiding the port not only means disruptions, but less work and potentially might mean permanent job losses. Madame la Présidente, le port est essentiel à Montréal.
Madam Speaker, the port is essential to Montreal. It's essential to Quebec. And it's essential for Canada.
It's the second largest in the country and is responsible for approximately 19,000 direct and indirect jobs. The roughly 40 million tons of cargo that pass through every year, which represents billions in economic activity, travels across the entire country, including to my home province of British Columbia and into my community of Kelowna Lake Country. What's troubling is that the concerns I mentioned above are not the first time Canada's trade reliability has been called into recent question. I've heard this from numerous stakeholders with the uncertainty of jobs and investment on the line. But after this government's track record, it's clear to see why. Trade, like so many other important things, seems to be continually an afterthought for this government. It is truly unfortunate, and it does businesses and workers across the country a serious disservice. With 1 in 5 jobs in Canada dependent on trade and nearly a third of our GDP relying on our exports, this government needs to do more. However, as we saw in the recent budget, there was little importance placed on trade, instead of working to secure our future. We see time and time again how little importance this government places on ensuring exports can get to market. We saw this with the rushing of CUSMA legislation, and a recent example of this was the Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement. The UK is our 5th largest trading partner and 3rd largest export market. Implementing that agreement was critical to businesses and workers across Canada who rely on trade with the United Kingdom. The government had years to get a new trade agreement signed with the UK after they had voted to leave the European Union, which meant that the terms of the existing CETA agreement would no longer apply. And what did the Liberals do? They didn't lead, they mismanaged the file, and even left it to the 11th hour to introduce legislation. This failure was embarrassing and caught needless and avoidable uncertainty. They left it to the last week of the last month of the last year to table the legislation. This led to missing the deadline and having to sign a memorandum of understanding. The memorandum was about to expire with no plans by the government to put it on their legislative agenda. Therefore, Conservatives showed leadership, sought unanimous consent, which we received, and in order to move the legislation along so that our Canadian businesses and workers weren't left again we moved it forward, and the uncertainty was passed. Government actions or inactions have once again led to uncertainty. The Minister of Labour, who is responsible for employees at the Port of Montreal, made unfortunate comments suggesting the government may bring forth back to work legislation should a resolution not be reached. And here we are now. We've heard these comments took the wind right out of the sails of the negotiating position of the workers in the Port of Montreal. Instead of making legislative threats, the government should have been actively involved in the negotiations and doing everything possible to secure an agreement and create certainty and stability. We heard from the minister that government representatives attended many, many meetings. Well, it doesn't matter how many meetings you attend, what matters are results. The union representing the workers called the minister's comments an affront to all workers in the country. And Mark Ranger, the Quebec director of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, stated that fundamental rights have been violated. It's shameful for the government that calls itself a defender of the middle class. As much as it pains me to say, there is a clear pattern here. What is definitely noticeable is that the certainty of business is so important. It's very important for the free flow of goods to be maintained. And as we find ourselves in another avoidable situation, this is caused solely by the government's complete and continuous mismanagement of its files. Right now, at a time of so much uncertainty, we know that businesses and workers need predictability. We need to give certainty and predictability at a time when over a year into this pandemic, there is still so much uncertainty. While the pandemic is still occurring, businesses are still in jeopardy and are still really hurting across the country. And this ultimately leads to layoffs. Farmers can't wait, other businesses can't wait, and workers can't wait. With one of the worst records on unemployment in the G7, we need to do all we can to keep our current levels of trade, our businesses viable, and workers employed. It is of utmost importance that the free flow of goods are maintained. Whole provinces are locked down due to this third wave of COVID-19, due to poor decisions and mismanagement of the pandemic over the past year, including vaccine procurement. Businesses and families are struggling. Costs are going up. Importers and exporters are having to make tough decisions due to uncertainty. Our food security is at risk without a dependable and reliable transportation and supply chain system. We've heard that medical supplies are at risk being distributed. And unlike other countries who are well into recovery, Canada is still full on dealing with an economic and health crisis. Parliamentarians now have this difficult situation today, having to look at back to work legislation because of this government's failure to facilitate an agreement between the parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for speech. I know that a regular Conservative might not be the most open to the whole union side, but there was a solution that had been presented by the member for Bernard Chambly. If the employer was clearly told that he should no longer change work schedules, then the employees were prepared actually to go back to work and put an end to the conflict. That solution is actually easy to apply, and it avoids having to have this special legislation. Would my colleague agree with the application of that type of a pragmatic solution?
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. You know, what's really important to note is that the government was at the table assisting with these negotiations. And after, as we've heard, many meetings, the end of that was that there wasn't a facilitated agreement. And we need to be there for, we need to be pro Canadian economy. And we've heard that if there isn't isn't an agreement and the port is not open, we've heard how this is going to affect businesses all across the country. So this is the government that at the table wasn't able to come to an agreement and facilitate an agreement.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my friend from Kelowna Lake Country. I oppose this legislation, I'll make that clear. And when I think about the various ways in which this debate tonight is being politicized, I recall that what really did affect British Columbia, affected a lot of my constituents, and I'm sure of those in Kelowna Lake Country as well, was the failure of the Harper government to anticipate that when they got rid of the Canadian Wheat Board, we would lose the ability to have wheat supplies that had to grain that had to move on trains. I'm sure the honourable member will remember December 2014, where we had acute shortages of grain. That was because of a decision made by the previous government. So our supply chains in this country are really important, but it's not all one-sided. And sometimes I think we need to give, always, I think collective agreements need to take place. We need to allow both sides to negotiate and not force workers back to work.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague also from British Columbia. So here's the situation that we're in right now. You know, we know that the supply chains are really stretched. You know, we've gone through a difficult time. It all started a year ago, like I mentioned, when we did have rail lines that were down. You know, we've gone through this pandemic. We know, we're hearing that there are shortages, container shortages, and this just exacerbates the problem. So because we're so stretched right now, we don't really have the luxury to be waiting. There's also timelines here where we have farmers that we've heard who need fertilizer and they need seed. And so they can't wait. You know, if they don't plant within a certain time period, they don't have a crop. We've heard that there's medical supplies that do have to get across the country. So we don't have the time to be waiting for this.
One last question. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you. I want to bring to the attention of my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country. Businesses in my riding, Langley Aldergrove, almost as far away as you can get from the Port of Montreal, who are being negatively impacted by labour disruptions at the Port of Montreal. I was talking to Mr. Van Noort of Van Noort Bulbs the other day, and they, of course, import bulbs from the Netherlands for sale across North America. This is, of course, a very seasonal product. This business has already been negatively impacted by pandemic-related supply chain challenges, and then the strike just was the last thing that they needed. And I just wonder if the member has a comment about that, how important it is to have good labor relations in this country.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for his question. You know, absolutely. I think I know I don't have a lot of time here, but this just shows how important our supply chains are, and we can't wait. I'm also speaking to people in my riding that have irrigation companies, and they're missing parts that they're waiting to get from Europe. So this is across the country, and we don't have the time. There are timelines that businesses need product, and if they don't get it, then workers are going to be laid off. So it definitely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and also thank you very much to the member for Kelowna Lake Country, who is also our Shadow Minister for Export Promotion and International Trade, whose toes I will probably step on a bit talking about supply chain. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that she was also the 2006 RBC Woman Entrepreneur of the Year? And like myself, she's an alumni of the University of Calgary. So to her, I say, Mahulita Gamswas. I will lift up my eyes is the translation from Gaelic. I will also be stepping on the toes of our Shadow Minister, of Infrastructure from Regina Capel. Well, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this is a situation today where the government could not fail. The stakes were just too high for the government to fail. You know, we've talked about it a lot today, but I'll repeat some of the core facts again. The Port of Montreal is the second most important port in Canada. The previous 19-day work stoppage last summer cost wholesalers over $600 million in sales, Madam Speaker, over a 2-month period, and it took 3 full months to clear the backlog created by the stoppage. And I'm also sure we've heard previous today that every day the port is shut down, the economy loses $10 to $20 million, Madam Speaker. The words of my leader earlier this week are true. Because of the Prime Minister's failure to get a deal done, jobs and contracts are at risk, and millions of dollars will be lost, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to approach this from the transport perspective today, being the Shadow Minister for Transport. I'm going to look at 3 things in particular: imports, which affect the cost of living; exports, which affect our economy; and then processes and infrastructure, which of course also affect our economy. So when we're talking about imports and the cost of living, and Canadians are seeing the cost of living increase, RBC expects that groceries alone will go up 2 to 2.5% in 2021. But we can look at a couple of things. And the first thing is the change in demand that we have seen over the last year. Canadians have been at home through the pandemic. They are unable to travel. They are unable to go to the theater or to go to their favorite restaurants as a result of several lockdowns. And so we're seeing a way greater demand for consumer goods. And of course, this is putting additional pressure on our supply chain. The second thing, Madam Speaker, and this has been brought up previously, but of course, is the container shortage, which is having significant impact on supply of goods. For example, Madam Speaker, India, the world's second largest sugar producer, exported only 70,000 metric tons in January, less than a fifth of volume shipped a year earlier. In addition, Vietnam, the largest producer of the Robusta coffee beans used to make instant drinks and espresso, is also struggling to export. Shipments dropped more than 20% in November and December. So very big changes in supply that we are seeing there. As well, we are hearing that the strike at the port isn't necessarily going to shut down auto production. It's going to make the supply chain even more inefficient and increase costs. Canada, as a manufacturing jurisdiction, we have to constantly compete with the United States and Mexico, and a critical component of being a competitive manufacturing jurisdiction is having a reliable trade infrastructure. That was in the Financial Post. Now, we have seen action from the U.S. government in regards to the container shortage, Madam Speaker, but not here. And perhaps that's the reason why that the Freight Management Association of Canada sent a letter to the Minister of Transport using the example that pulse growers and lumber exporters are losing international sales while shipping companies are sending empty containers back to Asia. One last example I'll give of the strain on supply right here in my hometown of Calgary, Madam Speaker. BoCycle cannot import enough bicycles. Have you tried to buy a bicycle last spring or this spring? I have, Madam Speaker, for my son. They are almost impossible to come by. But these are the problems we are seeing as a result of this government's inability to handle supply chains, to handle our port capacity. And that's why it was so critical that this deal get done. Port backups are described as the worst ever, and delivery times are the longest in 20 years of data collection. In addition, a federal maritime commissioner described the West Coast backups as the worst that we have ever seen. Finally, Madam Speaker, I will give the quote that in December, spot freight rates were 264% higher for the Asia to North Europe route compared to with a year ago, according to a risk intelligence solutions manager at a supply chain risk firm. For the route from the Asia to the West Coast of the U.S., rates are up 145% over last year. So again, Madam Speaker, I say we are seeing a decrease in supply. This is resulting in the cost of living being driven up as a result of this government's inability to handle their supply chains. So let's talk about the impacts, which I know my colleague who spoke previously has heard from in terms of stakeholder quotes as well and conversations with stakeholders. Karen Proud, CEO of Fertilizer Canada, says hundreds of thousands of tons of fertilizer enter through Canada through the Port of Montreal during the spring seeding season. These fertilizer products are destined for farms across Ontario and Quebec and the Atlantic provinces and ensure that farmers are able to produce the crops that keep our grocery aisles full. These products are now in jeopardy as a result of the strike at the Port of Montreal. So we are seeing the impacts that this government's inability to manage ports, supply chains, and unfortunately this dispute are having on our exporters. Brad Chandler, CEO of Hensall Co-op, says, Hensall Co-op is Canada's larger exporter of edible dry beans and non-GMO soybeans. We have established relationships with customers in over 40 countries. These relationships are currently at extreme risk. And this is what businesses need right now. They need certainty. They need stability through supply chains. This government is not providing the means for these exporters to have it, and they are putting the economy at risk. Greg Cherewick, president of Pulse Canada, says, it was imperative to avoid a labor disruption that would damage the Canadian pulse and special crops industry, our international reputation, and the wider economy. Again, another example of the failure of this government to manage supply chains and this dispute. Finally, from Ron Lemaire, president of the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, there is also significant concern that a labor stoppage at the Port of Montreal would aggravate backlogs in other shipping modes, including rail, which the previous speaker mentioned, as shipments are forced to be diverted, particularly as Canada continues to grapple with the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is of utmost importance that the Government of Canada use every tool, Madam Speaker, and I'll talk about this more, at its disposal to avoid job losses, increased food insecurity, and higher food prices, all which could result from a strike. So then let's talk then for a couple minutes, Madam Speaker, about processes and infrastructure of our supply chains, which touch closer to the transport file. KPMG recently did some recommendations and in regards to how businesses can adapt to these supply chain challenges. What are businesses doing? Well, they're examining micro supply chains. They're starting to reduce risks rather than costs, which is a scary thought to consider that businesses are doing this. But the KPMG CEO Outlook survey indicated that around 2/3 of CEOs believe that their supply chains are in need of a complete redesign. Well, the government should take a note from this, from these CEOs, Madam Speaker. Many stakeholders believe that this government does not have a handle upon their supply chains. And were I Minister of Transport, Madam Speaker, my first task would be to map out these supply chains, all modes, so that we would understand completely where the faults lie. In addition, stakeholders believe that this government does not use data and metrics to the greatest benefit possible in an effort to amplify and maximize our supply chains. Finally, Madam Speaker, I will go to infrastructure. In conversations with the Port of Vancouver, unfortunately, I must say that the expansion of the Port of Vancouver, which is so desperately needed, is currently under review with the current environmental minister. Increasing capacity is crucial. Many members of the Port of Vancouver board believe that they will run out of capacity by the mid-2020s. Our infrastructure capacity gap is closing, and other countries believe that our ports do not have the capacity for the current demand of goods. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I will say that this government, once again, and this Prime Minister has been too little too late. I've seen it with the aviation sector. I've seen it with the supply chain capacity. And unfortunately, we've seen it here with the Port of Montreal dispute resolutions. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you. This is my question. We hear a lot about the impact on the economy. There's a lot that you've said about supply chains, the economy, but workers are part of the supply chain. In your view, what is the impact on workers from this bill?
Merci à mon collègue pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. She makes a good point. Well, they're not winning here either. The workers lose out, the company loses out, and Canadians lose out. So it's not a win-win for anyone.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Calgary, Minda Poor, for her comments, and I think she did a really good job highlighting a lot of the concerns that we have and a lot of the issues that we've seen come up when it comes to the Liberal government's inaction and their failure to move quickly on a number of concerns. And that's where I'd like to pick up. Obviously, the government has truly failed to facilitate a negotiated settlement. They've had plenty of time to act, and they have failed to do so. So I'm wondering if she could speak a little more to her frustrations in that regard and some of the concerns she sees from the government's failure to act, given how much time they have had to deal with this crisis.
The honourable member for Calgary, Bindapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague, the member for Kenora, who I want to say has done incredible work for the North, and I hand in hand with him for the Northern Airlines. He's just been a fantastic partner. And with that, I will say this is where one of my greatest frustrations have lied in this role as Shadow Minister for Transport, and where I think we see the greatest example within this file of the government's inaction is coming up with a plan for the aviation sector, for the entire sector, for the workers. And again, that there's a similarity between the situation with the aviation workers and the workers at the Port of Montreal. There are no winners here, Madam Speaker. There are only losers.
Honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I don't think we share our views really on this one when I think about the decision of the Supreme Court relating to the right to strike and exerting pressure tactics. These are actually constitutional rights. Why would they want the Liberals to go against these human rights, these constitutional rights? You can't avoid having people go on strike because it's inconvenient to anyone.
Merci beaucoup à mon cas.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question. Unfortunately, there are many, I would say that there are many similarities. There are similarities between this and C-10 because we now have a government that has an issue with respecting Canadians' rights. I think, I agree with my colleague from Quebec. The government has an issue with making sure that Canadians' rights are respected. Whether that be people on the internet, whether it be or labor relations. Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. Resuming debate. The honourable member of Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for providing us with this opportunity to express once again our great disappointment, and this great bitterness that once again we need to debate in this chamber a bill that doesn't belong here, that doesn't belong here at all, and that is a serious solution for a problem that could have been resolved far sooner, far sooner. What we're talking about here, when I asked earlier what the impact was, we're talking about fundamental rights. The right of association and its corollary right, the right to negotiate, the right to bargain, and the right to strike. And once again, through lack of leadership, lack of interest, for the lack of solutions to implement, to resolve a conflict that was easy to resolve a few days ago, that it could have been resolved even before the general strike. The unlimited general strike was triggered. Well, they did not act. They decided to use legislative means in order to remove these fundamental rights that belong to workers.
As you can understand, our party, the Bloc Québécois, will certainly be voting against this bill. We will never agree to an ultimate solution where everything was done as it's being presented to us, whereas we are convinced everything was not done. Yesterday, it was 1 minute before midnight, and we still could have changed because workers deserve, if we say that we're impartial, if we say that we want free bargaining, well, then they have to walk the talk and ensure that workers be given back the right to bargain and provide them with conditions for success. Because we can already feel the impact. Everyone can see it. When a cabinet for a whole month, even though it had set up arbitrators and bargaining agents that accompanied the parties, there was a bias, an inherent bias. When 1 month later, we could see that the cabinet was preparing this special legislation, and that seems to be the solution. It seemed inevitable. Well, that already sent a signal. It sent a signal to the bargaining table, Madam Speaker, a strong signal, which really gave the employer all the room in the world to avoid resolving the conflict. And with the announcement of the special legislation, even before the workers exercised their first day of strike, what happened? They were announcing that there would be mediation sessions. Even yesterday, while the union had done its duty during those mediation sessions to present its position, well, the employer left the bargaining table. So it shows a state of mind that did not balance things between the two parties, the employer and the union. It's unacceptable. I'd also like to speak to you about something else. I imagine that the workers in the Port of Montreal, which is 1,100 members, 1,100 men and women who work every day, who put in many hours in order to ensure the well-being of our population of Quebecers, the well-being of Canadians. And we need those workers. When we talk about the Quebec's economy and the Canadian economy, we're also talking about those workers. When it comes to the Port of Montreal, we know that it's an extremely important and unique port. It's a crucial port because that's the only port that can deal with containers in this area. So the work that those people do is very important. I just want you to know that they're listening to us tonight, and they're wondering if we're going to look after them. Do you know what that trade is? I'd like to tell you about them. Do you know what dock workers are? Are you interested in getting to know what it is they do? I found something very interesting, a lovely view. And I think it's important to talk to you about that because when we're voting tonight, think about them. First of all, I found this in the Globe magazine. These dock workers are well paid, but their work requires concentration and dexterity. I'm going to talk to you about Manon Pontois because there are women who do this work too. Her story, her daily reality, is that she sits in a cabin with windows around her between heaven and earth, and she never releases the commands. She's suspended, and she has got containers suspended along a wire. She needs all her concentration as she's lowering heavy metal boxes that are 40 feet long and have it land 20 meters below, 60 feet lower, onto a toy that looks a truck that looks like a toy from her perspective. She has to execute this work perfectly. It has to fit perfectly onto the truck. All the four corners click in place. She followed in her father's footsteps, who was also a dock worker. But she said that she doesn't do the same thing as he did at all in his time. She already has 20 years of experience herself, because before the automation that now exists, of course, it was much more physical labor. There were stevedores and other dock workers, and they worked with using the strength of their two arms. There were wooden crates. It took weeks to do the loading and unloading. Now, ships are unloaded and unloaded in a few hours. There are varied and many tasks, and the challenges are schedules that represent the greatest challenges of the work they do. The dock worker must be available 19 days out of 21, and out of those 19 days, that person can be called upon to work for an 8-hour shift at any time of the day or night. The loading and unloading can take place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, depending on when the ship arrives in port. The transportation of goods waits for no one. So the difficulty associated with these tasks as well also depend on the weather. All this to illustrate, Madam Speaker, that at the heart of this conflict in the Port of Montreal wasn't about money. It wasn't about benefits. It was about work schedules and work-life balance. It was about issues such as the right to proper compensation. There was a study done, or rather the employment conditions. There was a study done by a professor in Quebec who's well known, Angelo Sarez, who talked about the work they do and their employment conditions. How is it possible in an era of automation that workers are exhausted and have to call in to find out what their work schedule will be, that they have to work 19 days out of 21, so they get 2 days off that don't necessarily fall on the weekend? And how can they reconcile these schedules? All this to illustrate that we have to think of those workers, those men and women, because it's their struggle. It's their fight in this contract renewal and collective agreement renewal. They sent out many distress signals. And right in the middle of this bargaining had started up again. There was one last employer offer that dock workers rejected with a 99% vote in favor of rejecting, with a very high level of participation amongst 1,100 members. If that's not clear enough, obviously the solutions offered by the employer weren't acceptable. But did the union threaten a general strike at that point? No. But in the chronology of events that you've forgotten, it's that even the employer was so afraid that they tried to apply an injunction just in case. But the dock workers didn't do it. The union didn't do it. When the union did trigger a general strike, an unlimited general strike recently, that's because their priority was work-life balance and work schedules. And the employer dared change the work schedules while they were bargaining, right in the middle of bargaining. So, of course, dock workers were indignant. And they announced that they were triggering an unlimited general strike. But they were prepared to forego that if the employer withdrew that measure. That's not nothing. So when I asked my question earlier, and when the Bloc Québécois, since yesterday and before yesterday, said there is a solution. There is a solution returning to free and open, unrestricted and free from threats bargaining. And then we were told that it was about how the department was interpreting these measures. in the context of the saying that what was being suggested to us was no longer possible. But if that's true, then it was quite easy to act. They couldn't. Why just say there's nothing else we can do? No. They could have said to the employer, you remove that measure, and then the dock workers will go right back to work. And they would have been back to work today if only the government had had that political will, the political will to find that solution, rather than brandishing special legislation that would force workers back to work with conditions attached, with an imposed arbitrator, which is not exactly what I would call free and open bargaining when you've got a back to work legislation hanging over your head. So, in the context of the history of labor relations, in Quebec and in Canada, workers, and this goes way back, fought to obtain these rights, the freedom of association, the right to bargain freely, and to take job actions, just as the employer has the right to impose a lockout. But the Canadian Labour Code is from a different era, and it no longer protects workers properly. We already know that in the Canadian Labour Code, the lockouts are allowed. Quebec got rid of those in 1977. Lockouts are no longer allowed. In the Canadian Labour Code, the right to disconnect workers, the right to impose precarious working conditions, impose long working schedules and variable work schedules, and on top of that, have disciplinary measures if they don't respond. Then it's time to make a change. Today, we must recognize that those rights are fundamental and that we mustn't take them lightly and we mustn't act lightly. Once again, we have seen crises in the past. Quite recently, with the CN crisis and what that meant, we had to push to ask the government to intervene and find solutions because those questions were unacceptable. We always have to find a way out of a crisis. And what's being put forward to us tonight is adopting a bill that, aside from not resolving the issue at all, is actually going to deny workers very important rights.
Négociation libre, éclairée et impartiale. Je serais d'accord avec une intervention.
I think if we want to be truly impartial, we have to show that we're impartial. Well, a special bill that forces workers back to work it means that the government has chosen a side. So if we do this tonight, if this bill is adopted tonight, then I would describe this as a cowardly act because it means that we're abdicating our role, our ultimate role as parliamentarians, which is safeguarding rights, workers' rights, among others.
This can be avoided by voting against this special.
So it's possible to find solutions, but we can't just wash our hands of everything. If
À partir du moment où il y avait des signaux, il y aurait eu des solutions.
You need to sit down, say things aren't working. When rather experienced negotiators say, well, this isn't going to work, There have been times when negotiations could have taken place since the end of the last strike. Leadership was needed. It doesn't make sense to present a special law that denies rights, that forces port workers to return. This is a force majeure. I don't think that we are entitled to do so. There are other possible solutions. If we want workers to go back to work at the Port of Montreal, then let's reject this special law. Instead, let's vote for a free negotiation solution and give the party the means to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I really respect the thoughtfulness that was put into her words this evening. The right to strike is really a pillar that has taken years in this country to build, and I think it is something we absolutely must protect. You know, this is the right that serves for them to improve their conditions of employment, their wages, creates really important things for our whole economy. I'm just wondering if the member could share with the House her thoughts on what this bill that we're speaking about today will have, how it will have an impact that will really weaken the gains that workers have fought hard for so many years. Thank you, Madame.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What will the impact of this bill be? It will be major. This special law will force dock workers to return to work, and they won't have the same conditions that they would have with negotiations. This is historical as an event. What Canada has done is historical. That is, workers have truly fought to obtain these rights. They've been fighting for over 100 years to have these rights. That's not negligible, and we can't ignore what the workers have contributed to our economy, what all workers contribute to our economy. We have a responsibility to ensure that acquired rights are protected. Yet we're talking about forcing people to return to work.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about the impacts that the workers have on our economy, and she's absolutely correct. There's a tremendous impact that comes from the incredible work that these workers do. But what about the other impact on the economy? I could try again. Is the interpretation working now?
Is it working now? Vous n'avez toujours pas entendu?
You still can't hear in French?
Can you hear me now? No? Ça ne marche pas non plus de...
And is it working here in the House?
Hear me now when I speak in English? Yeah? Okay. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that I would completely agree that the work that's being done by these workers is incredibly important to our economic activity, which is what the member was saying in response to the last question. But what about the other impacts? What about the farmers who are saying that it's going to impact their abilities to do the work that they do? What about small businesses and talk, when they refer to the impacts that this is going to have on their businesses, isn't the role of parliamentarians to look at the whole picture, to consider everything that's involved, to consider the rights of workers, and their contributions, but also the other ways that this impacts society and our economy?
Honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. The role of parliamentarians is to look at all these factors. It's not by denying workers, and they could be restaurant workers, agricultural workers, temporary workers, and Port of Montreal workers. It's a whole chain of workers, and all these workers belong to the economy. We need to look at all of this. And since we're talking about a whole, everyone, we need to protect rights. If we protect rights, then we'll ensure that the economy is strong. We're not denying the economic impact of what's going on, but it's not true that because there are economic impacts, we have to go 100 years back in time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'll thank you for my honourable colleague's speech. She knows the matter extremely well. She's passionate about it. I heard a question from the Kingston member. What is the role of parliamentarians? Just now I asked the Minister of Employment a question. She said it was a matter of medicines and drugs not being unloaded at the Port of Montreal. Well, that's false, Madam Speaker. I called the president, Michel Murray, of the Union of Dock Workers. He confirmed to me that they had told the employers that for humanitarian reasons there would be no problem unloading containers, and that the supply chains would not be broken, that truckers could go and fetch the necessary goods. So either the Minister of Employment is misinformed, or else she's calling the head of the union a liar. I'd like to hear what she has to say. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. You're quite right, dear colleague, to raise this question. It's a fundamental question. And indeed, we have emails backing what we're saying. The Union of Dockers confirms what we're saying. It's not as if the drugs are off floating, the medicines are off floating in the ocean because of the strike. Everything related to the pandemic will be removed from containers, unloaded. So it's untrue what has been said by the minister.
For Elmwood Strathcona.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several times tonight, we've heard that Port of Montreal clients want this strike to be over. Apparently, they're sending messages to the government about this. Yet it seems to me these are messages that should have been sent to the port management, so that the port management knows that they're paying clients that wants services rendered, and that the employers must come up with a solution to this work stoppage. It's not up to the government. It's not to the government, rather, that these messages should be sent, but rather to the port management, so that a solution could be negotiated. It seems obvious to me. I find it frustrating that the government thinks it bears the responsibility for finding a solution. And efforts have been made for a couple of years now. It hasn't worked. Today, they're saying the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, and thank you for the French. have we listened at all to the alarms raised by the workers? Not at all. Everyone has said it doesn't make sense that there's a labor dispute, but those are what our laws allow. How has this negotiation been managed? It's true that there's been pressure. 8 months ago, there was pressure on the government to come up with a solution, a negotiated solution. What did the government do in the last 8 months? That's what we find deplorable. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to work with the member for Thérèse de Blainville, even though we don't always agree. We agree that labor laws could be updated in different areas. For example, with regard to being on call. Now, my question, I understand the principles that the member is talking about. Can she imagine that there is a scenario that the Bloc Québécois would vote for, or would in any circumstance, is the answer no in any circumstance? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Our positions are not illogical or dogmatic. The Bloc Québécois envisions solutions. We wouldn't just vote no to be contrary or for ideological reasons. We would vote no because the solution is not right. And in this case, this is a serious solution because rights are being undermined. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for my colleague's enthusiasm. I'd like to simply say that I'm sharing my time with the honourable colleague, with my honourable colleague from Hamilton. I'd simply like to go back to what was debated earlier, the fact that the Minister of Employment led us astray and said that personal protection equipment and medicines and so on would not be unloaded from the Port of Montreal. It's very clear that we can unload this type of equipment. The containers are clearly identified. It's 2021. We can send a helicopter to Mars. I'm pretty sure that we can figure out which container has the essential pandemic supplies. Essential services are nothing new. Whenever there was a labor dispute in the Port of Montreal, Halifax, or elsewhere, well, it's not as if we're reinventing the wheel, rather. I would simply like to say that it's the 28th of April, the day to commemorate workers who have been injured or who have died in the workplace. Every year, there are people who have an occupational illness or accident. It's sad, in my opinion, that it's on this day that we're debating a back-to-work law that is undermining the rights of unionized workers who have constitutional rights. I find this very unfortunate, even odious. When the minister and the Liberal government say to us that they are not taking sides in this work conflict, we just want the problem to be solved, and that the back-to-work legislation has more to do with the supply chain, the economy, that there is no balance of power that's being upended. Well, let's start with the end of that claim. Something happened today that was extremely revealing, in my opinion. The Liberals really shifted the balance of power in favor of the Port of Montreal and the employers, and left behind the fundamental rights of workers. And they must be furious with the Liberals today. The Liberals who said that who tore up the Conservatives' back to work legislation and who are today doing the exact same thing. Madam Speaker, what we're talking about here is not a salary issue. It's not as if the Port of Montreal is losing millions of dollars and is about to go bankrupt. The economy is going badly right now, yet containers are still arriving at the Port of Montreal. Workers had one issue that they did not like. That was the scheduling. And our Thérèse de Blainville colleague spoke just now about it. Dock work is extremely difficult. It's very physical. It's very hard to have a family-life balance with this type of work. They have to be on call. They have to show up as quickly as possible if they are called in. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought you were sending a friendly wave my way. The union is asking that the employers stop their punitive measures with regard to scheduling. And that is the very heart of the matter. The employer was putting a lot of pressure on the workers by forcing them to do work that was against their principles.
Les horaires à relais qui prévalaient avant la modification de ceux-ci, via l'annonce du 22 avril dernier par l'Association des employeurs maritimes, et de ne pas utiliser les horaires à quart jusqu'à l'entrée en vigueur de la nouvelle convention.
The answer from the employer was that we have taken your question under advisement and we will come back to you in the event where the special act, C-29, comes into force. That is the typical example that the employer has no interest either in negotiating or even answering the questions. He wrote black and white that I will talk when the bill is adopted. And that is not the first time, but it shows just how much this has been unbalanced just by threatening that there would be a return-to-work bill. And that meant that the Port of Montreal no longer had any interest in finding a solution or seeking a compromise. It's sitting on its hands and waiting for the Liberals to do their work and to impose what they want. And what is this flexibility in working hours? Not being able to take a vacation day, not being able to take time with family, because it's very rare to see that you have an idea of what's coming in the St. Lawrence, so it's very easy to have total flexibility and to stuff it down the throats of workers. That's what's happening with these container ships. And the Liberal government had to it threatened this act on the night before the strike. The Liberal minister said if it happens in the morning, there will be a special act. There was not a single minute of there was a weekend strike and an overnight strike, but all legal, to tell the employer if you want containers to continue to be unloaded, if you want things to work, sit down and find a solution for the working hours, because it doesn't take a genius to find a solution for this. I had a reference to the Prime Minister in my head, but I won't say it. And it has harmed the constitutional rights of these workers, and we saw it when shortly afterward the management closed the door on negotiations, and all they had to do was wait for the Special Act, and they don't even want to answer emails and questions by legitimate questions from the union because they just need the bill to be adopted. But what are the Liberals doing? There was a decision by the Supreme Court in 2015 which recognized in the file of Saskatchewan that the members of a union have a right to exercise pressure, that our labor relations and collective bargaining system is based on the fact that both parties have have this equal opportunity to exercise pressure on each other, and there could be improvement to the Canada Labour Code. We agree, but they are able to achieve a compromise. That means that each party waters down its wine, but it can also allow workers to improve their working conditions and their living conditions and social justice in general, to have a more balanced, equal society. And there have been a number of fights like this over the course of history. But if we remove the ability to exercise pressure, that has an impact. But the right to strike is not theoretical. It exercises pressure. It bothers. It has an impact on people. And that is how the system works. If we remove the opportunity for workers to pressure the employer to sit down at the table and find a solution, well, that means that they're being denied their right to strike. That means that the Liberal government is going against the ruling by the Supreme Court of Canada. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
If you have been listening to this last speech, you would think that this was a brand new event, something that had just happened within the last few days, and the government suddenly jumped in there with this draconian measure. But the reality is this has been going on for 2.5 years. There's been so much back and forth. The government has been giving supports all along the way. But what I really wanted to touch on, Madam Speaker, is this whole issue that this member brought up at the beginning of his speech, where he said, the QP said that they will allow the product to go through, they will allow the shipping containers to come off. Madam Speaker, when somebody says that, they're massively oversimplifying the situation. You're assuming too many things when there are many variables going on at the same time. For example, when something comes off a shipping container, you're relying on an entire train's worth of product to be moved out of there at the same time in order to get the costs that you would get in order to ship that stuff across the country. Now you all of a sudden want to take one container and ship it by truck somewhere. It doesn't happen like that, Madam Speaker. You're way oversimplifying the situation when you describe it like...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, we can try to make a situation as complex as we wish when we don't want to find a solution. You know very well how containers work, and they provide what's necessary for hospitals, but I would say I never said that this was new. What I said was that the union said if the working hours are restored, there will not be a generalized strike. We will sit down to the negotiating table, and when the parliamentary secretary said that it's been on for 2 years, the Port of Montreal had asked, it went on for months. You know what is in this 100. The management asked for 100% of their services to be essential, and that's why they go back in negotiation. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Time today that I've been referred to as a parliamentary secretary. I just want the record to be set that I'm not a parliamentary secretary.
I think the Honourable Member was referring to the parliamentary secretary. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Père Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague in his speech earlier made reference to a 2015 ruling that ruled on the rights of workers to go on strike and negotiate their collective agreement. But we could also add that recently the attempt by the Maritime Employers Association to make it impossible for employees of the Port of Montreal to wage a strike. It went to the appeals court and it was rejected each time. So we see that the right of workers is recognized and the right to strike is recognized. But the Canadian government is going against that right. And yet this same government hid behind judges, for example, for challenges to Bill 101 or Bill 21. So why do you think that there are two standards for this government? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I understood, if I heard correctly, I'm not the only one who's in a bad mood this evening. Yes, governments, Liberal and Conservative, have done this. 10 years ago, I arrived here, and there was a back-to-work legislation against Canada Post. At the time, the Liberals were upset about this, but now they are doing the same thing, and we see that this evening with the dock workers at the Port of Montreal. But the Conservatives did the same thing with Canada Post. We need these rights to not just be theoretical.
All silence.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et je veux... pardonnez-moi. J'ai pas choisi mon chaîne pour la traduction, oui. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. And thank you for his very strong speech. I'd like to ask a question. What does he think, and is it possible to have time for negotiations? What are the alternatives to the strike continuing? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, 15 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you to my colleague for her question. The amendment that we made this evening would make changes to the back-to-work legislation. That means that they could not stop the collective bargaining. So we tried to find space to add time, and I'm glad that the NDP was able to successfully have this passed.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're still allowed to ask questions?
We're resuming debate.
Madam Speaker, as I listen to this debate, I continue to become more upset. Not only is the government stripping these workers of their charter right to strike, they issued notice of their intent through this expedited legislation to force workers at the Port of Montreal back to the job before they even began their strike. What is worse, they continue to fearmonger about COVID-19 related supplies with claims that continue to go unsubstantiated. I would like to address this with a quote, and this is from an article by FreightWaves published on August the 20th, 2020. The union representing longshore workers at the Port of Montreal agreed on Thursday to move some containers holding goods needed in the fight against COVID-19. The Maritime Employers Association and the Longshoremen's Union have agreed to move containers that contain controlled substances and COVID-19 related merchandise and to load a shipping container of sugar. The MEA announced early Thursday afternoon. So I hope this puts an end to the reprehensible nonsense. If there's any issue with important pandemic-related supplies not getting to where they need to go, that is certainly not on the union nor the workers. Look to the government or the Canada Industrial Relations Board. The legislation itself would do the following. It would force the employer and the union to extend their expired collective agreement, prevent the employer from locking out, and prevent the union from striking. Madam Speaker, I would like to provide some context to this bill before I give further remarks. In 2019-20, the Canada Industrial Relations Boards heard the employer's application for a determination on essential services. The Employers' Council used every trick in the book to stall things at the CIRB, including a motion for the board chair to recuse herself and forwarded judicial review applications. After the decision was issued, QP Local 375 went on strike for 12 days in August of 2020, and workers went back to work after a truce agreement was signed, giving the parties 7 months to conclude a deal. The union worked with the Federal Mediation Service all this time. On April 16th, the union reviewed its strike mandates with a 99.3% vote. The union finally offered to end the overtime and weekend strike if the employee reverted to the working conditions applicable before April the 9th. On April 23rd, members of the union declared their mandate of unlimited general strike as the employer does not show they want to negotiate in good faith. Of course, as we know, the minister then signaled before the general strike started that they would be tabling legislation to force workers back to work despite their charter right. The minister should know, if she's speaking to both sides, that this strike can quickly come to an end without the need for legislation. The union has made it clear it will cease all forms of work disruption with one fair request to the employer: stop the pressure tactics.
My apologies, but the interpreters are asking if the honourable member could raise the microphone a little bit, please. Approach it. No, approach it here. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So the minister should know, if she's speaking to both sides, that this strike can quickly come to an end without the need for legislation. The union has made it very clear it will cease all forms of work disruption, and one fair request to the employer is stop the pressure tactics and collective agreement violations. I would like to read the following quote from a QP spokesperson. If the Maritime Employees Association doesn't want to strike, all it has to do is let up on the pressure tactics, and the union will do likewise. No overtime strike, no weekend strike. It's straightforward. We want to return to the bargaining table. We don't want to hurt the Montreal economy. However, we do want to exercise our fundamental right to bargain collectively. The minister in her speech on motion 5 said the following: the government firmly believes that the best deals are reached at the bargaining table. However, intervention is sometimes necessary when the parties are at a significant and long-standing impasse, particularly when a work stoppage is causing significant harm to Canadians. We can't allow the situation we saw in August 2020 to repeat itself, particularly in the midst of this pandemic. If the current stoppage continues, serious accumulative and negative impacts will continue to be felt all over Canada. Again, the minister has not provided any concrete examples or data of the direct significant benefit to Canadians. She continues to fearmonger without concrete facts. Instead of facts and data, all I'm hearing is a bunch of quotes from lobbyists about what they speculate may happen. The only relevant fact that I've heard from government about the actual effects of a work interruption was related to the August 2020 strike. Now, this is relevant. Now, what happened to those ships and the supplies they were carrying? They simply got diverted to other ports. Now, I have no doubt and acknowledge that this has made for significant changes and complications to supply chains and land transportation of goods. This is part of what happens in a strike. Given the fact that she is the labor minister, I would expect the minister to be aware of this and instead monitor the situation. Her job is not to say the sky is going to fall and then give notice that she will revoke the charter rights of workers to strike even before the strike begins. Back to work legislation is known to have lasting negative effects. When you take away the charter rights of hundreds of people by an act of parliament and force them back to work like this, it really affects the morale of workers. I know, I've seen it. What it also tends to do is sour the relationship between the employer and the employees. And let's look, by way of example, the track record of on providing what a swift resolution to drawn out collective agreement talks. Bill C-89, an act to provide the resumption and continuation of postal services, was passed by the same Liberal government in the House of Commons on November 24th, 2018, and received royal assent 2 days later and came into force at noon the following day. Here is what the Canadian Union of Postal Workers had to say about being forced back to work to help solve the situation a whole year later, a whole year after being back. Through the legislators who passed the bill may have thought it would resolve the situation. Nothing is fixed. No contract is in place, and we're still working without a new collective agreement. Without the right to strike, under the dangerous and unfair conditions that we were trying to deal with negotiations. They go on to speak very directly about the overarching problems being suffered due to the nature of back-to-work legislation. Workers pay the price for back-to-work legislation, Cup W members worked 2.5 years without new contracts with the same old problems we were trying to solve through bargaining back in 2018. So after finally getting a contract, though imposed by an arbitrator some 400 days after the back work legislation was imposed, significant issues are still not satisfactory. I suspect these will be part of the next round of bargaining next year. Madam Speaker, this type of legislation is a way of kicking the can down the road via a still drawn-out process, all while taking away the employee's right to collective bargaining. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for Canadians to listening to know that it's just not Liberal governments that impose this harmful and unfair labor practice of back-to-work legislation. In fact, one could say that this Liberal government has learned this tactic from the Harper-era Conservatives and is carrying on the torch of stripping workers of their charter right to strike. Let's have a look at back-to-work legislation by the Conservatives. They have legislated back-to-work the following groups: Air Canada pilots and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Teamsters, Canada Rail Conference, Canada Union of Postal Workers, United Transportation Union. Before I end, I do want to raise the government has still not addressed my concern about a recent development. It is my understanding that there was a proposal put forward last evening in order to avoid the need for Bill C-29. While I'm not privy to all the details of this proposal, I do know the employer, the union, and the government were all made of the said proposal. This proposal would have involved a return to work as well as a resumption of the flow of goods. I am being told it was only the employer that objected to this proposal on a way forward. I think there would be a further injustice and shameful for government to continue its pursuit on this motion and legislation, given the employers' unwillingness to play ball. I call on the government to allow the workers to pursue their rights to strike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a number of occasions throughout this debate, Madam Speaker, I've been asking the question to NDP colleagues about whether or not there's a threshold in which they would accept and support legislation like this. The response that I've gotten back was, well, it's a hypothetical, don't ask me hypothetical, which couldn't be further from the truth. The hypothetical is if I say to somebody, would you do that if this was a scenario and this happened, what would you do? I'm not asking that. I'm asking very simply, do you support back-to-work legislation in principle? Would you ever support it? And so that is the first no that I've gotten at all, Madam Speaker. So would this member of NDP members who are heckling me that no, they would never support it? Because thank you, I finally got an answer. Would this member agree?
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. Again, as he asked me the last time, I support the Constitution, and I would uphold it.
Mr. Blake, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Hamilton for that excellent speech. I think it's important to note the facetiousness of the question from the member of Kingston. I mean, if we were talking about business here and a negotiation between business, in fact, we hear it all the time. We hear that, the Canadian public can't have access to the contracts that dictate the vaccines for COVID-19 because that could affect commercial negotiations. And God forbid we do anything that could harm the profits of large corporations. But when it comes to workers, well, we can just jump in right away, trample all over the rights, and affect their ability to negotiate fair conditions of work. And so the Liberals are asking, well, at what point would you bring the hammer? At what point would you bring the hammer? As soon as you answer that question, it gets built into the corporate plan. We've seen that. We've seen that right now with the government that signaled a willingness to invoke back-to-work legislation directly affect the bargaining strategy of the companies. So it's the wrong question. And I object to the question in principle because what it does is it doesn't recognize that there's a real negotiation here. And I just think it's so typical of the Liberals. They recognize negotiating principles when it's about protecting corporate profit. But when it's actually about protecting workers and
we have to get an answer from the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, and Madam Speaker, and I agree what my colleague is saying, and You know, the same Liberal member has asked the question, what is the role of a parliamentarian during his questions and in his speech? But I look at it as the role of parliamentarians to uphold the Constitution. And I truly believe that for the minister to take their rights away before a strike even happens is abuse of her role as a Minister of Labour and a direct attack on our Constitution.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask a non-hypothetical question. I have constituents in my riding of Langley Aldergrove who are being negatively impacted by the labour disruption in the Port of Montreal. I have constituents who have perishable goods that are tied up in the port strike there. What does the member say to them? What answer does he have for them? My constituents have a right to make a living too.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and they sure do. And I totally agree with the question. However, the workers have a right also. They have a right to have fair working conditions. So what does he say is okay for his constituents to make sure that they're not out of place or out of pocket or they're not interfered with, but it's okay for 1,120 workers to take abuse of where they work and they can't improve their working conditions?
We'd have time for a very short question answer from the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Very quickly, does the honourable member who put forward the background around offloading supplies that were essential believe that we're hearing fear tactics and scare tactics today about the threats from the ongoing strike?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain, 10 seconds.
Yes, and I want to thank the member for that question. So, yes, I've been assured that even in 2020, there was an agreement to make sure that those medical supplies were going to be unloaded, and that's even on record. And I've also talked to the union that would happen again to make sure that nothing would be how do you say it? Nothing would be stopped from these medical supplies being offloaded and to make sure Canadians are safe.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to see all my honourable colleagues this evening in this very, very important debate here. Good evening, Madam Speaker and honourable colleagues. Madam Speaker, I'd like to inform the House I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague and friend, the Member of Parliament from Alfred Pilon. The government is aware of the serious harm. The government is aware of the serious harm and potentially long-lasting effects to the Canadian economy being caused by the ongoing work stoppage at the Port of Montreal. It is also aware that the work stoppage is jeopardizing the economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated lockdowns. We know that Canadians need the parties to find a resolution as quickly as possible, but nothing about the collective bargaining between CUPE Local 375 and the MEA, Maritime Employers Association, has been quick. The parties have been negotiating the renewal of their collective agreement for approximately 30 months now. During this time, they have engaged in protracted litigation to determine which activities needed to be maintained in the event of a work stoppage, held over 100 bargaining sessions supported by federal mediators, and had multiple work stoppages. Despite this long history in the ongoing work stoppage at the Port of Montreal, the parties have been unable to resolve their differences and conclude, very importantly, a new collective agreement. That's why the government is left with no other choice but to introduce legislation that will end the ongoing work stoppage and prevent further disruptions, resolve all matters that are in dispute between the parties, and establish a new collective agreement. Madam Speaker, the government does not take this decision lightly. However, we must act in the best interests of Canadians and Canadian businesses. The Port of Montreal is the second largest container port in Canada. Every year, it handles over 1.6 million 20-foot equivalent units and 35 million tons of cargo, representing approximately $40 billion in goods. It is part of the critical economic infrastructure upon which Canadians and Canadian businesses rely on. What does all of this mean for Canadians and Canadian businesses? Please, Madam Speaker, let me explain. Even before the strike action began, there was a decrease in container volumes at the port worth $30 million per week for the month of March 2021 compared to the prior year. The partial work stoppage reduced port capacity by approximately 30%, representing lost cargo volumes worth an estimated $90 million per week. The situation has deteriorated into a full work stoppage, which is now impeding the flow of approximately $270 million per week in cargo through the port. In addition, there is significant risk that this work stoppage will deepen the reputational harm caused by the strikes throughout the summer of 2020 and create ongoing uncertainty. Even before this latest work stoppage began on April 13th, we saw several companies diverting their cargo from the Port of Montreal. According to Sophie Rouault, Vice President of the Montreal Port Authority, several Quebec and Ontario companies, such as Olimel, Resolute Forest Products, Société des Eaux de Québec, and Dollarama started using new routes to import or export their goods and containers back in February as the end of the truce neared. Temporary divisions could easily become permanent, resulting in long-lasting negative effects on the port and the integrated transportation system around it. In March, the Shipping Federation of Canada voiced its concerns that once logistics chains are reorganized around other hubs, including those in the United States, it will be difficult to reestablish arrangements through the port. The Federation believes that a port strike would have dire, long-lasting consequences, Madam Speaker. And in the wake of the parties each giving their 72 hours notice of job action, the Canadian manufacturers and exporters expressed serious apprehension with the looming work stoppage. In its press release issued on April 12th, the organization stated, "The uncertainty caused by this labor dispute has had financial impacts on Canadian manufacturers and exporters, and the partial strike risks hurting the sector even more." It also noted that this work stoppage will further impact an already fragile manufacturing supply chain, particularly in Quebec and Ontario, and that as governments are investing billions of dollars to restart the economy, it doesn't make any sense to allow a slowdown of operations at the Port of Montreal. Madam Speaker, as the stoppage continues, many sectors of the economy dependent on cargo transitioning through the port will find it difficult to function. Take, for example, the Forest Products Association of Canada, for example. Exporters face serious delays and increased costs to move products through other busy ports. They also indicated that it took that portion of the supply chain 3 months to recover from that strike. It is reasonable to expect similar impacts this time. Prior to the beginning of this work stoppage, stakeholders in the forestry industry indicated that another work stoppage in the port would present the same significant challenges and costs for the forest industry. In addition, several agri-food stakeholders have indicated the work stoppage is damaging their ability to ship containerized agricultural products and causing harm to Canada's reputation as a reliable exporter of agricultural products. Reputation is everything, Madam Speaker. Some food producers also indicated that they had rerouted their exports to other Canadian and U.S. ports prior to the beginning of the work stoppage, something we don't want to see, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, as you can see, Madam Speaker, the effects are wide-ranging, and the overall impact would be devastating if this work stoppage continues, particularly as we continue to navigate the impacts of the ongoing pandemic, the associated lockdowns that have dealt such a blow to the economies around the world, including Canada's. Back to work legislation is a last resort and not something that this government takes lightly. But we also have a responsibility, again, Madam Speaker, to Canadians and Canadian businesses across the country. Madam Speaker, we must act in the best interests of Canadians and Canadian businesses, and as the parties remain unable to come to an agreement, a new collective agreement, we believe that this is the best course of action. Rest assured, Madam Speaker, we will continue to support the parties through every means possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd taken my headset off. We're fed up with these headsets, aren't we? I'm wondering if the if my colleague thinks that we say to workers, to heck with your strike, you have to go back to work. Do you think that's a good thing? This is really harmful to Canada's reputation. What do you think of the message you're sending out to Canada's workers with regard to Canada's reputation for upholding rights and the right to freely negotiate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say that the collective bargaining and collective bargaining negotiations are obviously a pillar of this country, a pillar of democracy for that matter, and that this legislation is only used in exceptional circumstances. But I would also like to add that the worst thing I would hate to see is that shipping companies choose the Port of Long Beach or the Port of Newark to bring in their products into North America and then have it rerouted via rail into Canada, if that is the case. I would hate to see jobs lost and our reputation for certainty for businesses. All over the world now, we've seen it with the Suez Canal. When the Suez Canal is blocked, ships go throughout the world and bring products to everywhere, including Canada. We must provide certainty to those shipping companies. We must provide certainty to the workers, and we must provide certainty to our businesses here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I've heard a couple of Liberals say this evening that they would like the parties to reach an agreement before this bill is passed. You know, workers only have one tool that they can use when they have to stand up for fair pay or a safe workplace, and that tool is to withdraw their labor. And when government takes away that right, they remove any pressure on the employer to bargain in good faith. They take the side of the employer. So how can the government justify this draconian action when the strike has barely begun?
Mr. Secretary.
I thank the honourable member, but I would disagree with much of the honourable member's statement. What this process allows to happen is for a neutral mediation arbitrator to be appointed. Actually, the parties could agree. The individual will be appointed by the parties on their joint agreement or by the minister if that's not possible. There is an arbitration process involved in many opportunities here in Canada in terms of labor proceedings that have occurred. A strike is not the only process to exercise an individual's or workers' rights. And I will again add, there is an aspect of the importance of ports here in Canada and really an essential service vital for our economy and supply chains. We understand how important supply chains are across this world. The pandemic has only re-emphasized that situation, and we must ensure that Canadians and Canadian businesses can continue to operate and not be disrupted in this manner.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thanks. And to my honourable friend, surely what he references the Suez Canal blockage. And yes, it was an extraordinary thing to see who knew there were 400-meter long ships that could go in and block the Suez Canal. That lasted 6 days. I am distressed that this government has moved so quickly. The strike was provoked by the employer. It began just a couple of days ago. Certainly, the damages that are being described to our economy would be significant were the port to be closed for as long as several weeks. But why move so fast and deny the workers their right to strike?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia, and I will say that the two parties have been in negotiations for, I believe, over 2 years. I think the exact is 30 months, and have been unable to reach an agreement with very little movement shown in terms of progress. It's imperative that government take action when it is needed to do so. This is something that measures that bar in terms of the importance for the Canadian economy. We cannot allow the supply chain to be broken down. We've already seen shipping companies reroute their containers to other ports. We see that's happening. That is a negative impact for the workforce in Montreal, for workers in Canada, and it's also negative impact for businesses in terms of our supply chain. We need to maintain that certainty. We want to work and we want to encourage the parties to reach a new collective agreement. This will be a step in that process for them to be able to reach a new collective agreement using a mediator/arbitrator to come in and enter the negotiations in that level. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député d'Alfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I rise today to explain why our government introduced Bill C-29 to end the dispute between the Longshores Union, Local 375 of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE, and the Maritime Employers Association, MEA. I think we would all be extremely relieved if this labour dispute could be resolved quickly and without government intervention. Canadians rely on their federal government to protect the most vulnerable and help those who need it most. The work stoppage is disrupting our economy, and our government has a responsibility to act on behalf of all Canadians and to make decisions that focus on the common good and safety of all. Throughout the collective bargaining process between CUPE Local 375 and the MEA, we have consistently supported and encouraged the parties to reach an agreement that works for everyone. However, despite our efforts, the parties have not been able to resolve their differences. Madam Speaker, the Port of Montreal is central to the economic well-being of Canadians across the country, particularly those in Quebec and Ontario. The port is a critical link in the supply chain of raw materials and various containerized products between Canada and the United States. It's the second largest container port in Canada. Every year, more than 1.6 million 20-foot equivalent containers and 35 million tons of cargo are handled at the port, representing approximately $40 billion worth of goods. In fact, the port is a major gateway for the import of essential containerized products for the Quebec and Ontario markets. Examples include building materials, pharmaceuticals, food, and other essential goods for the pharmaceutical and food industries. The port's competitive advantages include its proximity to central Canadian markets, efficient rail links, and timely trucking service. Nearly 40 million consumers live within a one-day truck drive, and another 70 million within 2 days by rail. Madam Speaker, it is estimated that the port's operations create over 19,000 direct and indirect jobs and generate approximately $2.6 billion in annual economic benefits. During the strike, my riding constituents called me. They work in various sectors: agriculture, metallurgy, and so on. Not only do they have to deal with the devastating effects of the pandemic, now they're losing clients and contracts because their containers are stopped at the port by the strike. They can no longer fulfill their commitments to their clients. Madam Speaker, as a constituent said,
we are on track to gaining back what we lost through the pandemic, but now we are losing clients at an uncontrollable rate. The business community is held hostage by the union, and it will be devastating to the economy, he pledges. The strike will wipe out all the work done to overcome COVID-19. Businesses can't absorb anymore. This is a do or die for many small businesses. I respect the union's right to strike, he says, but what about the right of small business owners who depend on maritime cargo to meet the obligations of their business and thus continue to feed their families, pay the employees, and sustain our community? Businesses expect action from the government. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that in the summer of 2020, 4 strikes led to costly cargo hijacking and far from the table confrontations that led to arrests. The uncertainty regarding operations at the Port of Montreal could cause long-term damage to the Canadian economy, particularly in Quebec and Ontario. With another work stoppage, it is again containerized products, including essential goods like pharmaceuticals and other commodities, such as food, forestry, and metal products, that are affected. Along with this work stoppage comes the diversion of cargoes by other ports, including Halifax and St. John, and the ports on the east coast of the United States. Some diversions could become permanent. This could lead to a drop in demand for related rail and truck transport services. It could also lead to continued economic damage when the conflict ends. This is why the government is taking legislative measures that will force the parties to resume and continue their activities in the Port of Montreal while continuing the talks at the negotiation table. Cette mesure législative.
This legislation.
The immediate work stoppage and the continuation of all activities in the Port of Montreal following royal assent. It will also have the effect of extending the most recent collective agreement until a new agreement can be established. In addition, it provides for the appointment of an impartial mediator arbitrator to assist the parties in resolving outstanding issues. Because we must ensure the impartiality of the person chosen, if the parties cannot agree on a single person, an arbitrator will be appointed by the Minister of Labour. The mediator arbitrator will have the dual responsibility of assisting the parties in resolving outstanding issues through mediation, or if mediation fails and the parties are unable to reach a new collective agreement, through an arbitration model of his or her choosing. The mediation will last 14 days, at the end of which all outstanding issues will be decided by the arbitrator. The new collective agreement that would result from this process would contain the unmodified provisions of the expired agreement, all arbitration awards, and all agreements reached between the parties at any time during the current round of collective bargaining. However, nothing in the legislation would prevent the parties from agreeing on an issue or a new collective agreement before the mediator arbitrator makes a final decision. The mediator arbitrator will have 90 days to conclude the arbitration process and establish a new collective agreement. Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope that the parties will reach an agreement before we are asked to vote on this legislation. But we cannot afford to wait. We must act now. We are very sorry that we had to introduce this bill, because we strongly believe that a negotiated settlement is always the best solution. However, we have a responsibility to Canadians and the businesses that drive our economy. When the consequences of a work stoppage seriously harm our country, we must act in the best interest of all. So after exhausting all other options, we believe that this back-to-work legislation is the only option left. I urge all members of the House to support this bill because Canadians and our businesses are counting on us to end this conflict. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? We'll start with the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. And if I can do a summary, it's business, business, business. I didn't hear the word workers very often. There's not much consideration for workers, and that's serious because they're the ones who work with the merchandise. They work at the port. If we look back in time, if we look at the perspective of how things have happened, there was a unilateral change of work shifts during the negotiations. Too, the workers said, well, if you do that, we are going to go on strike because we want a better quality of work. 3, a government that's threatening to say maybe there will be a special act to bring you back to work. And then the government says, inaudible for the interpreter. And then managers close the door on the negotiations. Inaudible for the interpreter. We must start with other questions. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, for over 2.5 years now, our government has provided the Local 375 and the MEA a significant support to help them conclude an agreement, including over 100 negotiations sessions through mediation. The Port of Montreal is essential for the economic vitality of Quebec. I know it because a number of businesses in Alfred Pellan depend on it. And this is causing significant damage and possibly sustainable damage to the economies of Montreal, Quebec, and Canada. Added to that is the pressure on the supply chain, and which is already subject to serious pressure because of COVID-19. These companies are worried, and tensions are high. These businesses are already facing consequences because of the pandemic, and now they're facing consequences from the situation at the Port of Montreal. Let's be clear. We are not proposing.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague just forgot that the employer who represents a number of multi-billion-dollar companies. This employer has broken the collective agreement on 4 occasions. So this is not a workplace dispute. This is an employer that has systematically denied and destroyed a collective agreement in bad faith, and the government did absolutely nothing. But the very instant that the workers and the dock workers of Montreal try to maintain their rights, the government takes the side of the employer and decides that, well, it's time for this to stop. We'll ask the workers to remove as many of their rights as possible. The question is very simple. When did the government inform the employer that it would weigh in on their side? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. I thank my colleague across the way for his question. I would like to inform him that the government firmly believes that collective bargaining is a pillar of fruitful labour relations between 2 parties. And despite the participation of the Federal Mediation Service, there is a partial work stoppage from the 13th to the 25th of April. And I would like to reassure the member that the government has been present at all steps of the process and that we will continue to be there. However, we believe that the government must take action when all other solutions have been exhausted and a work conflict is causing significant economic damage to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will share my time with the member for Stormont Dundas Glengarry. Mr. Speaker, as many Canadians, I am very troubled by the work stoppage at the Port of Montreal. I am particularly disappointed by the nonchalance of the Liberal government, which had months to help the parties find a solution at the negotiation table. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing new with this government. It was the same for the government when it came to time to alert the population that there was a pandemic coming. It could have closed the borders to the pandemic. It could have provided rapid testing. It could have negotiated stable procurement for vaccines. And once again, Mr. Speaker, closing the borders. This Prime Minister does not have the leadership to effectively manage crisis. He wasn't there to solve rail stoppages, and today it's the triggering of a work conflict at the Port of Montreal who is forcing him to react. Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain to the Prime Minister why the work of dock workers is essential for our economy. The Port of Montreal is essential to the Canadian economy. It is an economic asset, not even for Quebec, but for all of Eastern Canada. The Port of Montreal is the second largest port in Canada, and it manages the products from 140 countries around the world. It provides merchandise to 60,000 Canadian companies. Many Canadian companies depend on the Port of Montreal to continue their operations, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about large multinationals. We're talking about small and medium enterprises all across Quebec who depend on the activities continuing at the Port of Montreal. The port supports the regional and national economy. It generated $2.6 billion in 2019. 19,000 people have direct or indirect employment, representing 1.7 million containers. There have been nearly 17 metric tons of merchandise that has come through the port despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Before the pandemic, it was even more impressive. We're nearly double the number of metric tons that were handled at the Port of Montreal. If we look back, Mr. Speaker, since 2016, 12,000 ships stopped at the Port of Montreal. That's 2,500 trucks every day, 95 trains transport merchandise every week. $275 million of merchandise are handled every day. We don't need to be an expert in logistics or shipping to recognize that these numbers give the Port of Montreal a very important role in the transportation of merchandise and materials across the country while contributing to the Canadian economy.
The port's importance, Mr. Speaker, does not end with the movement of goods and merchandise. The port plays a key role with cruise ships, for example. Tens of thousands of passengers have gone through the port since 2016. Dozens of companies operate through the port. 76 have visited the port. Just as the Port of Montreal's international reputation is extremely important, not only for the transportation of goods, but also for passengers and visitors. It's obvious to everyone, Mr. Speaker, that the Port of Montreal is an irreplaceable asset for Canada, for the regional and Canadian economy. It's not as if the Prime Minister had no way of preventing what happened. In August 2020, the 1,100 workers at the Port of Montreal went on strike. At that time, 90,000 containers were blocked because of in the port because of the strike. Industries such as mining and forestry, in mining and forestry sectors, suffered particularly harsh effects during that strike, and many small ridings like mine were also negatively impacted. A recent press release by the Port Administration said that the August work stoppage cost the economy $600 million in losses over a 2-month period. Luckily, the strike ended after 19 days when the the Maritime Employers Association and the union agreed to negotiate, to in the next 7 months negotiate an agreement. And that is when the federal government had an opportunity to intervene. The federal government could have put its whole weight and influence into a negotiated resolution between the parties. That's when ministers should have taken an interest in the Port of Montreal, not just send negotiators, but also have ministers who go in person to visit the port and meet with both parties, and show that the economy generated by the Port of Montreal was of interest to those ministers. That didn't happen. They let things go. They let the parties get farther and farther apart, which finally led to tonight's result, where we're going to be voting for back-to-work legislation. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, cannot and should not have to support such catastrophic results that flow from this government's inability to take advantage of the 7-month period that was set up last summer. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, if you consider that our country has been so badly hit by COVID-19. The Canadian economy has lost between $10 and $25 million per day, could have lost that much during the strike. During the last summer strike, as I said, $600 million in sales were lost. 90,000 containers could not be loaded or unloaded. And all that means a loss of our international reputation for the Port of Montreal. As an example, an industry that will be profoundly impacted by work stoppages in the Port of Montreal is the fertilizer industry. Hundreds of thousands of tons move through the port during the spring, and this is the spring now, Mr. Speaker. So agriculture, farmers across the country, especially east of Quebec, rely on products moving through the port. Food insecurity could become a real problem in Eastern Canada and the rest of the country too, and we do not want that. Supply chains across the whole world have already been profoundly disrupted by the pandemic. The last thing Canadians need is an increased feeling of concern because of work stoppage at the Port of Montreal. Many SMEs have already expressed a concern that they'll have to slow down their production and lay off workers if a strike were to carry on at the Port of Montreal. The Director General of another major company at the port was also expressed his preoccupation, saying that unloaded vehicles would prevent others from landing at the port. And the costs of such events would, of course, inevitably have a negative effect on consumers who are also paying a great deal and seeing inflation, for example, for construction materials and food. We've already seen the bottleneck effect in Canada during railway problems that happened last year. That may seem like long ago, but that was just last year. Products were not able to be transported through Canada from the ports and ended up going through the U.S. So the Canadian economy was unable to profit from its own products. As I said, unfortunately, Canadians are already well aware of negative effects and disruptions linked to supply chain problems, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer last year said that railway disruptions cost $275 million for the Canadian economy, and that companies' profits had dipped precipitously. But I'm not even talking about just huge multinationals. All kinds of small companies, small and medium-sized businesses across the whole country in all areas of Quebec. We're talking about billions of dollars of merchandise that's been delayed, whose transportation was delayed. Do you remember how grains were stuck in the prairies? We talked about the forestry sector that was very hard hit and suffered tremendous losses, Mr. Speaker. It was hellish. We have to talk about the 2020 railway problems to illustrate the impact that problems in the Port of Montreal could have on Canadians' lives and our economy. It's terrible to see another workplace conflict that will affect our supply chain. This strike in Montreal could have and should have been averted, but this government does not understand how the Canadian economy works. It's unable to act when it's time and react when it's too late. Mr. Speaker, So the time for this speech has expired. It is now time for questions and comments. And just a quick comment. There's a great deal of interest in asking questions or making comments of the speakers. So I therefore ask the honourable members to please keep their interventions short and concise. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. And I largely agree with him. The lack of leadership, the predictability, the lack of ability to act by this government. This government could have acted and could have seized the opportunities to resolve situations. This evening, there is an opportunity to show leadership as opposition parties. It's an opposition for your party to vote against this bill. Would you agree that you should vote against this bill? That we should focus all our energy on resolving the conflict? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I salute the employers Maritime Employers Association as well as all the dock workers. Their role during this pandemic is more important than ever. I hope that the measures implemented by the government this evening that we will support will allow the two parties to arrive at a resolution. I'm counting on both parties to be able, for the union and the employers, in order to help the Montreal port prosper and help all the economies in the area around Montreal and everywhere in Quebec. That's very important, Mr. Speaker, to preserve all the economies all across Quebec, Ontario, and Canada. Question from the honourable member for Rosemont Petit-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Does he not recognize that when a fundamental right exists, such as the right to strike, that was confirmed by Canada's Supreme Court, we can't just say, well, that right no longer exists because it's disrupting society and has an impact on society. If it is a fundamental right and that's a way for workers to exert pressure on an employer to obtain further rights, well, then we have to let that process unfold and not intervene like the Liberals are doing. The honourable member. It is, Mr. Speaker, it's the inability of this governments to react that will prevent the workers to exercise their right to strike. Could the government have intervened differently and earlier when they began to see major irritants between the parties? Obviously, but we didn't see any ministers showing up in Montreal in order to negotiate or exert pressure. We saw nothing of the sort, nothing but incompetence and incredible dragging of their feet that has now led to tonight's result, this special legislation. A question from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whenever we hear people speak tonight who favor this legislation, they make much of the fact that the negotiations between the employer and the union have gone on for years. But that's not at all unusual. I remind the members here of how long our workers at the House of Commons worked without a contract. 4 years. And that was with us, our House of Commons management, and very loyal and brave workers, including our personal protective services who risked their lives to protect us on October 14th of 2018. I asked the honourable member, is he so unfamiliar with labor negotiations that he thinks it's significant that they've been negotiating for 2 years?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what you really have to keep in mind is that the Liberals' inability to resolve this conflict and help the parties get along is now forcing us tonight to adopt this special legislation, not to protect the major corporations who own the port, but to protect all of the small and medium-sized businesses that are found across the entire, all the regions of Canada, east and west, food producers who will be deprived of their essential and primary materials in a period which is already so difficult for our economy. We're still living through the pandemic, and I totally deplore the fact that we have not managed to act as the middleman and to help the two parties arrive at a resolution and an agreement, Mr. Speaker. So we have enough time for one last brief question. The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague for his speech, which was so well expressed and felt. I have a question about the impact on many other workers, including those of my riding. I'm talking about the food processing sector, where over 80% of the production is exported through the Port of Montreal. I know we're talking a lot about the dock workers and people who work in the port, but let's not forget about all the other workers who will be affected and laid off through this situation. The honourable member for Mégantic-D'Érable. My colleague from Beauce is quite right. That's what I've been saying since the beginning. The impact of what's going on in the Port of Montreal is going to have a ripple effect not only in Montreal and around the port, but in all Quebec's regions, in Beauce, in Mégantic-D'Érable, Athabasca, around Quebec City. Everywhere, all around us, the impact will be felt, and it's really deplorable and lamentable that we've arrived at this place because this government didn't do anything. Its ministers didn't intervene when they could have and should have, and that is to the detriment of the Port of Montreal's workers, who could have negotiated an agreement had the government stepped up and done its job earlier. Thank you. We managed to fit in 4 interventions by honourable members in 5 minutes. That's very good.
Gary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity, as always, to rise in the House. Tonight, speaking specifically to the Back to Work legislation at the Port of Montreal, I'm pleased to provide a perspective as an Ontario MP, and for many of my constituents, businesses and farms that rely on the viability of the port in my part of Eastern Ontario. Some parts were only an hour away from the port, maybe hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on your part of the riding. Mr. Speaker, you've heard me speak in the House here several times over the course of the last few months as a new parliamentarian coming here in the class of 2019, is judging as constructively as I can the government's performance on numerous files. We've seen the government, and I've said this many times, they talk a good game, they say the right things, and they have good intentions. But unfortunately, we see time and time again their ability to talk and their ability to deliver and not just have good intentions, but good results are not happening. I've spoke several times in the last couple of weeks to constituents on media interviews in the House here on different topics. For example, the border closures of international flights, the debacle that we saw last week. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to tell you or Canadians that in that situation there, the government should not have been caught by surprise, that countries around the world, unfortunately, during COVID-19, would become hotspots or have outbreaks. The situation in India and Pakistan has been terrible, but the government was caught totally flat-footed, and here we are having to react, or they reacted very late to that. I look at the debate we had in medical assistance in dying and trying to respond to the court ruling in Quebec. Constant extensions, constant delays that were happening because I believe, I think many Canadians believe, the government was talking but not actually delivering, following through, checking things off. We find ourselves in the same situation here now in the Port of Montreal. The government has failed to bring both parties together to get a resolution. This bill tonight is not something to celebrate or not something we should be happy about. This is a result of a failure and a lack of leadership on the part of this federal government. I want to bring a context here tonight of why this matters economically. Many people think, maybe for those who aren't familiar with the Port of Montreal, it benefits the city of Montreal and maybe some neighboring communities. But it is a lot more than that. It is the second busiest port in Canada. 140 countries use the Port of Montreal as a gateway into Canada, and we use that to export around the world. 40 million tons of cargo. Put that in context again, 88 billion pounds of cargo go through the Port of Montreal every year. It affects every facet of our economy and our well-being. 2,500 trucks a day, 60 to 80 trains a week, $2.6 billion in economic benefit, $250 million in tax revenue. And here's an important part, 19,000 jobs, 19,000 direct and indirect jobs, many of them good-paying union jobs, which is nothing short of a great thing. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that we're dealing with a strike Back in August 2020, we were in a similar situation for 19 days. We saw what happens. We saw the economic damage it created across the country, the ripple effects, the months it took to get caught up. But we also have a problem, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the reputation of reliability at the Port of Montreal, which is important for both the employer, important for both the union, and important to thousands of businesses, tens of thousands of workers in this country. I had the opportunity to speak, and my staff as well today, to people in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry to get a local impact, but I also know, and I have talked to many colleagues across the province of Ontario. And I was speaking with the Economic Development Officer, my team was, Bob Peters from the City of Cornwall. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, I'm very proud of my riding and the many businesses that are there. In Cornwall, the City of Cornwall is one of 3 major supply chain hubs in Canada, serving the bulk share of Central Ontario, Quebec, and Eastern Canada. We're very proud of that. We have thousands of jobs in the City of Cornwall and in our riding alone that rely on a viable, reliable Port of Montreal in operation. I think a few weeks ago when we had the issue with the Suez Canal and the issues that happened when the supply chains were blocked there, the massive economic impact, the ripple effect that it had was very devastating to many parts of the world. Just-in-time deliveries, reliability matter not just for those directly in the port, but going through that supply chain. It matters to not just jobs at the port, but jobs across this country. Think of La Framboise in my riding as well, as a local manufacturer and supplier. They rely to move products. Benson Auto Products, proud from the City of Cornwall, founded and originated and grown from there. They rely on the Port of Montreal to import their products, to support their staff, to support their revenues. And I don't need to say and remind this House, and of course all Canadians, now is not an opportune time at all to have those supply chains and another economic strain put on our businesses in this country. Another good friend we were speaking to today was my friend Jim Wirt, not only the mayor of the township of North Stormont, but also a very well-respected farmer and, in our region and in beyond across the province. And Jim was reporting already just what we've seen now, the threat of, and now the closure that we've seen at the Port of Montreal. It's had a spike in commodity pricing already, and it has a big effect on agricultural operations. That's just not the case in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I see my colleague behind me from Saskatchewan. I know that impacts as well. It ripples right across the country and affects agricultural operations. This time of the year is a key time for our farmers. They are extremely time-sensitive deliveries that need to get to our farms as planting season. Potash, urea, phosphorus. We can't have that come in 2-3 months later or 4 months later. We can't have that being unreliable. Not only does that affect commodity prices on a large scale, that could cripple and wipe out planting seasons in many parts of this country. You go beyond my riding, Mr. Speaker, look at CN Rail, how they use the port. Auto companies, Pfaff Auto in Concord, just north of the 400 and 407 in the GTA. Northern Transformer, 100 jobs in Maple, Ontario, in that same region. If they can't get products, they can't get what they need through regular deliveries from the Port of Montreal, we could be seeing temporary job losses at a time that our economy cannot sustain that. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that it has come to this. Already just the word of the closure of the port and the stoppage at the port, there's been a 10% drop in shipping volumes. They've gone elsewhere, New York, New Jersey, Norfolk, Virginia. We cannot be seen at the Port of Montreal as a country and as an economy that's unreliable. I want to give credit to my colleagues here on the Conservative side, our leader and our Shadow Minister for Labour. I think they showed great leadership tonight. There was an amendment that came through the NDP that was supported by both members of the union and labour leaders and businesses as well. Our leader listened to both sides. We're supporting an amendment And unfortunately, we have to deal, and we are supporting back to work because it's necessary for our economy. My message as I close here tonight, Mr. Speaker, through you, to union workers and all workers in this country. The tens of thousands that rely on the port being reliable and viable and getting their products. We cannot afford a prolonged work stoppage, and we can't afford to see those jobs, those great union jobs at the Port of Montreal, be lost because shipping routes and operations change to other ports. I'm sorry that the government has not acted in a way that has brought a deal. It is unfortunate this legislation is before us, but I think tonight you've seen, and today you've seen, us support a reasonable amendment in an effort to get the best piece of legislation, to get those workers back on the job, and to make sure that the bright future at the Port of Montreal is realized both in the short and long term. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and as always, I look forward to the comments and questions from my colleagues.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you. I have only a question. Following my colleague's words, what I understand is that if we want our economy to work, then, well, yes, the economy is important, but what about workers? We simply can't stop the economy. There is no room for job action because that will slow down the economy. So there will be no further means of pressure for workers or free negotiation. Do you not think there's something inconsistent in your speech?
Gary. I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, and again, it gives me the opportunity to reiterate that this is not an ideal situation that we are in. But the messages I did as I concluded there is to say, for the union workers in this country, we need to make sure that not just for those at the port, but for tens of thousands of union jobs that rely on that port being open and being known as a reliable place to bring products in and out, we need to have that strengthened, and we need to have that going up and operational in our country. It is a positive in the long run for the union to be seeing that. I think it's very unfortunate we're in this situation. It's a begrudging situation, a begrudging vote we have to make, but I would say it's in the best interest of the union in the long run for us to have a viable port.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mean, the Conservatives are gaslighting working people. We just heard from the members celebrating good union jobs. We heard that this legislation is key to protecting union jobs. My goodness, Mr. Speaker, let us respect what the workers of the Port of Montreal are saying themselves, the processes that they have undertaken over a number of years to bargain collectively and fairly. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the Conservative leader go on about the working class. Well, this is the test. Their support of back to work legislation is taking the side of the employer against union jobs, against working people. Why are the Conservatives trying to mislead Canadians, frankly, when their actions speak themselves? They are on the side of the bosses instead of standing up for the port workers of Montreal and instead of standing up for working people in this country.
Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I have not had the opportunity to speak to the member from Manitoba and the NDP yet in these COVID worlds, but I think that's the first time I've been accused of gaslighting, those that know my style, and I hope certainly in that speech it did not reflect that whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the approach that we are taking is not pro-business or pro-union, it's pro-Port of Montreal, and that includes a win for both the union workers, the management, in the economy of this country. I think the approach, and it gives me the opportunity, I appreciate you raising those points, to talk about the respectful, rational leadership the Leader of the Opposition and my colleagues showed tonight by supporting an amendment that was desired by Labour leaders, supported by those on both sides of Labour and business. I think that's a mature, professional approach that is far from gaslighting. We want a strong economy. We want strong union jobs in this country, and we want a strong economy. I think the approach we're taking is one I'm proud of.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great speech and his comments. He had, I think, great comments about the importance of the supply chain, speaking about the jobs and the impacts this would have across the country, the grand scale of the things that are hinging on this situation. And he also mentioned a few folks from his riding as well. So I'm wondering if he would just have any more comments on some of the concerns he's heard, some of the comments he has heard from those in his riding that are obviously watching this very closely.
For Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you to my friend from Kenora for that. And actually, maybe I should put an asterisk on what I was saying about supporting union jobs. I support union jobs being here in Canada, not union jobs moving to New York or New Jersey or to Norfolk, Virginia, where when they didn't have access to the Port of Montreal, it could be seen as being unreliable. They permanently shift jobs and operations to the United States or to other areas. We don't want to see that. So I think when we talk about this, it is a balanced, reasonable approach of what we've seen through the amendment here tonight and the vote on the final piece of legislation, that we can balance those factors out. Again, I'm disappointed we're in this situation. I know there's many anxious businesses and farmers in my riding across the province of Ontario and frankly across this country that are waiting to see the outcome of this legislation and to get things back and opened up at a time when our economy cannot take many more hits, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say immediately that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, what exactly we're doing here tonight. Why is it that we're here when we think that the Prime Minister has had the entire day to do what needs to be done? Despite the lateness of the hour, the Bloc Québécois will not give up. There is an absolute necessity to denounce this government's intention to go ahead with the decree of a special law, forcing the return to work at the Port of Montreal. This is a binding law that is an affront. But when it's voted in under a gag order, it's even more of an affront. As our leader in MFree Barbella Chambly said today, a fair outcome could be possible under the circumstances. It's not only desirable, it's within the Prime Minister's reach. Indeed, the Bloc Québécois, through its many interventions, has laid out all the pieces of the puzzle in the right place. All the Prime Minister has to do is put aside his pride and put the puzzle together. If he's been slow to address the economic issues arising from the strained labour relations at the Port of Montreal, addressing them through a special act, something that should only be used as a last resort, well, he can still act like a head of state. It's not too late to live up to the responsibilities that
The indecency of introducing such a bill is based on several facts, starting with the fact that a fair alternative is within reach. Secondly, it must be remembered that the right to strike is recognized and protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and by the Constitution and reiterated by the Supreme Court. Imposing a special act is completely out of order. And our leader confirmed this morning that the union has clearly expressed in writing that the employees would be back to work tomorrow if the employer side stopped imposing a unilateral change to the workers' schedules. Earlier today in question period, the Prime Minister, not surprisingly, refused to confirm what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour had put in writing, that the unilateral amendment of the 2013 collective agreement by the employer on April 9th would be prohibited by the provisions of the Special Act. One may ask then if this modification would have been allowed by the provisions of the Canada Labour Code. Pick up the phone, make a call to the employer, and ask him to abandon this unilateral change. It's pretty simple, right? This is even more necessary given that the union has agreed to come back to work and continue even tomorrow morning and continue net negotiations if the Montreal Port Authority drops its April 9th MAT measure. Why not take this step? Why is the Prime Minister not upset about the action taken by the employer on April 9th? But he's annoyed by the employers. After all, unilaterally changing working conditions affecting working hours during negotiations is simply not done. Every day that the Prime Minister's pride takes over, it costs the Quebec economy up to $25 million. It takes a full head of steam to mention earlier today that at the QP that the eventual mediation arbitration process will be neutral. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? Because the union questioned the employer on its reading of the confirmation by the member for Mont-Royal, namely that the unilateral modification of work schedules could not be carried out within the framework of the special law and what this meant in terms of the provisions of the code. And what was the employer's response? We'll tell you that after the special legislation is passed. Who really believes that the sequel will be impartial? Come on. The government's actions confirm that it is complicit in the strategy of the employer's side, which is precisely to withdraw from the negotiations. One might think that everything is already decided. The Quebec government wants the 1,500 port employees to return to work. The regions of Quebec and many economic stakeholders in Quebec want a resolution. The employees do not want to be on strike. They want to work. The union side understands what is at stake with the economy and the impacts of labor disputes. To pretend otherwise is a contemptuous position for the labor movement and all union members everywhere, regardless of the field in which they work. It is important for all members still present to understand that several precious hours have passed since Michelle Murray explained that work would resume if the employer reversed its unilateral change in work schedules. A few hours have been lost. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's actions, decisions, and approaches do not support the legal structure of labor law. With C-29, it is tearing down the building. The right to negotiate and the right to strike are linked. The right to strike is part of the right to negotiate because without the threat of a strike, there is no bargaining power and way to arrive at an agreement. These are fundamental rights recognized at the United Nations and the Convention on Political and Social Rights. They are recognized by the International Labour Organization in its fundamental conventions and recognized by the Canadian Constitution and in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Special legislation is called back to work legislation. By choosing this route in the current conflict, the government will be ignoring the very principles of these rights. In fact, for the QP employees, this special legislation is nothing less than an affront to all workers in Canada. I would add that, given that a solution has clearly been identified, allowing for the resumption of activities tomorrow without compromising the continuation of negotiations, it is legitimate to be concerned about the imposition of such legislation. The subject of negotiation should not be judged by me, the Prime Minister, or the government. The concern here is the recklessness with which the Prime Minister is using this process to force the hand of the parties involved. The union demands are not excessive or unreasonable. My colleagues have covered them all, but I will simply say that Professor Suarez's comments published in August 2020 in Le Devoir clearly place the opposition between the human needs that employees seek to value, namely work-family balance through more predictable schedules, and the maintenance of the status quo sought by the employer. The protection of workers' rights was built brick by those who had the courage to stand up for their rights and to live in dignity. It has been built on gains that have been wrested from governments and the most powerful in the world. The Prime Minister says he believes in negotiation. He claims to have, and I quote, exhausted all efforts. However, he is not in the least bit bothered by the fact that he has chosen to support an employer who has unilaterally modified a collective agreement that has expired but is still in force during the negotiation period. He doesn't seem to be bothered at all. He should be relieved by the collegiality and diligence of our leader and the MP for Belleuil-Chambly in his actions over the past 24 hours. Tell me, if the Prime Minister is so concerned about the Quebec economy, Quebec workers and their rights, union management, bargaining principles, and everything else, why didn't he act fairly and responsibly? Why doesn't he act like a head of state? Was he concerned for Quebec farmers when the Premier of Quebec, the UPA, and others were calling for special legislation in the 2019 CN Teamsters dispute? The urgency of supplying propane to thousands of Quebec farmers and ranchers could wait. The Minister of Transportation at that time said, "We believe that the best and quickest way to resolve this issue is for both sides to continue to negotiate together, and we are prepared to assist them." Well, that's what they should do. Here, we are in the presence of an employer who has just received on a silver platter what they wanted. The government's approach sends a clear message to Canada's union members that the right to strike is not something that can be given and taken away as willy-nilly. For a party that says it's progressive, for a Prime Minister who says he's progressive, well, because with his approach, the government is sending a clear message to Canada's union members: your right to strike, your primary means of leverage when negotiations get tough, your right protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, has just been voluntarily eroded by the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Qu'est-ce commentaire, l'honorable député? Or, oh my goodness, I've been caught flat-footed here. My goodness, yes. Mission Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member from the Bloc Québécois could just outline again just how the Government of Canada has infringed upon the rights of these Canadian workers. Just a little bit of clarification there. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yes. Thank you to my colleague for his question. They are eroding the rights simply by not allowing them to be applied, and it's not the first time. I would like to remind you that in 2018, when it was the Postal Workers Union, it was the same thing. They weren't even allowed to go on strike. If I recall correctly, they had to have a special act to return them to work. Each time that a group wants to exercise their rights, well, they come in and we vote on a special act, and then they're not allowed to go on strike.
For Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I rise tonight in the House to oppose back to work legislation for workers at the Port of Montreal, I want to give a shout out to my brothers and sisters in Local 2034 of the IBEW here in Manitoba who work at Manitoba Hydro, have been out on strike for weeks with no doubt that the Conservative government here has had their thumb on the scales. And so as I watch Conservatives get up and shed crocodile tears over this legislation, I can't help but remember the record of the previous Conservative government and current Conservative governments across the country, like the one in Manitoba, that's interfering with bargaining at Manitoba Hydro, that has tried to legislate its way out of collective bargaining in the public service, that declared war on health bargaining units here in Manitoba. And I just want to say on behalf of working people the country over who are watching tonight, to the Conservatives who've been getting up and doing their song and dance, we're not buying it.
Député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, thank you to my colleague. It was more of a comment than a question, but yes, The right to strike is enshrined by the courts. It is a fundamental freedom that cannot be flouted unless there is an extreme need for it. In this case, the examples that members just gave, well, you would say that systematically they want to put an end to the right to strike of salaried workers, and that's unacceptable. It's irresponsible for the rights of workers to free negotiations.
Violence.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Repentigny. I completely agree with her speech. My only question is, what does she think is possible with this special act? It's awful what can be done. What can we do to support dock workers? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you to my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands for the questions. This morning, the MP for Belleuil-Chambly proposed a very simple solution. I don't know how it hadn't been thought of earlier. It's up to the government to make the necessary steps to ensure that the management listens to the union. The government is siding with management here. That's really what it's doing, and we need to rebalance the negotiations of the collective bargaining. He could still pick up the phone. The Prime Minister could call. We are here. We are working at night on an emergency debate for workers at the Port of Montreal. But he could pick up the phone and propose this solution, which is so simple. But where is he this evening? We have time for just one short question or comment. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief. I'd like to ask a question to my honourable colleague who took the words right out of my mouth, because I am shocked by what has been said and what has been said in recent hours. Does she agree? Once again, the leader of the Bloc Québécois has acted responsibly, and once again, as parliamentarians, we should listen and also take action about his very relevant proposal to solve what's currently happening at the Port of Montreal. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yes, thank you to my colleague. And yes, listen, a collective agreement or collective bargaining, when things get difficult, that's when the PMO could really help things. And we see that the PM hasn't taken any measures, and the member for Belleuil-Chambly made a call and really looked at what the Minister of Labour said, and the solution has been proposed, and all that needs to be done is for someone to run with it. And there's no need for this special act.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 850 days without an agreement, 850 days without any involvement. The government has been dragging its feet since the beginning, and now it's coming up with a special law. What's it saying? It's telling the bosses they don't need to negotiate anymore. Let the dispute drag on, and we will pass a law as usual. What about labor law? Bah. And the right to free negotiation? Nope. The Liberal Party is the employers' party. And we know that if we don't have a negotiated agreement, the government imposes special law, it poisons the work climate, prolongs tensions, and makes them worse. It does not solve anything. Since 1990, Ottawa has passed no fewer than 15 special back-to-work laws, including today's. That is an average of one special law against workers every 2 years. The last one was against postal workers in 2018, and I remember it well. For Ottawa, special laws that take away workers' rights have become the norm rather than the exception. Lawyers René-Claude Drouin and Gilles Trudeau state that this is a pernicious situation because not only does it take away the right to strike from certain categories of employees de facto, but it can also lead to turning what should be an exceptional situation into a permanent solution. This is what we see today. Dock workers are well aware of the gravity of the situation caused by the pandemic. They've been putting off the possibility of a strike for months. This has been dragging on for 850 days. The employers have not negotiated. They're not even able to reach an agreement amongst themselves. So it becomes quite difficult to negotiate with another party. This government did nothing either. It could see that nothing was moving forward, but it washed its hands of it. Worse, it made it clear that as soon as the strike was called, the special law would be passed using closure. In short, the government made it clear to the employers that there was no point in negotiating because Ottawa would come up with the law. The Liberal Party is the boss's party. If you don't win your points, don't worry, we'll save your behind. Once again, as it's been every other year, the worst thing is that the dock workers didn't even want to go on strike. They did it in response to the employers' attacks in terms of work schedules. And these attacks were just to force Ottawa to pass a special anti-worker law with its anti-democratic closure order. The Liberal Party is the employers' party. As we know, the government could have stopped the strike, even today, more quickly than by passing its legislation, just by intervening and asking the employers to stop their measures, as it will have to do anyway. And the dock workers would have stopped their strike immediately. Their strike is in response to the attacks by their employers. The government had all the tools to stop the pressure tactics and send the dock workers and management back to the bargaining table, but it prefers its own special law. It still prefers to send the message that it is there to save the boss's hides. That is being a boss's party. This bill is a new step backwards in workers' rights. The Federal Labour Code is already a historical farce, worthy of Dickensian or London novels, allowing, for example, even today, in 2021, the use of strikebreakers. The Liberal Party is progressive? My eye. You're kidding me. The Liberal Party and its government are on the side of the bosses and the banks, not ordinary people. Don't be fooled by their nice speeches and their cool attitude. It is the boss's party. Well, no, we don't want to strike. Everyone wants work to resume. The population, the union members, Quebec City. It didn't have to come to this, but the government let the situation deteriorate. What an abdication of responsibility, as usual. Even today, it had an option to give free negotiation a chance. It could have acted, but it did not. What irresponsibility. This government prefers to drag its feet to the point of wearing out its souls rather than act. Let's talk about labor law. The right to strike, even if in this case the government has had all the cards to avoid it and to advance the negotiation, is a fundamental right. The right to strike is a right enshrined in labor law. It's been recognized by the Supreme Court. In a decision, it recognized the constitutional nature of the right to collective bargaining by stating that Section 2D prevents the state from substantially interfering with a union's ability to participate in the bargaining process in order to influence the determination of working conditions. In another judgment, it even enshrined the constitutionalization of the right to strike because of its crucial function in a genuine collective bargaining process. One justice even wrote, "The right to strike is not only derived from collective bargaining, it is an indispensable component of it. The time has come, I think, to enshrine it constitutionally." That is a Supreme Court justice who also said that it's an indispensable consequence of collective bargaining. And that's quite something. With its special gag law, the government has just swept away the entire process of negotiating working conditions. According to University of Montreal law professor Pierre Trudel, this right to strike is the bare minimum. Canada has a court, a charter, and a constitution that its government is not even able to uphold. What contempt for the basic rights of workers. What a deplorable day, today and tonight, in terms of their rights. And the minister is taking the boss's side while reminding us that she is the daughter of a blue-collar worker. What a class betrayal, Mr. Speaker. To come back to Mr. Trudel, he also wrote that the court adds that the international human rights conventions to which Canada has acceded also require the protection of the right to strike as part of a meaningful collective bargaining process. And I would like to remind you that the economic impact is not an argument to restrict the right to strike. In this regard, the Committee on Freedom of Association, the body of the International Labour Organization that interprets the agreements from the point of view of freedoms, basically states that even if there is an economic impact to the right to strike, this right must be maintained. It's an international convention. Today, once again, this government is choosing to sacrifice the overriding objective of economic and social peace. Bravo, Liberals. That's calling a sense of statehood. The federal government does not hesitate to renege on its own international commitments when it suits its purposes. What is the value of federal commitments? Here we can correctly estimate the value. That is some party, an employer's party. On the one hand, the highest court in the land recognizes the importance of the right to strike for workers. Moreover, Canada adheres to the conventions of the International Labour Organization, which also recognizes the fundamental nature of this right. On the other hand, the Liberal government has just eliminated this right through a special law adopted under closure while claiming to be progressive. Clearly, there is a complete mismatch between words and deeds. Progressive my foot. As we know, in the world of work, it is with the balance of power that each party makes concessions in order to reach negotiated working conditions. When there is a lockout or a strike, both parties lose, which puts pressure on each party to come to the table, negotiate, and reach an agreement or a compromise on both sides. The threat of special legislation undermines this balance of power and sends a message to management that they no longer need to negotiate in good faith. It destroys the whole process of negotiation between management and the union. Since the employer side knew that the government would come up with its special legislation, why would it go out of its way to negotiate seriously so that each side drops its conditions to reach a compromise? Why would they do this, knowing that the government would play this card that would give the employers the advantage? Of course, the strike has a major impact on the economic activity of Quebec as a whole. No one denies that. But I would remind you that the government could have gotten involved in negotiations and give them free rein without resorting to a strike. But it did the opposite. It's been 850 days of negotiations where this government has done nothing but wear out its souls by dragging its feet. The Bloc Québécois supports the dock workers in their demands. The Bloc Québécois supports their fundamental right to freely negotiate their working conditions. We have always been on the side of the workers, and we will continue to be. The Bloc Québécois denounces the adoption of this special law under closure, which removes the right of dock workers to a negotiated agreement, even though other solutions exist. Labour law embodies the legal framework in which the parties can express their balance of power in a legitimate and legal manner. Failure to respect workers' rights is tantamount to flouting a fundamental institution that ensures social and economic peace. That is what we are talking about this evening. The government's choice to adopt this law under closure once again undermines the very foundations of our society. This is a situation that we denounce unreservedly. What a way of working. What contempt for our world. I'm ashamed to be in this House tonight and to see the government behave in this manner. How shameful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. Commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And yeah, he keeps referencing in his speech how it's been 850 days without a contract. A manufacturer in my riding twice now has been extremely affected by this, and they're talking as high as 25% in their losses. So I just wanted to ask a question through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. Why does he think the Liberals always choose delay and choose to ignore the issue until it gets to the point where we're at here today?
Député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Well, I have the answer to that question. It's because to act, to be proactive, and resolve the situation at the beginning rather than wait to have to impose special legislation takes courage. It takes audacity, which the Prime Minister doesn't have. He let everything get poisoned and drag on. It's a terrible message that he's sending. This government and this Prime Minister completely lacks courage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague in the Bloc Québécois for that speech. Earlier I heard a Liberal comment that he felt that businesses were being held hostage by the unions, and I'm just wondering if this could perhaps be better characterized as businesses being held hostage by an intransigent port employer. It seems that's what's really happening here, and the government is really taking the wrong side.
Député de Joliette.
Oui, the honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment. Indeed, it's not union workers who are holding the economy hostage. Of course, there are major implications and major impacts. They're terrible coming out of this Port of Montreal strike for many sectors of our economy, except that it's been 850 days now, and employers did not show up to the negotiations. And the Prime Minister, and nor did his ministers, go see them, to go see the parties and say, look, here you are, you're in a crucial sector. You have to sit down together and negotiate. It's not even about money. It's about work schedules. For 850 days, they couldn't resolve a work schedule problem? Come on, Prime Minister, come on, ministers, go help out. So, no, but nothing happened. And after all of that inaction, a special legislation. This is terrible, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague from Joliette has done a good job expressing all of our frustration faced with this situation. I would like to come back to a specific issue, the issue of the work schedules. I think he mentioned it, touched upon it in his speech. But, you know, what workers essentially want are better work schedules. To give you an example, I'm told that every day the Port of Montreal's dock workers have to call between 6 p.m. and midnight to find out whether whether they are to work the next morning. And this is for 19 days in a row. So every day they come home and they don't know if they're working or not the next day. And they're always on standby to a certain extent to see whether or not they're working. Do I go in? They can't make any appointments. They can't make medical appointments. They can't say that they'll be present for their child's birthday. They can't plan anything. They can't go meet with their accountant or whatever else. You can't take your car to the garage. How are you supposed to make any plans in your life when you have to be completely available for your employer for 19 days out of 21, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? How are you supposed to guarantee some kind of quality of life for your family if you don't know if those 2 days of break that you will get after 19 days will be fall on a weekend or not? You don't know that either. So in such a context, wouldn't my colleague from Joliette be tempted to strike as well? The honourable member from Joliette. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his questions and question and his comments. Indeed, these are very difficult working conditions. There's no quality of life there. How do you have work-life balance with such a situation? How are you supposed to have some kind of a decent life outside of work under these conditions and with these work schedules? The Port Alliance, of course, have their own considerations, and that's what negotiating is for. But both parties have to sit down for it to be real negotiations. They present their positions to each other and then they discuss everything. But if at the very beginning one party can say, well, it's okay, Daddy in Ottawa is going to prepare this special legislation to save me, so let's just forget about all the rules and regulations and laws without any consequence. So why bother? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am sharing my time with my colleague, the member from New Westminster, Burnaby. At the heart of this back to work legislation today is the issue around workers' rights. The rights of workers to free collective bargaining, the right to strike, these are the rights that are guaranteed in law. And as we're talking about workers' rights tonight, it would be appropriate for me to note that today is also the day of mourning in remembrance of workers who were injured or killed on the job. It is essential that employers ensure their workers have a safe work environment. It is especially important at this time in the middle of a pandemic when so many workers are risking their lives, whether they are a healthcare worker or a cashier at a grocery store, a bus driver or a teacher, or what have you. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to them. And as part of that appreciation, I want to recommit myself to continue to fight to ensure that every single worker in this country has the protection of paid sick leave, and that the federal government delivers on this important measure for the protection of every worker in the country. And as we're talking about workers' rights, tonight I was listening to the minister about her justification on this back to work legislation. At one point, the minister actually said that she's not taking sides, that she comes with a heavy heart with this piece of legislation. Somehow, the minister appears to be completely oblivious to the fact that the minute she indicated that this government would bring in back to work legislation, she took a side. She sided with the employers over the rights of the workers. And by that action, she tipped the scale towards the employers in the bargaining process. Gone is the process for free collective bargaining. That's what the minister did when she indicated that the government would bring in back to work legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say that no matter what the government says, that they don't want to do this, the reality is that they are doing it. They are ignoring the rights of the workers. That's what they're doing. And they will justify this with all kinds of excuses. But let's be clear about the process of what's happening. The unions had expressly said that there would be no job action if the employer walks back on the unilateral decision to change the working rights of the workers, to unilaterally change their work schedule. If the employer walked that back, there would be no job action whatsoever. And my question then for the government is this: why didn't they say to the employer that honor the workers and do not change their working conditions? Do not change their job security provisions. That's in their collective agreement. When the employer made an announcement that they would not honor the workers' job security provisions, that's where things went off. When they took the unilateral decision to make changes to the workers' schedule, that's when things went off. But instead of talking to the employer to say that this is not appropriate, that you must negotiate fairly at the bargaining table about scheduling, about job security and other measures within the collective agreement, the government made a decision to tip the scale by indicating that they would bring in back to work legislation. That's why we're here tonight. And by doing this, the Liberals are sending a clear message to all of the workers that the government do not have their backs. They don't. That is where we're at this moment in time. I've heard comments from members saying that, but with this job action from the unions, that it would impact the flow of medical supplies and equipment. Well, the unions has also indicated that there is extensive essential service orders in place by the Canada Industrial Relations Board, and that their members have always abided by that order. And that is to say that they would not disrupt the delivery of essential service orders involving medical supplies and equipment. That is an important piece for us to all note. I want the Canadian members, for Canadians who are watching this debate, to also know this as well, that this debate is not about money. It's not about money. It's not about that at all. In fact, the unions has indicated that many of their workers are younger workers, and many of them, in fact, are women. And I've been advised that a quarter of them are now women. And what they're seeking are changes to their work conditions that will ensure a better work-life balance. And I think, if anything, throughout this pandemic, it's really brought that to light, actually, for all of us, the importance of family, of our loved ones, and to ensure that while we work, that we have a safe work environment that we can go home to, and to balance all of these things. Those are the basic things that I think every single worker wants. Those are the things that I know I want for myself as well, and for the people that I love. And that's what these workers are fighting for at the bargaining table. And to be able to negotiate all of that, we need to ensure that their rights are respected, to ensure that their right for free collective bargaining is protected. But yet the government undermined all of that with this back to work legislation. And what is even more worrying is that after all of this, the government might think that they have solved the problem somehow, but they're not thinking ahead of what it would mean down the road in terms of the working relationships between the workers and the employer, and the requirement and the need to ensure that there is good relations going forward. By undermining their collective bargaining rights, in many ways, we're helping to poison the well. And that's not good for anyone. Not good for the workers, and not good for the employer. So it is actually in the best interest of the Canadian government to step away. And you know, Mr. Speaker, there's still time. The government can just say, hey, you know what? This is not the right path forward. We are going to withdraw this bill. They can still do that, Mr. Speaker. And that is what I find so dismaying, that the government want to pretend that they're friends with workers, that they will honor the rights of workers, and then in a heartbeat, the government will bring in back to work legislation that strip workers of their rights, their basic fundamental rights that's enshrined in law. Now, I come from British Columbia, and we have, sadly, a sad history of a government that violated the rights of workers over and over and over again. And I remember the situation with healthcare workers and with teachers, where the government brought in around-the-clock debates that stripped the teachers with the healthcare workers of their basic rights, and the basic right to collective to have the basic right to collective bargaining. And the unions brought the government to court, brought the BC Liberal government to court, and won in both instances in those legislations against the teachers and against the healthcare workers. If there's a lesson to be learned here, it is this, that we must respect the rights of workers, we must honor them. And in this instance, in bringing the back to work legislation in the manner in which the government has done so, it is wrong. It is wrong, and it is not helpful. The government may want to fool themselves to say that it is helpful, but it is not. And you cannot say at the same breath that you're somehow friends and allies and supporters of labor while you do this. I actually remember.
And that will bring this segment to an end. We're out of time for this portion of the speech. We'll now go to questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you to my colleague for her speech. When you adopt a special law such as a back-to-work legislation, we hope that there will be a better social climate, but of course I think the exact opposite. If you want social peace, you need balance. workers play an enormous role, unions too, in social balance and social peace. How does the honourable member think that the government can justify the special law and that it will achieve balance?
Well, thank you very much to my colleague's question. She's absolutely correct to say that bringing in back to work legislation has ramifications beyond this moment in time. And as I indicated earlier, I think it poisons the well going forward and is not a good path forward. The Prime Minister actually released on Labor Day a message where he said, quote, "Thanks to the hard work and advocacy of unions, we have taken action to protect collective bargaining rights." But here we are, this moment in time, the Prime Minister, the Liberal government is not respecting collective bargaining rights. They're not respecting the workers and they're not respecting labor. And it is such a shame. And the government needs to actually reflect on that and withdraw this bill tonight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. And, you know, we hear the government talking about protecting the middle class, and these are middle class workers. And I'd like to know, you know, with the number of times that the Liberals and Conservatives have forced workers back to work through back to work legislation, eroding the right to strike, does the member agree that collective bargaining and the constitutional right to strike is being dangerously eroded and maybe permanently eroded through this type of action?
For Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no question that the Liberals and the Conservatives are much more alike than one would think. At every single turn, we have witnessed where the Liberal government would bring in back to work legislation. Even in my short time around the House of Commons, we have seen this with the postal workers as an example, where we went well into the night debating that back to work legislation. And of course, before that, we've seen examples from the Harper administration, from the Conservatives. And every time when the government takes these actions, they are sending a clear signal to the workers that their rights could be done away with in a heartbeat, that they will strip them of their basic rights that is enshrined in law. So the member is absolutely correct in saying that every time the government takes this action, they are stripping the rights of workers that's been enshrined in law.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Vancouver East for her very eloquent and passionate speech about the rights of workers. Now, she knows firsthand, as a member of the Legislative Assembly in British Columbia, what happened when the BC Liberals took power in BC and how they devastated collective organizing, union rights, labor rights in that province. Can she comment on what the danger is when a government like this Liberal government federally, or like the BC Liberals did provincially, runs roughshod over basic human rights like labor rights and the right to collective bargaining?
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the ramification of the BC government in those 16 years when they were in government, where they stripped workers of their rights, and particularly with the HEU, hospital employee unions, as well as the BC teachers, it was just devastating for the community. I'll just use the example of the HEU. When the government did that, they relegated many of the workers into dangerous work situations, and many of them work in long-term care facilities, in the healthcare facilities, and as a result of that, they had to work multiple jobs, which proved to be a major problem in the pandemic. Thank goodness for the BC NDP government that came in and overturned those legislations, and then to try to restore some of the workers' rights into the system, and also protect the workers as well as long-term care facilities and healthcare facilities and with various different measures. That is the ramifications of what could actually happen in real life with a government that do not honor the rights of workers. And in this instance, the government is doing exactly that by not honoring the rights of the workers at the Port of Montreal. And the government should do what is right should do what they say they're committed to do, and they should actually step down from this legislation.
And that will end this segment, and we're actually going to go right back to the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby on resuming debate. The Honourable Member.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say that I am on the traditional territory of the Kakite First Nation. I would also like to highlight that today, like a number of my colleagues have noted, is the sad day of remembrance for workers who have been injured or who have died in the workplace. This date is one that commemorates and remembers those people. And we're in a situation where we know we've lost nearly 1,000 workers in the last year because of the lack of health and safety at work. This is the date, unfortunately, that the government chose to impose a muzzle and break collective bargaining and union rights across the country. Mr. Speaker, it's a very sad thing to see a government that claims to support workers, but earlier today, by imposing this disastrous bill, it tore up a collective agreement and tore up the process of collective bargaining, which is so dear to our democracy. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that when we look at the government and how it has acted today, what has it done? It gave a prize to the employer, to a negotiator that represents companies that are giants in the maritime sector. They have business numbers representing billions and billions of dollars. And they're acting in bad faith and have been doing so for a number of years, months and years now. And what did the Liberals do today? They gave a prize to those employers, multi-billion-dollar employers that want to flout the rights of union workers at the unionized workers at the Port of Montreal. When we look at the dock workers in Montreal, they're organized in a local 375 CUPE. I want to send through you a message, Mr. Speaker. The message that I want to send is this. For these dock workers who have been bargaining in good faith for years, I would say to them simply this. We are in solidarity with you, and what we want to do is demonstrate a gesture of solidarity. That is what we have done in all debates today. In the way we tabled an amendment to this bill, we are trying to stop this bill, but we are with you and your families. We understand your concerns about health and safety in the workplace, to have working conditions that are legitimate, and also to have a collective agreement that is followed. And what the government is trying to do, and has been trying to do for a number of days now, is to flout your rights and tear up that collective agreement. The NDP is there in solidarity with you. Effectively, what the government has done is terrible. And we will not allow it. All these Liberal MPs and Conservative MPs who vote to flout the rights of unions, democratic rights of workers, they need to receive a reply from their constituents at the next election
We've spoken often about frontline workers, and we have, through the course of this pandemic, paid tribute many times to frontline workers with their courage and their duty that they have shown so often to put forward and to work hard to ensure that we continue to move forward as a society. And yet we see the contempt by which the government holds frontline workers, holds unionized workers, holds not only the dock workers in Montreal, but indeed all Canadians who are part of the labor movement. The contempt that the Liberals have shown today is something that should be long remembered. Now remember, Liberals have always said, well, they put their hands around workers and they say, we're standing with you as workers. We're going to be there with you. And that is something that only lasts as long as the billionaire employers don't have their interests represented. The moment there is an attempt by workers to actually look for and obtain their rights, that is the moment when Liberals back away and abandon and betray those workers. We see this again tonight, Mr. Speaker, but we certainly saw this with postal workers just a few years ago. We saw Liberals pretending to be part of supporting unionized workers and then betraying them the second they had the opportunity. Now, we've heard a lot of crocodile tears tonight from Liberals who stood up and said, well, gee, we really don't want to do this. But, Mr. Speaker, you know full well that what happens when a government intervenes, particularly in a situation like this, where workers have seen their rights completely pushed aside by a government. What happens when the government weighs in on the side of the employer, the billionaire corporations that represent the maritime employers, what happens is it immediately sets the whole playing field against regular workers. Maritime Employers Association violated the collective agreement not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times, pushing workers at the docks in Montreal to the very edge. And when the workers responded with what is an overwhelming mandate, over 99% of the workers saying enough is enough, when we see an employer that is acting with such impunity, acting so irresponsibly, all we can do is stand up and stand together. We find the Liberal government, after pretending to care about the workers and workers' rights and labor rights, union and those union principles, betrays them by saying to the employer, hey, we're just going to introduce back to work legislation, so don't worry about that. You can violate the collective agreement and we'll say nothing. But the moment the workers respond, then we are going to cast aside their rights and we're going to push them aside. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is the very heart of whether or not a government is progressive. And there are many examples of why this Liberal government is less than progressive. My colleagues have cited the similarities between the Harper government and this current government. But I would go beyond that. When you see, of course, tonight's actions, when you see how they treated postal workers as well, when you see the massive handouts, $750 billion that was handed out in liquidity supports to Canada's big banks within days of this pandemic hitting, it goes far beyond what the Harper government did. The Harper government, yes, did a similar action, but the overall size and scope of the bank bailout there was $116 billion. Now we see Liberals doing 6 times worse. And we're seeing tonight, with this casting aside of what are basic fundamental labor rights being human rights, we see the contempt by which this Liberal government holds the workers of the country. We've seen this as well with sick leave, the refusal of the Prime Minister to implement a working sick leave program in the midst of a pandemic where sick leave is absolutely essential. Liberals should not be proud of their actions tonight. There's no justification for what they have done, and what they have done is deplorable. But labor organizers, labor members across the country will remember what the Liberals have done tonight.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from New Westminster for his remarks this evening. Just a quick question out of curiosity. Does the member believe that the Christian Labour Association, or CLAC, is a real union, and whether CLAC should have the opportunity to bid on infrastructure projects like the designated unions under the provincial government of BC? Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is trying, I gather, to try to talk about the community programs that have been put into place, community investment programs by the BC NDP government, and I absolutely support them. The idea that we make sure that the people who bid on these programs are unions that have a solid building trade background, actually are Red Seal, are highly qualified, and that the community benefits will actually go back to the community is absolutely fundamental to the program that the BC NDP government has set out. And I completely support that smart approach. What it has done has led to many benefits going back to the community, and it means that we are getting extremely highly trained tradespeople who are working on projects in British Columbia. It has been a successful program, and I support it all the way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his passionate speech that was well argued. I would like to ask him a question about a more specific element. How is it that when the dock workers union said, if you stop playing with our working hours, we will not start an unlimited strike on Monday, and when then the Minister of Labour said, if there is a generalized strike, I will table special legislation. What does that do in the short term to the desire of the employer to negotiate in good faith? The honourable member for Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie was very eloquent, has been very eloquent on this issue all day to defend the rights of dock workers at the Port of Montreal. As he knows, I am a former negotiator for the management side for collective bargaining. We all know that the best way to avoid workplace labor conflict disputes is to have good faith negotiations on both sides. The Liberals have just flouted good faith negotiations by siding with multi-billion-dollar corporations and crushing the rights of workers because the government was there with the employers. It was irresponsible. And I think that everyone will remember this very sad day in Canadian history. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We're very worried about people have expressed great concern about economic reasons for bringing forth this special legislation. But for those interested in the economy, I'd like to say that the work time that was lost because of the strike is less than 1% in Canada throughout the 20th century. So shouldn't they stop crying wolf, in your opinion? Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is right. But I have to say that if there were economic disruption, it comes from the fact that the government, under this process, called upon the multimillionaire companies and said, well, look, we will protect you. We will support you. You can do whatever you want to the union because we're going to invoke closure and we're going to impose special legislation. And that is how the Liberal government justifies their irresponsible actions, which in fact provoked this conflict. Had they intervened earlier to say to the employer, stop crushing the union, we would be in much better position today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm here tonight on the traditional territory of Wasanich Nation and say to them, Haishka Siem, with respect and gratitude. I also would like to split my time with the Honourable Leader of the Green Party of Canada, Annamie Paul, but I can't because she's not elected yet, but she will be. And I want to share with you that she comes from a strong union family. We had our caucus meeting and discussed how we all feel, the three of us who are elected and the ones who will be elected later. And what do you think about this back to work legislation? She said, never support back to work legislation, never. So I'm honored to speak and take the time to stand clearly and firmly on the side of the longshoremen of the Port of Montreal. Aujourd'hui, c'est le jour de...
Today is a day of mourning. We remember those who died, who became injured, or who became ill because of their work. This year, with the pandemic, has been horrible. We think about frontline workers who did their work to protect our lives, and we say to them, thank you. But, Mr. Speaker, what irony that this evening, in this House of Commons, to mark this sad and serious day, we find ourselves here debating a special bill to force workers to go back to work without regard for their right. Their right to strike is a constitutional right. And now, here we are, on this day of mourning, breaking their fundamental rights. So it's such a sad moment for me. I'd like to tell you a story. It's a personal story. 37 years ago, I worked as an attorney in Halifax on behalf of unions. Specifically, I worked for the Halifax Port dock workers. And it's incredible, but at that time, the Maritime Employers Association was also the employer party. Same employer, same workers. So all kinds of memories are coming to me. I recall my experience with that group of workers that I still love to this day. But I'm sorry, I'm going to change channels.
So I'm going to tell it in English. There had been an accident at sea. The ship was tossed about in a big storm, and it came to port all right, but its cargo was badly smashed. Everywhere you looked, there was just a mess. The Maritime Association, same employers, sent the workers in to clean up the ship. The collective agreement had said that if you're in a dangerous or hazardous working situation, you had to be paid time and a half. It also said the employer had the responsibility to provide protective equipment. Oh no, not these guys. They didn't bother providing any. Maritime Employers Association. By the way, now the Port of Halifax has a different employer association now, but this was in about 1984. And it was the Maritime Employers Association, and it was the Longshoremen of Halifax. They sent them on board the ship to clean it up. So what they had in the hold, they had some raspberry jam that was smashed. They had a lot of Mum's champagne that was smashed. And they had a commercial chemical that is known for being hygroscopic. In other words, it absorbs moisture. That's one of its commercial benefits. I think it was potassium hydroxide. My memory may be faulty on that, but I think it was potassium hydroxide. And what happened when the workers went into the hold was, because this stuff was so hygroscopic, it absorbed all the moisture around it and became very caustic and toxic in an enclosed working space where they were my friends. I loved these guys. They were sent down there to clean up the hold. And what happened was the reaction of the chemicals was that it was really, really hot on their feet, like through their boots. It was so hot on their feet that they were, now this will, of course, strike all of us here tonight at this late hour as an extraordinary tragedy, but they actually just smashed what bottles of Mum's weren't smashed already, to pour the champagne on their feet to try to relieve the heat they were feeling. It was just awful. It was awful working conditions. They weren't given any masks. So they were having trouble breathing, and their feet were getting hot, and everything about the working conditions was appalling. They worked in these conditions until the Environment Canada people showed up. Well, actually, one person showed up who was in charge of accidents and toxic chemicals. Now, he showed up appropriately dressed in full-on hazmat, full-on moon suit. But the employers kept telling the guys to keep working in these conditions. So fast forward to, we got into an arbitration over this because the employers refused to pay what they were obliged to pay under the collective agreement. I'll never forget the lawyer from the other side. I'll spare mentioning his name because he's passed away now, and why bring abuse to him at this point? But anyway, God rest his soul. He actually laughed at the workers during our arbitration and said, what, they need protection from raspberry jam? Then I called my expert witness, Luke Tripp, the head of the Environment Canada Contaminants Program at the port at that point. And he laid it out really clearly, exactly how hazardous that was. We won that arbitration, hands down. But I haven't forgotten my seething hatred for the Maritime Employers Association, I'm sorry to say. Now, it's many years later. They're all different people. They've probably all changed their tune. But in this conflict, I have no doubt where my heart lies. I cannot believe that we're in this situation where workers are being treated like this in 2021, that they would be provoked into this situation with so much arbitrary unilateral actions by the employers. It's really very, very distressing to imagine that we are passing legislation to force the wronged party back to work and not standing up with the union. Nous, comme Vert, nous sommes solidaires.
We feel solidarity with the Dock Workers Union, the Syndicat des Débardeurs, and I want to say it out loud. Solidarity. Solidarity. The Débardeurs des Ports de Montréal, the Port of Montreal dock workers are victims of a strategy. The employers are not showing good faith. All of the trials the dock workers have been through, all the stories we heard, it's terrible to me that we now have a bill, a special bill under closure to force workers to go back to work without protecting their constitutional right to strike.
I'm very glad that in a life of lots of different kinds of jobs, I had the chance to work in union side labor law. But I am overwhelmed by how many times, and as the same point was made by the honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, those of us elected in 2011, just actually coming up to my 10th anniversary this Sunday, one of the first things we had was back to work legislation for CUPE workers, Canada Post workers, was awful. I mean, I said CUPE, I'm sorry, CUP W in that instance. The CUP W workers being forced back to work with we had and Jack Layton led us in 3 days, I think it was, of filibuster to try to stop that from happening. And we were all the time hoping that there were some negotiations happening. But that should be a rare instance. It's becoming all too common. I do agree with my friend from Nanaimo Ladysmith that it threatens to become not just a pattern, but normal. It threatens to become a way of fundamentally undermining the rights of collective agreements and of ignoring the fact that we can get to negotiated solutions. I know it's tough, and I have nothing but regard and affection for my friend, the Minister of Labor, but this is a terrible mistake. It's a terrible mistake. We should not be doing this because the employer clearly knew that they could provoke and make unilateral decisions that violated the collective agreement that they were still honoring. I mean, it's been a number of years without a collective agreement, but both sides were honoring it enough. Despite the strike that they had last year, they've been working hard to keep the goods moving. And that's a key point. The union has been working hard to keep goods being delivered. They've been trying. And we know that on March 17th, when the employer tried to say that the union was not bargaining in good faith, the mediator couldn't say that. They said that there just was premature to make that conclusion. So who wasn't acting in good faith here? The same guys who sent the Halifax longshoremen into a toxic hold of the ship to clean up the mess, who laughed at them. So you see, I haven't quite gotten over it. This is not a moment to force the longshoremen back to work. This is a moment to have someone pick up the phone and say to the Maritime Employers Union, Maritime Employers Association, this is not acceptable. You guys provoked this. We're not going to back you up here. We're going to make sure that we move heaven and earth to move those goods to other ports, that we're going to find workarounds. We're not a country that's known for being landlocked. We're known for having ports, and not any of them are as, you know, it's not going to be easy if we let the strike go. It wouldn't be easy to find a good berth for every ship that's heading into that port, but we have many more options than they did in the Suez Canal. Got ports in Quebec, ports in Halifax, ports in St. John. We got ports on our East Coast, ports on our West Coast. Surely to God, there was a better solution than this. So I lament it deeply. I wish from my heart of hearts that we had not come to this place where we are tonight in, and I know, of course, in Ottawa, it's well after midnight. Here in British Columbia, it is getting on in time, but this should not have happened on April 28th. This deepens the offense, deepens the damage, deepens what it means to workers across this country, because I agree entirely with the union's press release that this action in back to work legislation strikes at the heart of collective bargaining, hurts every worker across this country. And make no mistake about it, a country that doesn't have a strong trade union movement is a country that lacks in social justice, that loses ground on the very things that we take for granted, like children don't go to work in factories, like there's such a thing as time off, that there's such a thing as reasonable work-life balance, some of the conditions that the longshoremen were working for so hard. So, enfin, pour moi, je veux dire seulement.
All I want to say is that I infinitely regret the special legislation that will pass under closure this evening. It's a bad decision by our government. It goes against workers' rights, it goes against unions' rights, and it goes against the workers of the Port of Montreal. I want to tell all the Montreal longshoremen that I am terribly sorry. Please forgive us for being unable to prevent this decision and block it by our government. Thank you very much.
For Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her impassioned speech. I love to hear her stories about her life and history in all kinds of aspects, and thank you for sharing that one. I have to say, as a member of a former NDP government in Nova Scotia, in July 5th of 2013, the NDP government actually introduced back to work legislation for the paramedics. And they cited the fact that there was no compromise, and that it was about health and safety of Nova Scotians. And in fact, we did introduce that legislation. What do you believe about voting for your conscience and being able to speak up on the subjects that you may not agree with your own government about? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I just say out loud how much I love the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, her fine work against environmental racism and all the things she stands for. And for the reminder that the NDP in power are always very different from the NDP in opposition. I'm sorry, I speak as a British Columbian who's had too many promises broken from Premier John Horgan. So I would say that it's always best to speak your mind. It's always best to vote the way you want to vote. And I'm blessed to be in a party that has, as a matter of our policy as passed by our members, that no whipped votes are allowed. I love her. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. She just mentioned our beautiful British Columbia, so I'd like to get her comments on the community benefit agreements, which is a provincial matter, but given that we just kind of went in that direction, I don't think it's completely irrelevant. In British Columbia, the Christian Labour Association has been excluded by the New Democratic Party, Premier John Horgan, from bidding on major infrastructure projects because they're not part of the unions that the NDP government believe is actually a union, even though the Christian Labour Association members believe they're a union. What would the Green Party say about the exclusion of the Christian Labour Association of Canada, CLAC, which represents thousands and thousands of workers in BC, from having their rights protected as workers and their ability to bid on government projects? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, this subject did come up before. I think it should be pointed out. I'm having a hard time making the links to relevance in respect to the topic. I see that it's loosely connected in terms of the labour movement and so on, but it is I think by its definition, very much a British Columbia issue. I will let the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands take a run at it in her response, but I do want to just caution honourable members to keep their questions and comments relevant to the subject at hand. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask the leader of the Green Party of British Columbia, Sonia Furstenau, to get back to my friend from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon and move on to discussing the Port of Montreal now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laval, Laurentide Laval. I'd just like to point out that it's now 1:19 here in Quebec. This is quite the job we're doing. And there's some action that's unacceptable. Your words touched me. And I'd also like to say that how shameful this is. What will be the view of Quebecers and all citizens of Canada following the vote that we will have in a few minutes, given this government's unresponsible behavior? Thank you to my Bloc Québec colleague. I am completely in agreement with her. This is shameful. This is the only word that can be used for the events of tonight. I hope I've been saying the word correctly in French, but it's shameful.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatinack, Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to say that I stand with our party in fighting this back to work legislation, and many of the points raised by the member resonated with me. I'm wondering if she could speak to the implications of this attack on workers, not just on the Port of Workers in Montreal, but on all workers across Canada.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, of course, if all workers across Canada had access to being members of trade unions, I think we'd see more strength in our social justice movements. The role of unions, I think we can all say, through the era of neoliberalism have been weakened. Any blow against the rights of unionized workers is a blow to the heart of what makes us a great country. And there's just no question about it. So I think that every single time that we bring in back to work legislation, it's inevitably, no matter how much people in the government want to say that this is not taking sides, it clearly is, and it's taking the wrong side.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her very heartfelt speech and for doing the research to take the evening for us. These are essential workers. These are people that we celebrate during the pandemic that are getting the supplies into the country, and they've been clearly mistreated. And the evidence looks like the employers provoked this situation. And I'm just wondering if you've seen any evidence that the employers knew that they could take this to the boiling point and would be able to count on the Liberal government for back to work legislation.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, thank you to my honourable friend from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, my dear friend. Honestly, I don't know that we have evidence, but circumstantially, how else can you read the situation? The employer systematically provoked the situation and needlessly. And I know that many of the Liberal and Conservative speakers have made much of the fact that they've been going so long without coming to a successful negotiation and a successful conclusion. But, and I've pointed out a few times this place, it's not uncommon to go a long time without a contract while you're negotiating, and yet you keep working. And the fact that in this place, in our House of Commons, as employers, and we are employers, our protective service workers went 4 years without a contract, and they were taking, a job action in wearing those badges or wearing a ball cap, or in other ways breaking the code of how they were to dress. That was the only action they could take. Imagine if that wasn't used against them, that it took 4 years to negotiate it. It was used. I think the RCMP took way too long to treat our workers fairly within the House of Commons. The fact that they've been talking for 2 years is no justification whatsoever for deciding that it couldn't be solved, that it could never be resolved, that it couldn't find a negotiated solution. And I just...
Nous allons essayer juste notre dernier.
The last question, please. Probably the last question. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this speech with regard to solidarity. But what about federal labor relations? Should we not have a law that prevents the use of strike breakers, as well as a law to prevent back-to-work legislation? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. For the last time tonight, I'm going to say I fully agree. We must protect the rights of workers. There can be no balance in the future unless workers' rights are protected against employers, exactly as he says. It being 1:25 a.m. Sorry, did I say 11? I apologize. It's too late. It being 1:25 a.m., pursuant to the order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. Is the House ready for the question? Ms. Tassi, seconded by Mrs. Leboutillier, moved that Bill C-29, an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I see the member for London Fanshawe.
Recorded vote.
Call in the members.
Order. Order. So we thank honourable members for entertaining us through the course of the bells, the mellow sounds of Kitchener-Conestoga. But the question is the following one. Ms. Tassi, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, move that Bill C-29, an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal, be now read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votants.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gertzen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
De Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Alors, je dis...
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Members who may not have been able to vote due to technical difficulties, they can use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And we'll go first to Mr. Soroka.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Everything tells me I voted, but yet I still received a message she'll just want to confirm my vote.
Sir, their vote is recorded. And now we'll go to the honourable member, the honourable minister for women and gender equality, Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. I vote against. Or sorry, rather, I vote in favor. Forgive me. I vote in favor.
I just need to clarify. I just didn't catch the end of the first words there. So the member is just confirming that she's voting in favor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Okay. Okay. Next, we'll go to Mr. Fisher.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. The camera wouldn't recognize me. I'd like to vote yes, please.
Mr. Fisher, 4, Poole.
Okay. All right. Duly recorded. We'll now go to Mr. Bazan, Selkirk-Interlake.
Selkirk-Interlake Eastman. Mr. Speaker, I got a message that was to confirm that my vote was a yay.
Indeed, it is recorded as such. Maintenant, Mr. Drouin.
And now, Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Speaker, my vote didn't register, but I vote yay.
4, Poole.
Okay, I think that's all. Maintenant, le bureau.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 255, 255. Nays contre 61, 61.
I declare the motion carried.
Good job, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Committee of the Whole. Conformément à l'ordre
Pursuant to an order made earlier today. Bill C-29, an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of operations at the Port of Montreal, is deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported with an amendment, deemed concurred at report stage as amended, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
And pursuant to an order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.